Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
That's why you don't f*** the big dog. Now listen here, you
Tired of spanking your mates week in, week out? Come on! This sad little loser online from Albuquerque, New Mexico, without any rewards other than glory? Try Stakester now. Start using your legendary skills and making some real motherfucking money. Go on. Press it.
Parsec lets you play your entire library of games on any device, anywhere, with anyone, at any time. It's easy. Install Parsec and boom, your PC game library is at your fingertips. Are you bored playing solo? Share a link with anyone and go multiplayer. No friends online? Jump into Parsec's arcade and play with people from all around the world. Parsec's available for most things with screens. Download now.
Hello and welcome to the ESL UK Premiership. My name is Nomad and joining me is Mo Farah as we get into today's games. In week number 4, we've come back after a bit of a break to this tournament. And Mo, why don't you give us the old run through? How are things going? How have the chips fallen?
So far in the group, obviously they were called Chicken Mayo. They're now called Nerd Rage. Sorry if I've ruined your flow here. They're currently unbeaten, looking very strong, especially after beating Sparkling Water last week. Then after that, we have, I'd say, Sparkling Water still looking very good. I think Edgar David's fan club are the one for me that need to be trying to push forward here. You know, they've looked pretty poor in general, it has to be said. And I know they've got things in them to be better. So hopefully we can see that today from them.
Yeah, hopefully. I think, everything is kind of more or less expected. Maybe Nerd Rage being above Sparkling Water caught a couple of people off guard. I think Edgar David maybe expected them to have a win by this stage, but more or less, I think this is as we expected it so far. But yeah, I mean, we've had a bit of a break. Hopefully, considering we can't go outside, literally not allowed, the team's been practicing a lot. Have you been practicing a lot of Dota, Mo?
Yeah, I've been playing more than I have for a long time, actually. I've actually been trying to gain MMR for the first time in forever, it feels like.
Wow.
So,
How's that
which
going?
is actually, yeah, it's going okay. I had a couple of dodgy games last night, but you know, there's always ups and downs. You just got to stick with it for the long term to try and get there. So
yeah, you're looking very fresh as well. I got to say, you know, I was expecting some kind of, look, I mean, like me, my hair's a mess. You know, I've got hair growing up my cheeks. Like I'm ungroomed. I'm completely off the rails. But you're looking great.
I've been trying to look after myself a little bit more. I gotta keep things active while you're inside still, because I can't get around at the moment. Gotta be looking after yourself, guys. It's now more than ever.
Looking great. And I'm trying to recreate the studio environment by looking across to you whenever you speak. So obviously you're not actually over to my left, but I've even drawn a little fake Mo Farah on a post-it note which I've stuck to my wall there. Just to remind me where you should be in the virtual space. So we'll try and immerse you as much as you can, entertain you as much as we can as we get through to the tournament. But of course, getting back to the games and getting back to the weeks of gameplay which come before this. More specifically, last week we had some cracking games going on and some cracking casts as well. And you guys can have a look at some of the highlights from last week.
Yeah, there's going to be a fight. Ragix now is through the sandstorm. He's going to be found out. The God's Rebuke comes out into Eris. Eris is going to be able to blink himself away. Noob could be in a little bit of trouble though. There's no arena yet for the time being, and now Cube dives in. Is he going to be able to get anything off? He doesn't actually go for the edge just yet. He's not got the mana for it now as well. The Chain Frost comes through, and Zantic, they will still be able to find the kill. Yuma stole the God's Rebuke. The spear comes through, that pushes him away. Noob's going to try and get in there with the orb. Does he have the damage now with the Winning Rift as well? He's actually going to be stunned up.
Nice.
Yeah. No, they are going to try and dive onto, well, do a little bit of damage, force him back onto a block.
In the back line.
Now the buyback comes through. Are they going to be able to get anything out of this? They're going to be able to take down at least T-Governor now as well, but Eris has been locked down. He's going to be able to blink himself away, gets Ragix now as well, and it's going to be a whole load of damage. That's going to be a great arena of blood though. The pin comes through, the spear actually pushes him out. Agency is going to be popped. Yumna is going to be right-clicked away, and God's Rebuked away now as well. They take down Cube, and the chase is on with the Fade Ball. Are they going to be able to blow this out? The Gaze comes out onto the PL. It looks like Kazakis is going to go for the TP, but Telekinesis is there, and they're going to be able to take a full 5-man wipe on the side of Chicken Mayo. The chase is on. Spear actually comes through, misses Overload though. Mushroom's going to be there. He does have that Chain Frost if he wants to try and throw this out. Once Ragix gets through, he will be able to after this. Since the Gaze, the right click still, they are going to be able to take down Cube, and the chase, it's just going so wrong here. Sparkling Water, they're going to be able to kill off the Night Stalk. The buyback comes through from the Lich now as well. PL, he's trying to take down Eris. Eris has got no mana left. The Abyssal Blade's going to be there now as well. You'll set up onto the PL.
They need to just
God's Rebuke, Eris, he still wants to go into this. The Winning Rip, they get themselves 3. They get themselves 4. How he's going to go through though, onto with the Spirit Vessel as well. Trick the Trade, Cold Embrace though as well. Power Strikes are going to be onto 2. They're going to be able to take down the wall on. You'll step through though. Are they going to be able to get themselves away? I think Crown needs to run himself away, not try and fight them.
He wanted the rack.
Down the racks, yeah. I think he was thinking of, because of the Aghanim Scepter, Burrow Strike comes through now as well onto the Winter Wire and the Silence as well. It's going to be slowed down with the Diffusal Blade and slain.
Well, that was pretty exciting games coming out last week. Some closer ones than what we're used to seeing, actually, I would say. Mo, what was your favourite game from last week?
My favourite game is probably, definitely going to be the Nerd Rage versus Sparkling Water one. I thought they showed why they were the two best teams in the competition. I'd say it felt like they were comfortably the two best you could see from when they were playing each other. It felt like we kind of hit a different level almost. Mm-hmm. I would also like to say I kind of got PTSD from watching Crayon playing DP again and not buying a BKB. If you remember that was that made me so sad, and I still haven't forgotten it.
Yeah, there'll be a couple of question marks coming up there for Crayon, but I'm sure he'll sort things out for this week, and maybe even earn himself the MVP accolade, the prestigious ESL Premiership MVP accolade. It is possible, and it is decided by you guys, of course, on the social medias, which is where you should head over to if you're looking to get more involved in these tournaments, help out the UK scene, and show yourself that the UK scene does care. Head over ESL UK across Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. All the cool stuff, all the cool kids hang out. We're there as well. So head over and get yourself followed up and get involved in those Twitter polls. Really important stuff to make sure we know who your favorite player is, and of course who's going to win as well. All this stuff will be coming up on stream as well. But let's have a look at what's coming up today. The 3 matches we're going to be seeing today, and we're going to start things off with Cheeky Chums versus Sparkling Water. Then we're heading into Team Sneed versus the Edgar Davids fan club, and then finally it's going to be Nerd Rage, aka Mayo Chicken, versus Warriors of the World. Any potential upsets you can predict coming up here, Mo?
I would say it's potential upsets. I think Cheeky Chums have a small percentage chance in it to beat Sparkling Water if they can play a really high, quick tempo game. I don't expect it of them, but I think they have the potential to. Okay. I think Edgar Davids fan club can win today. I think if they can sort out their issues they've been having, especially with, it feels like a little bit of positioning issues and their support sometimes as well. I think they have in them to beat Team Sneed, and I don't know whether I class that as an upset necessarily, but I think these were the two teams coming into this that we thought would probably struggle the most, and now they're playing up against each other. I think if Edgar Davids fan club don't win this, they're going to be really disappointed.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's not even, as you say, we know they can beat Team Sneed. So now it really gets down to it, is the tournament setting going to put them on edge and previous performances perhaps knock them off their game and end up with a loss, or will they be able to win through and take the game off Team Sneed? We will be finding out finally. Yeah, Nerd Rage versus Warriors of the World. Warriors of the World could really use themselves a win right now. They could face not making it through to the finals. There's a very real possibility for them if they can't pull out a win. So I think the pressure's really on them right now to be able to pull one off. But that's not the easiest of tasks versus the best team in the tournament. I don't think anybody is going to be arguing with that after how they've been performing the last few weeks, especially last week taking down Sparkling Water. But Sparkling Water, now they've got a chance to keep their wins nice and high against Cheeky Chums. That's going to be the next matchup and the first matchup of the day. So Mo, you mentioned very briefly that you think Cheeky Chums stand a chance. What do you want to see them doing to take down T-Governor and the crew?
I think I really want to see MTD playing on a hero that he just feels like he doesn't have to care about.
Yeah.
Like we saw him playing Ursa mid before. I think he's a really good Ember player as well from what I can remember. They just need to be... I think if they try and match up Sparkling Water in like a team fight scenario, where they try to play them like a head-on 5 versus 5 kind of situation, I think they're going to struggle. I think they have to make the map really chaotic, try and do unpredictable moves, and just try to take the game to them. Because I think if they start to fall behind, that's when they look really like unsure about what they're doing.
Yeah, I think practice is the key to it as well. I hope these guys have been playing a lot of Dota 2 because we know that's the one thing which Sparkling Water maybe lack. They're saying we're not really practicing that much right now. At least that's what it certainly was for the first few weeks. Maybe this loss last week has kicked them into gear a bit, or maybe they're just chilling. Maybe they're just like we're in lockdown. Is that going to make us play together? Nah, we're still just going to hang out. We're still just going to keep on trying to wing it through the entire tournament. But when you've got players like Radjix and Azantic and Symmetrical on your team, you can certainly do that. And with the captainship of T-Gov, it certainly seems like they could get away with that, but they didn't last week. What went wrong last week? Because obviously I did watch the game from over T-Gov's shoulder, but what precisely went wrong for T-Gov and the team?
I think they just had a couple of really bad fights. I don't know if you remember, but they got an Aegis once, and they started to try and push high ground, and they took one like really bad fight that didn't go their way, where they lost the Aegis. They kind of all just died one by one. The AM managed to jump into the backline and kill off the supports really quickly, and they kind of didn't ever really pressure the AM at any point in the game. It felt like so they'll be looking to rectify, their when you get ahead, making sure you stay ahead and making sure you can pressure the map the right way, I would say.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, definitely making sure they can keep up the pressure and making sure they can keep playing nice and tight and not let those gaps of opportunity, because that's what it's been for them. Like a lot of the time, it's been gaps of opportunity, a mistake here and there, miscommunication. All of a sudden, there's an opportunity. I think that's when who was it who nearly beat them in week 2? Was that Warriors of the World? I think it was.
No, Warriors of the World lost pretty quickly against them.
Oh, was it Cheeky Chums then?
No, because Cheeky Chums played Sparkling Water today, right? Oh, did you mean Mayo Chicken? Yeah. Sorry, or
no, it was definitely
Water.
Sparkling Water.
Sparkling Water. That was the first hard game they'd had. Pretty sure they stopped the last 2. So
okay,
I think this one today should be. Cheeky Chums are probably what I would consider the 3rd/4th seed in this group. So I think this is going to be a big test for Cheeky Chumps to see if they can play with the 2 big teams.
I see. So we have a bit of time to fill because waiting on a couple of players to join the lobby. But I want to ask you, how have you been spending it? We just had Easter holiday come up, and obviously here in the UK, everyone's under lockdown. Everyone's not allowed to go outside. So did you do anything special for your Easter holiday?
I ate loads of chocolate. Does that count?
Sure. Why not? We did something very special actually, because a lot of us are away from our families, which we usually spend together on Easter Sunday. So we played a game called Eggs with Your Friends, which is a game. I don't want to say the Steam name correctly because I don't know about laws or anything like that, but a certain game involving golf, which you play with your friends online, has a mode in it where you can turn your ball into an egg. Maybe the most frustrating game I've ever played on Easter, but yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from. That is a horrendous thing to try and do because it just bubbles all over the place, doesn't it?
Yeah, it never goes where you want, and even when you try and predict the egg giveth and the egg taketh away. It splits people into 2 mindsets as well. The people who are like super logical and kind of thinking like, okay, well, the egg is this shape, therefore I need to hit it in this direction to counterbalance the and then the people who just go full like kind of
Divide.
Yeah, they're just like praying to the egg gods and become fanatics of like, please, almighty egg god, allow my egg to go in the right direction, and just hit it in some random ass place and see what happens. So I think it's very character defining, Eggs with Your Friends. So I do highly recommend. I
think you learn a lot about people playing that game with them as well.
You do. You do.
I like playing lots of what's the online drawing games and like board games and things as well.
Yeah. There's some really good ones. There are some really, really good ones. Lots of social things you do, and of course, Quiplash, all those games and stuff. Very fun to have parties with. Mm-hmm. And what's the drawing? There's so many drawing ones, to be honest. And even just like one thing you could do is just jump into whiteboards. Online whiteboards, there's like so many different ones. Just go on some like random ass free whiteboards and just play some Pictionary.
I think it's important that you can, because the problem is I think a lot of Dota players, when in this lockdown now everybody's got a lot of time, has realised that playing Dota all the time is so mind-numbing, right? It can be. Like if you play now that like people aren't going to work or whatever, like you start playing a few games in a row and you're like, I just want to do something different for a while. So I think it's really important to have like other things you can just go and chill and play, because Dota historically is not a game that you can just chill out and play at the same time.
No,
like a lot of people, we've in the evenings we've been playing 5-man unranked stacks, and let me tell you that I think they're harder than ranked games. They're
really tough. Yeah, I've played some of those with a couple of other guys, and I think yourself as well. Yeah, there's very try-hard people around in the 5-man unranked scene. But we do have the results from our Twitter poll about the game that's coming up, and that game is going to be Cheeky Chums versus Sparkling Water. Twitter, what have you said is going to be the victory of this game? Ooh. And now, 70% for Sparkling Water, 30% for Cheeky Chums. I think that's it's around about what I think it should be.
Yeah, I think we agreed it was like 25-75-ish, right? So
that's what we said. I would
go with that. 30-70 is okay for me. I think, Cheeky Chums, I'm really hoping they pull off something here, because I think it'd be interesting to see if one of the top two teams lose when they're not against each other, like how that affects the whole standing situation.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Heroes. What are we expecting to come out from these two teams? I mean, Cheeky Chum, they have Nukamati, right? So you're always going to look towards that IO, that little ball of light hanging around.
Yeah, I think the IO, there's been, like, we were mentioning the meta before, that I think if certain heroes like Death Prophet and Timber get let through, I'd be interested to see whether these teams value them as highly as the pro scene do. So things like Lycan as well. In general, in terms of hero pools for both these teams, I think the big team fight heroes from Sparkling Water are the ones that we're going to have to be looking out for. You know, we've seen Cute play a lot of Phoenix before so far this tournament, and I think things like the Storm Spirit for Azantic as well, where he can like jump the backlines all the time, have been really key for Sparkling Water. Snapfire's another one as well that Tegan has been loving, but that hero's got a little bit of a nerf since we last see it being played, and I'm wondering whether these teams are going to value it as highly as they did before when it was really strong.
Yeah, and those new Aghanims coming out on the Void and the Snapfire as well. I think the Void's one is really good because he didn't really need items in the first place. Sometimes he needs to use there's a silence or something going on, but generally he's just like, no, I'm good. I've pretty much got like a full kit. But so the Aghanims is a natural workup into him. We haven't really seen much of the Snapfire yet, though. I think we saw one competitive game which went on for like 17 minutes. Someone got it in there, and it looked pretty good, but not enough to make people buy it over like Mech or something yet, sadly.
Yeah. When it came out, I was very surprised that a lot of people thought it was going to be amazing, because you realise that you have to farm 4.2k gold on a Snapfire, and that doesn't come easy. Like there's so many other things you want to be buying first, right? Like it's a struggle to get to. It is a good meme though. So
it is a good meme, yeah. I mean, you say it's a struggle to get to, but like she's got the farming capabilities with the cookie and with the shotgun. But that does mean you're taking farm away from other people. But I mean, it just comes down to what's more useful. You know, you could spend money on a mech, or you could spend money on an Ags, or you could spend money on a pipe. You know, I think the choice is obvious, but maybe one day we'll see some neat combinations.
Yeah, I also think the Void Spirit Ags as well is really interesting, because you talked about that hero not needing items. I agree he has a really good skill set individually, but he does need items to do a lot of damage, otherwise he falls off really quickly. So I think the Ags build can be good, but I've seen it built in so many games where I feel like it didn't need to be built. Like that hero can
Yes.
do like really good right-click damage, right, if you go for like a physical damage build. So I think it's really important when you play that hero that you know which to do when. And it's a very fine line between stupidity and dominating a game, I think.
Yeah, for sure. It's you got to make sure you're doing what's right for the team. But let's move on. I did ask about picks before we went riding off on this huge Snapfire tangent. It's got, I think, Wyvern's still going to be a thing.
Wyvern's an interesting hero, because I feel like a lot of games that I watch at the moment, especially in the pro scene, are like, it feels like they're over in like 20-25 minutes, right? I think it's really difficult to like first phase Wyvern like you did before. I think you have to kind of like settle it back a little bit, and I think it's a much better 4 than it is a 5 at the moment. But I personally feel like that because there's a lot of 4 heroes that feel really rough now. You know, Phoenix got a nerf. It's still a decent hero, but not quite as strong as it used to be at level 1 because of the fire spirits. I think Rubik still feels okay, but like a lot of the melee position 4s are feeling like a little bit of a rough place at the moment. Like for me personally, at least, when I play them.
But then, like in stark contrast, the offlane is just like super fun. Like anything can be done, or not anything, but like there's so many different heroes which offer different playstyles you can bring to the offlane. That it just kind of it's an open playing field. But we are into the game. We do have ourselves a draft. Let's get into it. Cheeky Chums versus Sparkling Water, game number 1 in this best of 1 series. Which I don't know. Is best of 1 a thing? Can you say best of 1? You can't really, can you? It's just a game.
Yeah, best of 1.
But are you one of these people that says that best of 2 is a thing, though?
Oh no, 2-game series.
2-game series. Yeah, I think best of 1 works. Best of 2 isn't a thing.
I want to say though, you talked about the Wisp, right? It's already gone. I talked about how I wanted to see him play something like Ursa or Ember that could control the game and go crazy. They ban out the Ember as well, so I'm already feeling pretty sad for Cheeky Chums, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean this is kind of core gameplay which they like to mess around with, but I like this Mars ban. I think this is a really important one. The Mars and the Timbersaw are two vital bans versus Sparkling Water, I believe, because these guys, they play a disgustingly good Timbersaw across many of their players. Xantic, Radix, Symmetrical as well. They all play a really good Timbersaw. Mars, Xantic plays a really good Mars. Radix plays a really good Mars. So it's really important to get those two out because they can just flex them so hard.
I was wondering about support picks as well recently. That I feel like Keeper of the Light and Grimstroke are two heroes that I feel have personally started to gain a lot more traction now. Grimstroke especially, I think he's in a really good place at the moment. Grimstroke, all of the talents on that hero are absolutely crazy. And Inkswell's basically his like the hero defining skill. Because you pick up these melee cores like Ember we've seen before, and so this Keeper of the Light and Grimstroke, they're good heroes like in their own right because they have good team fight ults, but they enable other heroes. Like the really good melee cores like Ricky as well as another one that when you put Inkswell on him, it just jumps in and can cause absolute havoc. So I'd be looking out for those this draft, I think.
Yeah, those are definitely some heroes I like seeing teams play around a lot, the Grimstroke and the Ricky. I think some of the less experienced teams or teams which maybe haven't been watching pro games quite as much might sleep on those heroes a bit. So hopefully we see one of these guys picking up the Ricky Maru coming for you. And in true T-Governor passion, no, it's T-Gov. He views reserve. He seems to think he's got like 10 minutes of reserve time rather than 2. So yeah,
I've just realised Chryson's playing for Sparkling Water as a stand-in for somebody.
Yeah, stand-in for Cube.
For Cube, right, okay, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about Chryson.
Chryson's been around for a long time. This guy, has been to WESG to play with UK teams before. He's a really good player. He's solid. His team that he tried to qualify for this event with were the team that finished highest but didn't qualify. So they lost in the final match, effectively. So I think if anybody deserves to be here playing as a stand-in, I think it's Chryson. He played really well.
What's really crazy here, right? Easter Sunday was 3 days ago, right? Christ, rising from the grave after 3 days. Chryson, after 3 days, coming back to Dota. He's risen. Chryson has risen.
Okay, and this is his hero. He loves this hero very much. In ESL Skirmish, which we covered before, this was his kind of go-to. And I remember in the finals, he managed to get it banned in game 2, 3, and 4, which is quite impressive when there was only 3 bans at the time.
Yeah.
So it was very
back
good
in the
going.
days.
Do you remember we used to have 2 bans? That was
I do. I was going on a bit of a journey the other day. I was watching some games from TI5 when CDEC made their Hallelujah run. Yeah. So yeah, I was watching some really old Dota, which was quite cool.
Yeah, I don't know about TI5 with CDEC was crazy though. I mean,
it was a fun one. Yeah, I was just watching CDEC's run basically, and just.
I remember Aggressive going absolutely mental. He was an insane player. Cheeky Chums, they go for the Lich, by the way. I mean, this has been their like go-to position 5. I think like every single time it feels like when they can get it.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to see how it goes for them. I mean, this hero doesn't feel as great as it used to. I don't think where we had the Lich Disruptor being picked every game, that kind of meta.
Yeah.
But it is still an okay hero in its own right. We've seen some big Chain Frosts in recent games in this competition. And this is just a standard go-to opener for them. They played the Centaur before as well on Nova.
Yeah.
They didn't look massively strong on it, but
something they believe in. But yeah, the Void Spirit coming out for Sparkling Water as the next pickup.
Okay. I don't mind this too much. I think this is all right.
I don't like it as much. I will say I don't like it as much when it's been already revealed what your 4 position is. I think this takes some of the flexibility out of the pick. Therefore, for that reason, I'm not super keen, but I still like it. I'm definitely not saying it's a bad pick or anything like that.
I just think this Void Spirit is... The flex is really good, like you say, but I also think the hero in itself is innately really strong. Right? Like we've talked about it a little bit. That it's a hero that allows you to jump backline and have good catch, which I think is really important and really like a really big deal here. I'd like to see Sparkling Water pick up the Grimstroke here now. I think it's Void Spirit's one of these heroes that plays really well with the Ink Swell. You have double Fade Bolt, which is really nice as well. And I like that Sparkling Water ban out the Ursa as well in the second phase. It's a hero that does really well against Void Spirit in lane.
Yeah.
If they can get the right matchup. MPD
doesn't really care too much about Fade Bolt either when he's going for kills. Sometimes Fade Bolt can make the difference, but if you've got those overpower stacks, Fury Swipes coming on through, then it doesn't make as much of a difference.
What do they go for? I imagine they pick up their position 4. I mean, they could pick up the Grimstroke themselves as well if they wanted to. They have Grimstroke Lich then as well, which is pretty nice. It's so difficult because you look at Sparkling Water's draft, it doesn't really give anything away, right? Like, you don't really know their laning setup, you don't really know what they want to do. I think you just need to pick up a lane partner duo with the Centaur that is strong in its own right. I'm struggling to think of a hero that, is going to make that really strong here, because, the Phoenix is banned, Rubik has already been picked.
They go for Grim. Okay, they go for Mirana. Ooh.
I just don't like this hero at the moment.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, Mirana just feels really, really kind of weak right now. But, the arrow's still good, but yeah, no setup yet. And probably not going to get one.
I mean, the Centaur's like okay setup for the arrow, but like the Mirana here as a hero in lane doesn't really do anything. Like, I've been watching a few pro games of Mirana recently as well, and it feels like they're so underwhelming every single time. Like, you either hit the arrow or you miss the arrow. And if you hit the arrow, you look okay. But when you start missing a few arrows in a row, your hero feels like so useless.
Yeah.
Like, you're not really
100%.
doing anything. And now they have the Purge as well on Sparkling Water. It's probably going to be the POS 5 ABBA. It could still be POS 3 as well. So even though they've revealed 3 heroes, they still have so much like insane flexibility in their draft with their picks so far.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I like what Sparkling Water have put down so far, of course, but I don't know. I never like love an Abaddon pick, but I can certainly see why it's good in this game, especially when you're against the Mirana. Like, it's really hard not to like an Abaddon pick.
Yeah, like the Abaddon can sustain whoever they want to in their laning stage up against this Centaur as well. So Centaur historically is, it always has been for a while now, like a really strong laner.
Yeah.
And it can be difficult to keep yourself there when, he builds up those stack charges that he can just smack you around with. I can't wait for that to get nerfed, by the way.
Probably will be. All right, well, this is a hero we wanted to see from them, and it's kind of similar to the Grimstroke theory with Frost Armor, but not quite as potent, but still going to have an effect. If this Ricky gets rolling, then it does look like a decent game for him so far, but, it's a big ask for Ricky to get rolling, especially when he's going to be in lane against Rubik +1. Rubik Abaddon actually is probably going to be the lane. Actually, do you think the Abaddon's a support?
I would imagine it's probably going to be a 5. And they look to pick up a different 3 now. If they do, I'd really like to see them pick up a strong BKB core this game on Sparkling Water. I think that has to be the biggest thing here. Like, if you look at Cheeky Chum's lineup, they do literally nothing against a BKB, it feels like. So we'll have to see. I mean, they could even pick up something like a Lycan still. They go TB. Okay.
Lack of magic damage on Cheeky Chums opens up the door for Sparkling Water to grab the TB. I mean, Sentinel and Mirana could do a little bit of magic damage, but it's not going to be enough to stay down a Terrorblade, that's for sure.
I mean, Terrorblade's just innately a good core matchup up against the Ricky as well, because he has such high armor against the Ricky's physical damage. In the laning stage, he has really high armor against the Centaur as well. So, as long as the Abaddon sat behind the TB, this TB should just have an absolutely free time. Mirana can't really stop him from farming the jungle either. You can follow him around and watch him, but that's about it, really.
5 seconds remaining.
Just watch him farm.
The problem is now Cheeky Chums have 1 pick left, right? And they need to be able to counter the TB with it. And they need so much from their last pick, I think. And I don't really see a hero that fits everything. Maybe like a Tinker could be annoying, but even then, Void Spirit gives you decent catch to try and find the Tinker in the back line. So I feel like Sparkling Water have got a lot of their bases covered. They don't have a huge amount of team fight, which is, a slight worry, potentially. But they always have a pick left to be able to sort that out. I really like that OD ban, actually.
Yeah, that's pretty heads up, for sure. That's something which could have carried Cheeky Chums to a victory. But going on those lines, do we look towards the Storm or something along those lines for Cheeky Chums, maybe like a Lina? Just something which gives them the magic damage to burst down this Terrorblade and Void Spirit if they do manage to get them caught out.
Yeah, I think you need to pick up something that has a lot of mobility, because they don't have great catch on Sparkling Water, and I think you want to abuse that. But the reason I like the OD ban is because not only is it good against the TB, but it also sets up for the Morana Arrow mid, like, really well.
No, Monkey King. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, the Bounty Hunter pick's the one that stands out for me, though, straight away. Like, they have the track against the Ricky now, which is really nice. But it also allows them to play this kind of like tempo game with the Voice Spirit and the Bounty Hunter when they run around just looking for kills together. But the Monkey King is this kind of hero that I wanted MTD to play, where you try and set the tempo, you play really aggressive. It's a decent laner up against the Void Spirit as well, it has to be said. Looks like a pretty good Monkey King game. You might even end up going for a Radiance as well to try and help deal with this TB. Seems to be the in build at the moment.
Yeah, going for a couple of naughty options available for the Monkey King. Could go Maelstrom if he wants after the Echo Saber to get him a little bit of extra magic damage if he feels. Plenty of options. Good options. Yeah, there's a few. I think when you take a step back though and look at these two lineups against each other, Cheeky Chums have to play really fast, really tight, really kind of faultlessly. I think that there's too much pressure on them to just have a good laning phase into a fantastic early mid in order to kind of take this one. If they make one mistake, I think it's just going to come crumbling down on them. You're against a Bounty Hunter. He's got track. You're against the Terrorblade, who will just smash into the front of the net worth chart the moment he's given a chance. Void Spirit, Atlantic, going to be very aggressive, very down your throat. I am really, really worried for Cheeky Chumps on this one. I'm pretty confident that this is a straightforward win for Sparkling Water.
I think if this Void Spirit comes anywhere near close to having a decent laning stage, I think they do take it over. But if this Monkey King can be the one that kind of like does really well in the laning stage and forces him back a little bit so that he doesn't have that tempo early on, I feel like the Monkey King can be the one that kind of controls everything that goes on in the game. So I do think a lot of this game is going to come down to the mid matchup, just so you can get the big early advantage.
But then even if the Monkey King gets ahead though, like if he gets caught out, which he will do, you're against a Terrorblade with Reflection, a Bounty Hunter with Track, you're going to be able to find him in the trees, escaping is by no means easy, then it's all just going to come crumbling down again. I'm concerned, but I see what you're saying. I do take your points on board, but yeah,
I just think the Dire, like outside of TV, don't do a huge amount of damage, right? Like Bounty Hunter's okay. Void Spirit's okay, but they don't have like good sustained damage throughout a fight if TB's not there. So if the Monkey King can set a really good early tempo, yeah, he does like a lot of like with his spell damage and things. But like you can kill one hero, right? If you blow everything on them with a Void Spirit. But there's going to be more than one hero, right? So like after the first kill, where's their damage coming from?
Yeah, it's a little bit. Could be a little bit lacking. We'll see. All right, let's get into it. Game number 1 out of 1 in this best of 1 series.
You've recovered that quite well there.
Yeah, I say it every single time. I actually say it every single time. Like, it's such a habit to just be like, game 1 out of... Oh, wait, it's only one... I'm not used to best of 1s. That's the problem. Where do you find best of 1s in the wild, outside of the Prem?
TI lower bracket, round 1. They're the best
Strangely,
ones.
I haven't casted much of that. You'll be shocked to hear.
All the time. Has Monkey King started with Orb of Venom, by the way? No, he hasn't.
No,
okay.
He's not.
I'd be very surprised if he didn't try and bring that out relatively soon. I think it's going to be really important
here. For now, but yeah. We'll see if he decides to go for that a little bit later on. But it's able to get the Jingle off with that bit of bonus range there. So that should secure the range creep. No, it's Zanta gets it anyway.
Ooh, nice dodge there. Yeah.
A little bit surprising. Usually if you can get that first Jingo off, then that's kind of the first range creeps kind of secured, but I think he went for the enemy's range creep. He's got to get that. He doesn't get the enemy range creep either.
Oh no.
Oh, what
a disaster.
That's not the side you want your butter on.
It's lockdown nerves getting to him. That's the problem.
It is going stir crazy here, MTD. Doesn't know which way is up.
But yeah, I mean, lane's going relatively evenly so far. Both teams doing okay. Nobody really pulling ahead massively at this point. Which I feel like most of the games we cast, there's usually like one lane that kind of like goes really badly for at least one team. like even after the first minute or two.
Yeah. Then we'll see if any of them start to topple down. So far, so good though. But yeah, this feels like, I don't know if it's Greedy Lane, Bounty Hunter, and Rubik. You know, Bounty Hunter he obviously is still a melee hero, therefore Fadebot's going to work quite well with him. But should this be punished?
It's not a kill lane, right? They have to be greedy in the sense that they need to be constantly pulling and things. They can't really like normally it wouldn't be that strong, but they're playing against a Ricky as well, which is like pretty weak in the laning stage. So they're kind of just like trading farm on the cores in this laning stage, really. I don't think
has to throw Opus off him.
And this TB has 16 eyes already, by the way. He's having great fun.
Yeah, he's living the dream right here. Xantic up in the top lane.
But this is what happens when you play against Mirana. That can literally do nothing to your hero while you farm under tower.
It is Xantic on the Terrorblade, isn't it?
No, it's symmetrical.
Symmetrical, right. It's
Xantic
on the Void Spirit, yeah.
Void Spirit, yeah.
Makes much more sense.
Joe, I hate casting games that have Void and Void Spirit in them, by the way. I'm just going to put it out there. I know it's not this game, but...
Oh, right, okay. I was thinking like, is he okay? Does he realize? Yeah, Monkey, he's doing okay at mid. Could have been doing better. Now that Xantic's got his bottle as well, that's going to allow him just to keep on spamming out his resonant pulses in order to secure CS. But yeah, MTD kind of just zoning him off the lane right now. It's a really bad matchup for the Void Spirit. And he's going in here. He's got the range creep. Is it going to be paid for? He's thrown down the Remnant at Xantic, though. Now that Jingu runs out, means there's not much for MTD to do.
MTD's doing a really good job of dodging the Aether Remnants, though. Has to be said. He's kind of dominating in that aspect. I think if Xantic doesn't get the 4-minute rune here, his lane's going to be really bad. Yeah,
it's going to be costly. MTD should look to put on the pressure here. So annoying, just constantly putting on the pressure. This is what we like to see, though. This is really what we like to see from MTD, is this kind of aggressive way to play the lane. He should be dominating this, and he is.
Yeah, and here comes the 4-minute rune. There's going to be a Mirana arrow as well.
Yeah, unfortunately does miss out here. And this is why a lot of us don't like the Mirana. Oh, he's not managing to get either here. MTD's got to grab the haste rune. Nice rotation in from the Mirana. Throws down the... Okay, so I was about to criticize the Mirana, but actually I'm going to go immediately back on that and say, actually, that was a really nice rotation and good use of the hero, because, you know, you just come in, you throw an arrow, if it lands, hooray, you get a kill. If you don't, doesn't matter. You're still getting the bounties. And look at the aggression coming through into Xantic. He might just be dead here. Lots of parry fire, but the right click comes in from MTD with the Jingu to finish the job. And MTD gets first blood after dominating Xantic for about 3 minutes. He now gets a kill to top it off as well.
That's a triple bad thing there, right?
Oh, a triple bad. Oh no.
1, he dies, right? 2, he uses the glyph to try and stop the boundless strike heal coming through and uses it slightly too late, so the Monkey King gets the heal anyway.
That's two bads.
Yeah, that's 2 bads. And then 3, he died. I'm just going to use that again. I can't remember what I was going to say. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. And now an arrow comes sailing on in, but it's Xantic. He's got that ward to the left, so he's got extra vision to make sure that he doesn't get caught out by that one. 5-minute comes out, should be able to grab at least 1 bounty rune and fill up that bottle now, but what difference does it really make? I don't think this is a lane anymore. And actually, trees come on through. He's going to grab that bounty rune off him, so not even grabbing himself the bottle refill. This is not looking too fresh. Meanwhile, Chryson getting on top of tree right now. MTD making his way over though, looking to turn it around onto Chryson here, cancelling out the TP with the boundless strike, and that's going to be a kill. Grab the way of MTD, his second one of the game.
Yeah, thank God he went for a point in tree dance. It really annoys me when I see Monkey King players just... Do you remember when I said Mirana's a useless hero?
I kind of want to Flamer Observer a little bit there just by catching that arrow onto the catapult, like... You know, you're not supposed to make players look this bad.
Come on, Rob.
Come on, Rob.
Show some respect.
You're doing him a disservice here.
Yeah. This TB, though, look at his CS. Like, look at the TB versus the center. This lane's just, like, so one-sided. And this is the problem when you pick Mirana. You feel literally no pressure in the lane. And TB has 15 armor, so he's getting clicked by the center here. And he just laughs. He doesn't care. Like, so as well as the Monkey King's doing mid, we have to remember that TB's having, like, equally, if not better, of a time than the Monkey King.
Oh, we have a kill down in the bottom lane, though, as Regix is able to take down Opus on the Ricky. A bit of invis on invis action.
There's a ward here, by the way, that sees Morana the whole time up on that cliff. So, yeah, Void Spirit's like, oh, hey, man.
Player's middle tower is under attack.
Even though Azantic's already getting ruined, the Morana's still just hanging around mid a ton, just being extra annoying.
Well, I think that's because she realizes that she can't do anything to the TB, though, right? If I was her, I'd just be going and running around and like arrowing jungling creeps and things just to try and hit your item timings quicker, because at least then you'd be doing something rather than kind of just sitting mid and just chilling.
Yeah.
TB heads off to the jungle. I think he was level 5. Gives the lane to T-Governor. They might even decide to put the Void Spirit top lane relatively soon to try and get a little bit more farm and put the Abaddon mid instead. Faded Brooch on the TB is amazing as well, because the hero, these illusion heroes... Sorry?
Does he need the mana?
The mana's really nice, because you constantly ferry Claries out anyway, right?
Right.
So it's the fact that...
Mirror image spam. Or, no, not mirror image, that's Naga.
But it's also the fact that your illusions gain the movement speed as well, right? So that they can just run around the jungle and farm, get to camps quicker and things.
Oh, yeah, true.
That's why you see illusion heroes always build Yasha as well, because it's like one of the most valuable items on the illusion heroes.
Oh, hell yeah, Mango Tree. You know, one thing I've been exploring recently is the many uses of Mango Tree. I think there's 3 types of Mango Trees in the world, right? There's the defensive Mango Tree, which we see a lot of. You know, you put it somewhere around your own areas where it's going to give you a bit of vision. You can jump in and get a mango, maybe whilst you're farming. Very nice, especially when you've got a TB on the team. There's, Bounty down in the bottom lane, getting 2 tracks up, but the return is coming in as Opus jumps himself forward with MTD. They're chasing down Radix here. Can they really find this kill, though? I don't think they can, because they've got no more tree downs available on Zantic. With the Invis rune actually turning up into this one, they jump forward deep onto Chryson taking heavy hits here. MTD will finish the job, but now with that Shuriken come jumping on through, Opus is in some trouble. Astral Step through, Opus on the run, the right clicks are there, the big damage coming in with the Bounty, and they will finish the job.
I'm really surprised they didn't try and go on the Monkey King there, though. After the first Astral Step, he just walked away after getting Shuriken tossed.
Yeah, they went for the Riki instead.
But, like, I'm sure the Monkey King's like the biggest kill you can get on the map at the moment. Because we talked about him needing to be the one that controls the tempo of the game. And his hero means that, every death he gets is going to slow that tempo down a lot. And then the TB, though, in the meantime, again, completely untouched. 65 and 21. So, like, T dies up in the top lane to the Centaur and the Morana, but it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't do anything. Oh.
Chat was asking to turn down the music, but there is no music, so where is the music coming from?
I get no award.
MTD jumping onto T-Governor, an Arabian thrown as well, but easily dodged out by the players of Sparkling Water. Yeah, I mean, it's a good start for Cheeky Chums, but, the gold is still in Sparkling Water's favour. And if we show it over to net worth, I'm sure we'll see a very similar story there as the TB. Yeah, I mean, just a little bit behind that Monkey King. Not far at all.
Who's going to get the 10-minute bounty runes here? That's the big question for me. I mean, the Radiant get both the outposts, which is really nice for them, but not a massive deal. Looks like they're going to...
they'll get a tree as well, though. It's going to be a track kill as well, I think. Let's see. Trying to chase him down, and they get the kill with the Shuriken.
Oh, well, Ratchet's actually level 8 as well. He's pretty farmed on this bounty hunter. He's actually ahead of the TB in net worth now. And this Ricky, how has this Ricky struggled so much? I guess bounty hunter just keeps stealing his gold. Can't do anything. What does he do?
Centaur, getting low. Oh, he's taking the stack. Yes, he might die to the stack, though.
How is he?
He's on
really
1
HP.
Low. It
just TP's back to base. He's fine.
Fine.
I'm fine, team. I'm fine.
No worries. Anyway, that was him. That was him though taking the enemy's stack. I'm not sure if he made it for himself or if the enemy had made it. But it was on the enemy side of the map anyway. So
they see the dire gank train coming down bot. By the way. And I think Radix has a Quelling Blade, so if he wants to, he can try and cut through the trees here. Yeah, he's going to.
Yeah, they might... Well, I mean, they can't find Opus under the cover of invisibility anyways, but yeah, with this Metamorphosis, they're going to get a decent amount of damage done to this tower, but the response is coming over. They seem to know, though. Sparkling Water, do they want to fight or do they want to run? How much longer is left of this Metamorphosis? Yeah, there's actually... pretty big degree of caution being shown from Cheeky Chums as well. Maybe they just want to wait out this metamorphosis. I mean, there's still plenty of time left on it.
I think they realised that the dire side saw them coming over, so they were kind of like walking into a trap in a way. And you saw Tiga put a sentry down ready because he knew they were coming.
Oh, Ricky could be in some trouble. Stampede's going to be thrown out to allow him to get himself away. Atlantic with the double damage is searching for more here, but they're not really finding anything just yet. It's going to put an end to this for the time being, but they're just moving themselves across in towards the middle lane. Yeah, I mean, Sparkling Water, they feel strong right now. Should they?
Yeah, I think they should. I mean, this bounty hunter's got 2k gold spare as well, and I'm really wondering what he's going to be going for next. Can we see the Ags rush? That's my question. Or will he go like something boring like a Vlad's?
Radjix, I mean, you know, big fan of her braces. We'll see if he's as big a fan as Aghanim Scepters. I certainly hope so.
Wasn't it Cube on the Tiny that just built loads of braces
They both did.
before?
Radjix and Cube both just spammed out braces. Yeah, like 9 braces or something.
Can never have too many braces.
You can.
Do you know what? It reminds me
up your backpack.
Yeah, it reminds me when Sing Sing used to play roaming heroes, and when you ran them before, you could just buy Boots Orb of Venom.
Yeah.
And then he would build like 10 braces or something afterwards, and just carry on roaming around.
Yeah, pretty no-brain way to play Dota. Pretty fun. There's something to be said though, like nice long arrow at mid, nothing to follow it up with though. There's something to be said though. I find this an interesting discussion when you're talking about new players, right? And I had a friend who was trying to learn, and they'd had about 200-ish games in, so not great, still learning, but good enough to understand the basics. And my friend said, "Oh, you shouldn't have guides up. You should never have item guides up because you need to figure out the items yourself." And I was like, that's horrible advice, because at 150 games, it's still important to be trying to... could be trouble for the Monkey King here, though. Nice arrow going to slow them down a little bit with a lift up, throw back. MTD goes for the ultimate, but that's not going to help him. He still gets dropped, and that's the 3 times killing streak going the way of Symmetrical, in fact, on the Terrorblade.
And no, man,
that's not who you want to get that kill.
That's not just a normal kill either, that's a track kill as well. We have to remember that every time Sparkling Water are picking something up, they are getting it amped by this track gold.
This isn't just any kill. This is a M&S track kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You're right there.
Nova.
I reckon you're the kind of guy that after a while you just start talking to yourself in a room when you get bored.
It's a constant track going on in my head.
It's the isolation hitting you hard.
It is. I finally got someone to talk to. I'm not letting this go to waste.
Opus basically isn't a hero at this point, by the way, on the Ricky. He's really struggling.
No, he is an invisible creep. Meanwhile, ulti's being used. Jump forward for Kryson, steals the Stampede, get him to his team to a much better position. They just turn around and force down MTD. Once again, Shuriken comes on through. Atlantic there playing catch, and they'll bring down the Monkey once again. And now you have no Monkey. What do you have? No Centaur is going to be the answer. Opus as well nearly catches an arrow from Kryson there as well. Nukamati running himself back, as overall it's another disastrous fight for Cheeky Chums. And this is where it starts to crumble. You lose your Monkey King twice in a row. All of a sudden he's not a hero anymore. This Terrorblade is absolutely huge. What do you do?
I was going to say, you can see in the fights that TP's just standing there, like holding his ground and hitting people, and they have no way of dealing with him at all. It feels like, because oh my goodness, that's a double track kill as well.
Yeah, 2 shurikens flying on out as well from Radjix.
And you can see their track kills because their net worth went from 5k to 7k very quickly. Yeah, the advantage. I do love that the tempo that they're playing, though, on this Sparkling Water side. I mean, we talked about how Cheeky Chums, if they wanted to win this matchup, they were going to have to be the ones, setting the tempo. But with this Bounty Hunter, the thing is, even if you trade evenly in kills, they're always going to be ahead on the dire side. And I think they realised that it was going to be an action-packed fiesta.
Mm-hmm. So has the Bounty Hunter spent his money yet, is my question. He's gone for the Orchid.
Oh,
okay.
Jesus. He can solo kill anybody now. Apart from maybe the center, which is the one he's found. Which is,
yeah, well, whatever. Track, silence, coming on in, cancelling out that stomp, but the Monkey's come on over. He's popping the ultimate. He wants to try and fight up into this one, and they've got decent time arrow onto Radjix here. Can they finish the job? Yes, they can. Right before he goes in, Viz T-Gov trying to sit on the front lines. He's got the borrowed time, so just trying to force back the side of the Cheeky Chums. And now with Zantic sitting on the front lines here, they're going to use that Stolen Stampede once again to get themselves back. But MTD jumping on forwards here, finding the Abaddon. He has not got the borrowed time any longer. Shield is also off cooldown as well, but Opus can't quite seem to close the gap here. And now Lift comes out onto him. Frost Shield not going to help him out much, or is it actually? He's being kept alive for the time being, but Zantic comes on forwards onto MTD and finds Opus instead. A little bonus kill, and now they jump forwards. A nice Ice Blast going to come bouncing on through, but the illusion's soaking up most of the damage. Nova coming back into this one, just popping the Stampede, trying to sit on the front lines. In comes the Sunder from Mr. Symmetrical there. Not really getting much done. Now Murano, no, tries to help out, but just ends up feeding away. Another track kill. 2 Radjiks right now. It is just,
It's relentless, isn't it?
Fingernails on chalkboard gameplay from Cheeky Gems right now.
I mean, Kryson still had the Stampede stolen from before, which completely makes that fight so much easier. And this Orchid's just, you know, we talk about their pick-off potential. With the Orchid, it's even stronger. Another track kill. All of a sudden, 10k net worth advantage. And if you look at the Ricky's net worth, I talked about him not being a hero. He's even less of a hero now.
Invisible
nice one,
creep.
T. Good ult.
Never miss out on a. Oh, he's got Shivas queued up. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Once he gets that, he'll be unstoppable. He thinks Opus may be reaching the end of his tether on this one.
Just want some armor. That's all. You know.
Some cheap armor.
Yeah.
Budget armor with the Shivas.
Nice and cheap Shivas. Yeah. When I think of Shivas, I always think cheap.
Yeah, nice value item.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the side lanes just seem to have, the side lane cores on the Radiant side seem to have just collapsed into
they don't really exist anymore,
non-existence.
Anthony trying to play around with the Zantic here. Zantic does have himself a Yule Scepter now, which is going to throw out the Silences out onto the Monkey King as well. Monkey King running out of health, and he will die. But the return onto a Zantic, is it coming through? Yes, it is. Opus jumps in and finds himself a nice 700 gold from that kill. But tracks are coming down. They have to be cautious here. They might still want to fight on the side of Sparkling Water, and they do realize that on the side of Cheeky Chums, so they're just going to regroup, rally up, and get themselves out of there.
That's the thing, right? They trade 1 for 1, and you're like, oh, actually, that was okay. But it's a track kill. So Dire just pull further ahead.
Yeah.
Bounty Hunter's one of those heroes that's just so horrible to play against. Because you feel so stressed all the time, like, if you ever give anything away.
I mean, look at that. He can, like, if that Lich wasn't there, Nukamati might have just gotten 2 shot by the bounty. 3 spells, 2 shots. That's all you need. Opus being chased by these annoying illusions as well. Oh.
I do like that MTD's going for BKB next, though. I think he has to. Like, he has no choice. Like, he needs the item that allows him to just be able to run in and fight. And I don't know how close Centaur is to Blink, but...
Yeah, especially with his Orchid on the bounty as well. They're looking at Nova here. Nova actually is going to pop the Stampede for this one, and he's got to use another spell, otherwise he's going to get stolen. Nope, Stampede gets stolen once again by Kryson as they continue bullying poor old Centaur. But there is a fairly nice Wukong's down. They might have themselves a Bounty Hunter. Stampede being used in response, so gets the bounty out of there. Meanwhile, the damage is coming out from Symmetrical. T going to jump onto the front line, just controlling up MTD and Opus. That's Zantic playing around the back lines, but a nice arrow comes cutting on through it. Zantic cut down. Nova does die, but gonna buy back into this one. They want to try and take this fight, but a mid-air Sunder onto the Monkey King kills him off. Oh my goodness, is there any stopping this man? Opus jumps in, gets slapped twice and killed off. And yeah, Nova trying to get something done here, and they're just playing around with him. They're just gonna encircle him and kill him off. Down goes Nova for the 2nd time. A buyback from him, making it into a dieback. Ow.
When you play Centaur against Rubik, it's really important that you save your retaliate charges being popped to just after Stampede, because the Rubik can steal retaliate now that it has an active. It didn't used to. So if you can stop giving away Stampede on Centaur, that's the first way to winning a fight.
Yeah, that's the first baby step to take.
Like, good Rubik players will always look for it, though, right? Because Centaur players, it's not in their mind right at that moment, unless they've done that, played that matchup a lot before, that they need to be pressing it straight away. Oh, sick arrow.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Like, if you look at the map as well, sorry, like the Dire side just can control everything, right? Like, they've been controlling the whole bottom half of the map for a while now. This Riki needs to try and come play up top to get some farm, because it's the place where the Dire are least likely to be to try and stop him, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. Get some lanes pushed out, try and relieve a bit of the pressure on yourself, and get that BKB up on the Monkey King should definitely be the plan for Cheeky Chums here. But if they can't do that, then they're going to have issues. Arrow.
Oh,
Nice
no.
arrow onto Rajix here. They should be able to catch out this Bounty Hunter. Smoke Cloud comes cutting on down, and they will kill down the Bounty Hunter. Meanwhile, Stampede being used. They're looking for the +1 here, and the +1 should be Xantic, but opens instead, settles for his Courier. It's something, and it's actually quite a big something. It's part of his Aghanim Scepter. I don't know if it was a final part. And it pours out from T-Governor as he might be in the wrong neighborhood right here.
That makes more sense. They were lagging. It's fine. I get it. Ratic's kind of just like, I don't think he saw the arrow coming. He kind of just stood there. He was probably looking at somewhere else on his screen at the time. And he's like, guys, I messed up. Very sorry.
I did an oopsie. Terribly sorry. But G's are called. They set their eyes upon this cheeky arrow from Chryson. Arrow returned, but Murata, look at the damage coming out from Adante. They're just going to be able to bring down Nokamati, no questions asked. Meanwhile, Opus jumping onto the backlines, trying to find Chryson here, but he's doing no damage at all. This Riki hitting like a wet tissue. Which you should have on your dynasty to be able to cough into. Yeah, the arrow does just about miss. A ton of pings coming out there, actually, but MTD does get popped all the same.
I bet Chryson screamed as he let that arrow out that it was going to hit him.
Oh, yeah.
I bet that's what the tip's about, because I do the same as a Rubik whenever I steal arrow. I'm like, I'm going to smash them, I'm going to get them. Yeah. And Symmetrical's just okay. He just manages to get a courier out of nowhere from walking into the enemy base. That's fun. It's quite impressive. Fun. Oh my god, the Abba passive's going to... Oh god. These towers are going to...
We've had some requests, by the way, for you to say you're a special lion, if you wouldn't mind.
No, not yet. Okay. It has to be the right moment today, you know.
Smart. You got to protect your brand.
Yeah,
don't cheapen it by just doing it on request.
I don't take requests for it, you know. It has to be. You have to feel it. It's in the moment. Man, and they're all just catching arrows.
Like an arrow magnet right now, but Tika will save him this time. And actually, Riki not looking too hot right now. A Frost Shield not going to do him much good. Nova as well in the middle of all of this is being chomped away at by Xantic, and he's going to be able to get killed off by T-Governor in the end. Meanwhile, MTD trying to find someone, trying to get his Jingo off.
It's the counting battle.
But unfortunately, what can he really do? Okay, he can beat in T-Governor, that's for sure. But no, Xantic's on top of him. Xantic will take him down. That's going to be 2 kills going the way off the Terrorblade, and that's going to put an end to it.
TV's in. He's in the fountain.
23 minutes into the game, probably going to take over to 24 minutes, but that is a clean victory, and it's the ultra kill for the TP in the end there.
No, Rob, don't say it. No. Yeah, that game was.
Rob's trying to get on it as well.
That game was very anticlimactic. It has to be said. I'm really disappointed because, you know, I thought this was going to be closer than it was, and we said coming into this game that it was going to be very interesting to see if anybody could play with the top 2 teams, and it feels like Cheeky Chums were a little way away still.
Yeah, and is that kind of the second place in terms of who we're looking at when you say top 2 teams? You know, in third place, sorry, obviously Sparkling Water and what are they called? Rage Gaming now? Got that wrong? Nerd Rage? That's it. Nerd Rage. Yeah, they're the top 2, right? But Cheeky Chums, who we hope to be number 3.
Yeah, I mean, but this is the thing. Like, when Sparkling Water played against Nerd Rage last week, those two looked like on a completely different level in terms of gameplay when they were against each other, and I'm yet to see any of the other teams give them a really good game. So,
yeah.
Hopefully we'll see one before the end of the group stage, because otherwise it feels like the playoffs are going to be really telegraphed.
Well, I mean, the first game will be, but the first series will be, but yeah, it's going to be 3 teams in the playoffs, right?
So it's 4, I think, right? Oh, 3 in the playoffs, technically.
Well, it's probably going to be online now anyway, so might as well make it, why not bring everyone to the playoffs?
Yeah, true.
Just make a big elimination bracket.
So there's 2 teams that go through to the final, but 2nd, 3rd, and 4th all play against each other, right?
Yeah.
So 4th place, 3rd place, and then 2nd place, the winner of 4th versus 3rd. So, I don't know, this game just felt really rough for
Yeah,
Cheeky Chums,
as I said, you know, Cheeky Chums, they did have that good laning phase we were looking for, but when it came out of the laning phase, they just kind of like, oh, well, we have a farmed Monkey King, but our Riki doesn't do anything.
I mean, bot lane was an absolute disaster for them, right? I don't know what happened. We were kind of focusing on mid so much because the Morana was there a lot, but yeah, that bot lane they absolutely crumbled.
Not looking good. Not looking good at all. But you know, it's a learning moment for Cheeky Chums. I think even though your Riki had nothing, I still think you need to fight with that hero. Like, that hero is not going to come back by getting a couple of creep waves. You need to just start trying to do stuff.
That hero can't fight until it has Diffusal, though. Like, when it gets Diffusal, it's a completely different hero. But when you have, like, Tread's Double Wraith and you're trying to, like, play this really quick tempo that the Bounty Hunter's setting, you really don't do anything. Like, it feels really underwhelming.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem with the draft as well. You know, if you pick Riki and Monkey King, then you're basically saying these two heroes both need to have a good lane. Generally, winning 2 out of 3 lanes is a pretty big ask. You know, usually you have one lane kind of close, one lane lost, that kind of thing. But yeah, and also they do more or less the same thing as well. You know, it's like kind of one has a silence, one has a stun. Otherwise, they're both kind of quite aggressive, right-clicking. And when you pick up this TB who just doesn't care about either of those heroes particularly much, you've got yourself issues.
Yeah, that's why I was like unsure about the Monkey King pick though in the first place, because like it feels really good in the laning stage, but like afterwards they just don't have anything for the TB at all. And this is what I mean. Like they had 1 pick left to deal with the TB and sort the rest of their draft out, and there just wasn't one left. So you know they went with what they were comfortable with and something that could play the tempo game that Bounty Hunter was going to set. But you know, if this TB goes completely untouched all game, then it's going to be so difficult for you.
Yeah, and that top lane was not able to put on any pressure, really. I mean, you know, when you got there, Centaur and Morana wasn't even there at top, so...
Stop picking Morana, guys. It's just... I love that hero. It's my second most played, and I adore it to bits, but it doesn't do anything. Like,
yeah.
It's super underwhelming.
Yeah, Nikomata, you know, if you're out there, if you are begging for Morana in the draft... don't do that. You know it's a bad hero. We know it's a bad hero. It's like people that ask for Pudge in the draft. You know, it's like how Tika probably plays with Cube every time. Cube's probably like, please give me Pudge. Tika's like, no Cube, be quiet. But
Cube just leaves Discord.
Yeah, fine. I'll just build braces instead. Fine, whatever, as long as it's not Pudge. And of course, we have our player of the match. Well, I'm not sure we've got it up just yet, but you can, of course, head to Twitter to vote for your player of the match. And your choices are Chryson, Adzantic, or Adjix. Do you agree with the choices, Mo?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I thought Radjix played really well, especially on the Bounty Hunt. They caught a few arrows at the end, but you know, him and Adzantic between them were just running everywhere, finding kills all over the place.
He caught the arrows for his team. Mo.
Chryson, I thought true. I also thought Chryson stealing or the Stampede very often was
like 3-4 times.
Yeah, not expected. Probably shouldn't happen, but he did it. So you know, why not him?
Yeah, and Adzantic just playing his usually huge lane recovery there as well. He got stomped in lane, and then just comes back and is like, hey, you know what? I'm still Void Spirit. I'm still going to play my Dota. And he still just runs at them and creates so much opportunity. Is able to still be that front line. And that's a sign of a really good mid player as well. You know, if you have someone who wins stomp after stomp after stomp, I'm not impressed. But if you're someone who's able to get stomped and then come back and still be a huge impact in the game, then that's a good player and someone you want on your team.
I mean, that's the power of Void Spirit though in general as well, right? Where even if you don't get a lot of CS in the lane stage, as long as you get levels, your skill set is so innately good at allowing you to fight anyway, where you can just run around the map and make things happen. Because you know that shield makes you deceptively tanky with the amount of physical damage that you can withstand, and his skill set's just so unbelievably like bonkers for allowing him to go crazy around the map, and he's so mobile that just run at people with the track, get kills, win game.
Yeah, and Bounty Void always looks good, doesn't it? Like when it goes well, it always looks good. When it goes badly, it looks awful. Like it's one of those all or nothing combos. But yeah. What would you like to see coming out from the side of Cheeky Chums for their next match then?
From them, I don't know who they're playing last next week, but I would not pick Morana is one. And then I want to see them move away from the Centaur pick as well, because I've seen them play it twice now and it's looked really underwhelming both times. I don't know whether it's Nova individually that maybe he's had a couple of bad lanes in a row, but I feel like we haven't seen this Centaur hit its potential yet.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying there. The Centaur has been, I don't know, that hero is obviously good. Like, it's been one of the most contested heroes of a lot of, not just this event, obviously, but off most recent patches. But apparently just not really working out too well in this game.
You just need to be able to pick a position for that works well with it in the laning stage. Like, this Centaur Mirana sounds really good, and then Abaddon gets picked, and they're like, oh, never mind, game's over. Like, we literally can't do anything anymore because they just shield off the arrow every single time. You know, maybe we kill the Abba with our combo, but in the meantime, TB's still just farming the lane anyway, so it wouldn't even make a difference.
Alrighty, I am informed we have an interview with the one and only T Governor coming in live from Ukraine. T Governor, how's it going?
Going great, mate. How are you two guys doing, more importantly? This is what I'm here for, just to see your faces.
Yeah, pretty good. I want to ask, I'm just going to ask straight up first, like, right? There was a lot of pigging going on in that game from your team. I feel like it was to do with the arrows, potentially. Can you just shed some light on that a little bit?
So it all stems from the draft. It all stems from the draft, right? So we're basically like, what do we want to play? And I was like, I don't mind. We had Kryzen, so we picked his hero. And then Symmetrical was like, I want an Abaddon in my lane. I was like, no what, buddy? I'll do your service. I'll play Abaddon. And from that point, I was really bored. I was just so bored. I like lane. We just denied I don't know if you watched. We somehow denied like the whole, like 2 waves, right? And then I didn't have to do anything because Mirana left. So I was like, I'm really bored. So then it just became the game of, am I going to arrow shield you? Am I not? Is it like, it was just a fun game.
Where was Cube? What's his excuse?
Well, it wasn't actually Cube's fault, mate. It was basically for this tournament, you've got to sign up your players by 3 o'clock. And you have to select what 5 you play with. So Cube was playing officials with his real team, aggressive mode, shout out. They lost 2-1, but unfortunate. He might have been able to play, but unfortunately we wouldn't have known until like 7 o'clock. So it was pretty much just so we don't get punished, we just used our sub to get around that problem. So big man Kryzen standing in, thank you Kryzen, and stellar performance with Rubik.
Yeah, Creston's. I was saying to Nomad before that I felt like if there was anybody that was going to stand in for you, I'm glad it was him because he was so close to qualifying anyway. That it felt like it was.
That's why I picked him up.
It was the right thing to do. Yeah.
Exactly. I realized that I needed to find a sub, right? And I knew that my team, the potential people that would be going would be either the carry, offlane, or maybe me. So I needed a person who could maybe play carry, offlane, maybe play support. Kryzen kind of does a bit of both, so it kind of fits. So now I've got a power sub. So watch out. If any of you want to neck one of my players, I've got a powerful guy to come in and play. So don't come for us. Even though we're not that good, but still, please don't come for us. Thank you.
So I ask you this question every week, except last week because you didn't win, and therefore you didn't get an interview. But every week, we ask the same question. Have you guys been practicing yet? Has lockdown finally been enough of an incentive to get you guys playing as 5? Or...
No, we all lead pretty busy lives. So Rajik's on the real team. He plays with, I believe, Noob, who's the mid laner for Chicken Mayo. I believe in that team. Don't hold me to that. Cube's playing on aggressive mode. Symmetrical's playing like Final Fantasy or some weeb thing, I don't know. And Atlantic's playing pub. So everyone's got their lives to live. I think, no, we're just looking forward to when the tournament starts to heat up. The best of 3, the semi-finals, the grand final, that's... When we get to that stage, maybe when we'll do something, but it's hard, right, to find time. It's this tournament's been going now for like nearly 4 or 5 months, so it's an ongoing process.
I like that you mentioned everybody in your team's busy, but you're just an unranked fiend. Are you the guy that's feeling the most then? You wish you could practice.
I'm playing Abaddon 5, mate. You could replace me with anyone, and it'd have the same performance in this team. I'm literally just a Healy boy. Like I even at one point I was like telling my team, okay, so play here guys, let's do this. I was just doing all the comm stuff, and then at one point like, yo guys, please let's go top, let's flush them out here to take over the map. And then Rajix is like, I want to track this man, I want to track this guy, and he dies. And it's like, what the hell are you doing, Rajix? That was my only input, and he didn't even listen to that. God damn Rajix. Hope he doesn't happen.
He was catching lots of arrows for you guys at least.
They're doing it on purpose because Symmetrical just wanted to farm. Like I really wish we recorded our comms because this is Symmetrical going, I'm going to farm now, bye. My ultimate's not up, bye. It's like, God damn it, symmetrical. Just come fight. Come be a Ooga Booga boy with us. You're meant to be UK. You're meant to be an ape and run at people. You're trying to win the game.
That is what we're
Trying
known
to be
for.
so try hard.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
T,
exactly.
as always, lovely having you on. Congratulations on your win, and we'll catch up with you possibly next week. Probably next week. Any final words?
No, I'm just really looking forward to seeing how the other teams play and to get into the bracket, the best of three. So I just want to play some competitive best of three, best of fives, where it's a bit more interesting than best of ones, because it's a shame to see these guys, they play one game and that's it, right? Like I want to see like the bounce back, what they're going to try and answer with, and unfortunately we don't get to see that in the groups. So yeah, fast forward 2-3 weeks, please. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you very much, T, and we look forward to seeing more from you next week. But next up, we got ourselves Sneed versus Edgar Davids Fan Club. Mo, quick predictions before we get into the breaks for this one.
I think Edgar Davids Fan Club versus Sneed's probably the closest game we'll have today. And I think if Edgar Davids are going to win a game, it has to be this one, because it's against people that they're very confident about. You know, they've beat them before in qualifiers in the past and things, and they've got to be on top of their game though, because they've looked really poor, especially in the drafting, I would say, in the first couple of weeks. So hopefully we can see big things from them.
Alrighty, well, that's going to be coming up after this short break, but we will be back very shortly with that game. That is Sneed versus Edgar Davids Fan Club.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Back yourself. You heard me. Don't back a horse. Don't back a stranger. Don't back a man who dresses like a shinobi. Back yourself. You gem. You rock. You star. You train like a pro. You should be paid like a pro.
Parsec lets you play your entire library of games on any device, anywhere, with anyone, at any time. It's easy. Install Parsec and boom, your PC game library is at your fingertips. Are you bored playing solo? Share a link with anyone and go multiplayer. No friends online? Jump into Parsec's arcade and play with people from all around the world. Parsec's available for most things with screens. Download now.
Bring the drums in.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Premiership. My name is Nomad. Joining me is Mo Farah as we get straight back into today's action here, working our way through the leagues, through the teams, through the stars of UK Dota, the rising stars and some falling stars, unfortunately, in the last series. But we'll focus on the rising ones. And hopefully, I don't want to be biased here because teams need... I want to see them get the win as well, but Edgar Davids, they haven't gotten one yet, so I kind of feel like they kind of deserve at least one. I mean, come on, look at those standings. It's 0-3 to Edgar Davids fan club, unfortunately, right now. Teams need, they're only able to get themselves one win as well, so really, both teams need the win. I think teams need... they could possibly get themselves into the into the playoffs if they can get a couple of wins now. I don't know how possible it's for Edgar Davids at 0-3.
Unsure, but for certain, if either team wants to win the playoffs or get to the playoffs, so they have to win today. So, if you go 0-4, you've definitely got no chance. If you go 1-3, it's looking less likely for Sneed, I would say.
And as you can see there on the team layouts, we've got Gleet standing in for the Edgar Davids fan club. Gleet is but he's very high MMR, isn't he? He's a very good player.
Yeah, Gleet's like, I don't know what he is at the moment, but I think he's around 6.5 or something. But he's normally a core player, but he's going to be playing position 4 today. Obviously standing in, I don't know if he's standing on or they've swapped, but he's playing instead of Little Cheat, who last game when we cast him, he was playing Wyvern. And he had a lot of positional issues. I don't know if you remember. So I don't think Little Cheat's been playing too much Dota recently, which is why they've got somebody else in instead, in Glee. So hopefully, this change can, push them forward to get them their first win.
They could just pick him Wind Ranger, right? Like, he loves that hero.
Wind Ranger 4 is a interesting hero. I know FY played it in China a lot,
FY
right?
played it, yeah. LGD's been doing a hell of a lot, and it's been working very well for them. So, if LGD can do it, why can't Edgar Davids fan club?
They are pretty much the same level, it has to be said, I think.
They're similar in a lot of ways, more so than people realise, perhaps. But as well, Edgar Davids needs to get a win because they're using my logo, and I don't want one of my logo teams to... Team Sneed didn't want my logo, so this is now a grudge match for me. I'm incredibly biased for this one. Let's go Edgar Davids.
I think
down with Team Sneed. Sorry, Icky.
I think this game will be really fun to watch, though, because these guys know each other quite well. So I think there's going to be a lot of running at people. I think there's going to be a lot of action, or at least I hope so anyway. But it should be a good spectator event, I think, for everybody involved.
Yeah, hopefully. Anything you're expecting now coming into this series? Any picks or any play styles coming out from either of these two teams?
I know Mist has been playing a lot of Grimstroke and a lot of Keeper of the Light recently. I talked about those two heroes before, but I think him especially enjoys those. In terms of core heroes, Crayon's been playing a lot of like win condition heroes at the moment. I know he's been playing a lot of carry, but he's still playing mid in this squad. So I'd be interested to see what kind of heroes come out from him, whether he decides to move to kind of like a more space creating role, or that he still plays the win condition heroes, and Positivity is the guy that plays the tempo heroes. It's going to be a interesting build up from them in their draft, because I know Gleet started drafting with them last week, which is the only time as their coach, and it was the only time out of their 3 games before this week that I actually felt like they had an okay draft. The other 2 it felt really poor. So, hopefully now he's playing for them as well. They can get this draft going again for them where they give themselves a chance at winning the game. And then, they can build BKBs on their heroes this time. That would be good.
Always an important step. Alrighty, guys. It is time to head over to Twitter at ESL UK and throw in your votes for the Twitter polls. In fact, I think we have the results of the Twitter poll up already between these two teams. And, my goodness, Edgar Davids, they've got a turnout. How much this fan base and how much this... actual prediction based.
I think it's probably the players getting involved as well in voting. That's the big swing. So yeah, I would say it's probably more. This is probably the most 50-50 matchup we've had so far. I would say out of all of these teams playing each other.
Wow. Okay. I would have said Sparkling Water versus Mayo Chicken would be the most 50-50, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Either way, But I think the Edgar Davids fan club, if they can make sure they don't lose the draft too hard. I assume it's going to be Gleet clicking the buttons in the drafting stage. As long as they don't lose the draft too hard, I think they should be coming out ahead here, even though they're 0-3. I think that score is a little bit deceptive because I feel like a lot of the problems that they had were in the drafting stage, which have kind of been ironed out a little bit.
Hopefully. But let's talk about Sneed a bit. We have been talking about Edgar Davids a lot. I want to talk about Team Sneed a little bit more. This team, high potential players. I think these guys like to kick off, and they haven't really been able to do so that much. When was their first win? Was that week 2 or week 3?
They won last week, so they were 0-2. They actually played really well last week. I think they played against Warriors of the World, and they beat them. I'm pretty sure it was.
It's an important win then, yeah.
And they did a really good job, actually. I was really impressed with them. They kind of come out the shell a little bit more. They really went for it, and it was impressive to see, actually. And I think if they can carry that momentum going on from last week, they'll be in a decent position. But I worry for them that they look really up and down. Some weeks they look really good, and some weeks they just look like they have no game plan at all. And I think so. These are the two teams coming up against each other, where drafting is being the biggest issue for them, I think. So I think it's going to be a lot to tell just from that stage of the game.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to be based on the draft. We'll see if we can poke any obvious holes in the drafting phase. But hopefully, both teams will have it on lockdown and be able to hold it together and get themselves a nice even one looking through the stage, because we haven't really had many even games in this Premiership, have we? We've had a lot of stomps.
Yeah, it's been a lot of like 25-30 minute games, it feels like. And even though the games that go on longer, it feels like there's been a clear winner for quite a while still in the games.
Yeah.
So I would say that it would be nice to have an even game, and I think this is probably going to be one that will be, unless the laning stages go really one way or another, I think we will have a close game here. This is why I think it's going to be so 50-50, because I think Sneed have come on quite a way since they last played Edgar Davids as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a reunitement, I suppose, between these two teams as they come clashing in against one another once again after meeting in the open qualifiers and now meeting in the real deal, the big smackdown. And we do have that draft now available. So let's get into Team Sneed versus the Edgar Davids fan club. Game number 1. They'll be battling it out. I think... Oh, so it's Mist actually drafting for them.
Okay, fair enough. I don't mind that too much, though, because Mist knows the individual players a little bit better than Gleet does. So
yeah, I mean, Gleet's still there, right? So he's going to be giving his opinions, giving his suggestions. It's just, I mean, Gleet will be able to inform, but Mist will be clicking those buttons. Let's hope he clicks buttons as well as he plays mini golf.
Yeah, we can hope. I'm just looking at this and thinking, like, oh, that's really interesting. Sneed actually banned out the Morphling. Okay, so I was going to talk about this when we got into the draft because I was wondering whether it was going to get let through, but Crayon's Morphling is absolutely absurd. Like, he is so good at that hero.
10 seconds.
Really?
It's bonkers, honestly. He plays it in such a way that it's so on the edge, right? Where, like, he'll be playing... I mean, Gleet was telling me a story that he played Kunker against it before, and Crayon would be constantly on the health that was just needed to be... Like, when he got hit by Tidebringer, he would survive on, like, 10 HP. So, I've played against it myself as well, and it's so scary. So I'm glad they've just taken it out, because I think that's his best hero by an absolute margin.
10 seconds remaining.
Right, okay. So no Crayon Morph today, but that'll certainly give us something to look forward to in the future, perhaps.
Dire team back.
I'm trying to think. I mean, there's not really like any huge spammers in either team here, I don't think. You could maybe say like Gleet Wind, but in the position 4, that's probably not so likely.
Unsure.
Is it DNC the Sanking guy?
Sanking, he plays a lot of Sanking, yeah. He plays... I mean, Night Stalker's not that popular at the moment, but the thing is, they'll have done their research on what heroes they've been playing recently as well, I would say, because I feel like the most recent patch has changed things up quite a lot.
Yeah.
So, you know, they've probably had a little bit of differing ideas since we last watched them. Keeper of the Light gets banned out. Yeah, I would still be looking at Grimstroke personally. I think that hero is really strong at the moment. I'm surprised we didn't see it at all last series.
No, it just completely went through, didn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty weird. Because I feel like a lot of teams have been focusing on making sure they try and pick that one up. And it's interesting. I thought after the Phoenix nerfs to Fire Spirits as well that hero would be a little less valuable than it has been. But the team fight and the Sunray, potential that it has seems to still make it like a really, first phase tier 1 pick.
Yeah, that Ags Rush we've seen so many times from Phoenixes as well. It's just so scary. Still having the Sunray to throw down in team fights is just mad.
Chenban. Okay. So
Interesting.
I assume that's something Amos has been playing a decent amount of, which also means Sankin gets let through, by the way. So you might see that one.
Yeah, might see it. Hype. Get excited. Well, don't, because it might not still get picked. But might just...
The only thing is I know Rubik likes playing... Gleet likes playing Rubik as well. So I was going to say Rubik likes playing Gleet, but... so they might be trying to let the Sankin through just as a... we're going to pick Rubik anyway, so we don't really mind too much.
Yeah.
Because anytime you get Burrow Stroke as a steal, it's very strong.
Radiant team pick.
Okay.
Mars is going to be the first pick coming out from the Edgar Davids fan club to open things out. This hero has been very, very popular really across the board. For good reason too. Works well in the mid lane, works well as an off laner. He can do anything he wants to do.
I don't really see it as a Crayon hero though in the mid lane, so I would say this is pretty much secured as an off laner for Edgar Davids. I think it's Corey's pretty comfortable playing it. It's one of his heroes at the moment that he's playing a lot of.
Mm-hmm.
So I would if I was Team Sneed looking at this, I'd be like, well, we probably know where this is going to end up, right? So how do we want to set up against this Mars? They've got big team fight. They've got this nice strong laner already.
Would Mars pass the vibe check?
I think it would, in the vibe chamber.
Good. Corey's very much about these vibe checks. Yeah, he likes the vibes. Meanwhile, Undying gets picked up as the first pick from Team Sneed. I don't like this hero right now. Never really have liked the hero anyway, so I guess I'm kind of not the best person to ask. But what does it give you?
You say that, but last time we cast, you thought they played it really well, and you wanted them to pick it up again.
True. Okay. Well, you sure it wasn't Rob? You sure it was me?
Oh, it might have been. Oh, I don't know. I can't remember. But anyway, I mean, in the laning stage, as a POS 5, it's really good against the Mars to try and bully him out the lane. Any strength hero like Centaurs or Mars really hate getting decayed, chased around by this Undying. And okay,
there it is.
I would be very surprised if you don't see a Rubik now. I think it's too good to pass up. It's a good laning partner with the Mars as well. They could pick up something like a Snapfire as well as okay, I think. It kills Tombstone really quickly with the little Shredder. The Cookie is really nice with the Mars on top as well. You have a lot of burst damage. But I would be pretty nailed on.
But how do you feel about this Undying Sanking opening though? Like, is there any synergy here?
Not really. Oh, they go back for Grimstroke. Not really. It's a bit of an awkward opener, isn't it? They kind of just picked their 5 as like, we want this hero that can, make Mars's lane difficult. So they pick up the Undying, and then they pick up the Sanking as it's something that they know if they don't pick it now, it's probably going to get banned out in the second stage, right? So they just want to pick it up in the first phase. So although it's not like a standard opener that a lot of other teams would do, it's something they're comfortable with, and I think that's the most important thing for them when they're playing up here. They need to make sure they're playing heroes that they're happy and they're confident on.
Yeah, really important.
My question is, what does Icky play with the Sanking in the laning stage? Because I feel like there's not... I talked about it once already today. I feel like there's not a great amount of good position 4s at the moment.
God, imagine how much better Grimstroke Sanking would be feeling right now for Team Sneed as they're opening.
Yeah.
That would have just been that would have been something I'd be really happy with, but instead they've gone for the Undying. It's fine. Grimstroke Mars though is something I really like as well. I think something that's underestimated on the Inkswell is the movement speed, because that can really help out Mars get in position for a good spear to come off, and then obviously once you've got the spear off, you're going to be able to get off that Inkswell on top of it as well. So that can be very annoying.
The other thing as well, when you get Arena down and you cast Inkswell on the Mars, this guy can just stand in the middle and it'll just blow up on everybody.
Yeah, you're not escaping that.
No, good Timber ban though. I like that a lot. I think They don't really have the heroes that deal with Timber at the moment, and they're probably thinking that this hero is just really strong at the moment. If you have Mars and Timber, gives you a really strong laning stage. Again, another hero that does well with the Inkswell, kind of just commits to fights with the Timber chain. So I don't mind that too much.
Yeah, could have been annoying. Could have been very annoying. So Team Sneed, let's see what they grab. I imagine they're probably going to grab their 4 position here for Ricky.
Yeah, but I don't know what you would want to play here.
Oh, they go Rubik. Nice. I like that.
I mean, it's okay. I don't think it's amazing, though.
You don't think Sanking Rubik's that good a lane?
Like, it's okay. It's definitely strong, but, like, if I thought it compared, like, Mars Rubik to Mars Rubik to Sanking Rubik, like, the Mars Rubik lane feels a lot stronger, I think. I don't think Sanking's in an amazing place at the moment.
Okay, fair enough.
But it's DNC playing it. So.
I think these guys can make each other work, but we'll see how this one goes. My biggest problem with Team Sneed is still I've got this Undying in the safe lane now. I mean, admittedly, you've managed to fill those gaps pretty nicely with a Sand King, with stuns, with Rubik, who's got a stun, a decent amount of damage to throw out. So I do think it kind of fixes the holes and allows you to get away with this kind of weird niche hero in the Undying, but... Yeah, still, you've got to have a really strong laner now because Undying, he's just going to be that annoying hero for the first 3 levels and then completely disappear. Ooh, there it is. Edgar Davids. I think this is, it could be... Is Glee for sure playing the 4 position?
Yes, I would assume so.
You would assume so.
I'd be very surprised if he wasn't playing POS 4 because I think
what if he's just screaming incoherently at them? What if he's just screaming, please, this is a perfect Wind Ranger game, let me play Wind?
I mean, possibly, but the thing is, though, right, that it's flex as well, that he can play it mid if he needs to. But I also really like this Mars Wind Ranger lane, as a duo. I think Power Shot is 180 damage at level 1. It's something absolutely ridiculous. So if you ever hit a spear on Mars, all of a sudden there's a Gozabu and a Power Shot on top, and they're already stood next to a tree, remember, from the spear. So it's a free shackle as well afterwards. They have a lot of lockdown and a lot of burst damage in that lane. So, if you go boots first on Wind Ranger as well, this Undying is going to do literally nothing to you. He's going to chase you around, decaying you without actually ever hitting you.
Yeah, it'd be an annoyance if that. And now the Luna comes out from Team Sneed?
I really hate this hero. I think it's really bad.
They've just come completely off the rails here, Team Sneed. They've got Luna, they've got Undying, they've got Sanking. These heroes aren't popular, and for good reason.
I just don't see why you would want to pick the Luna there over something else.
So remember your little tirade last game about Mirana?
Yes.
I'm going to take the wheel this time around. Luna is one of my favorite carry heroes, out of carry heroes, she's one of my top most played ones, and my god, is she crap right now. She just feels so awful.
The thing with that hero, though, you do farm fast if you get to just AFK hit the jungle. But the problem is a lot of the games at the moment are played at such a quick tempo that you feel so bad. Like, because if you don't max beam and you don't really contribute anything to fights early on, but if you don't max glaives or your passive with the is it Lunar Blessing, you just don't really go through jungle camps that quickly either, and you don't farm quickly enough. So you're like in this really awkward spot. I'd really like to see. I was going to see possibly a Ricky for Edgar Davids fan club, but I don't mind the troll either. I think when you have the Grimstroke with the Inkswell, playing any melee core that can just commit to fights is really nice.
It's also really nice versus Luna in a vacuum as well, because these two guys can just brawl, and the Troll Warlord's going to get the advantage every time. Like, Luna can't just solo pop ulti on Troll Warlord, because he's going to pop his ulti and then survive and heal through it all. And he's one of these heroes which can stay on top of the Luna, which is really important when you're playing against Luna. You need someone who can match her speed, keep her locked down, stay on top of her, and make her feel pressured in the fights.
Yeah, again, I think like Luna and Gyra, these two heroes, that they do loads of spread damage in the fights, right? Where they want to keep the fights going for a little while, but they hate playing against these heroes that do high single target physical damage. So Life Stealer used to be a good matchup, not so much anymore. The hero's changed, but Troll as well. So it's another good example of Wraith King. So we also forgot to say with the Soulbind, we could potentially have 4 heroes being shackled at once.
Oh yeah, the quad shackle.
I mean, the planets would have to align, but
no, it's going to happen. Mo Farah has guaranteed us that we'll see a quad shackle this game.
Oh god, What have I done? I think they just need a hero now that can play tempo on Edgar Davids. Like some hero that just runs around and makes fights happen. Especially that can invade the Luna jungle as well if they want to. Because Positivity, when he's played this troll before, I'm pretty sure he's built Battle Fury. And likes to be a little bit more greedy. Which is fine.
And that's fine, honestly, versus Luna. Like, Luna, although she farms quickly, she still needs to be like an item ahead, if that, probably more, to feel like a good hero. Just because her aura is so trash right now. To feel like you're playing a good hero, you need to have an item ahead of the enemy carry. And if you can just match her farm, then you're going to feel way better than her. That's my opinion on Luna.
Oh, I like the Razor ban. I think that's really good because it's something that Team Sneed have played before as well and looked really good on.
Yeah, well, you pick troll, your mind's always got to go to this Razor ban, right?
Yeah, I would say so. But again, making sure they've. This is what I mean about their drafting, though. It looks, a lot more solid already.
It's looking really good. Yeah, I'm very impressed by what Edgar Davids managed to do here. Don't know how much has been enabled by Team Sneak because they kind of put down a lot of heroes which are just not threatened. Like, which of these heroes do you have to answer? You don't have to answer Luna. You don't have to answer Sand King. Like, I just kind of feel like Edgar Davids been allowed to do what they want, but I don't know, maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh on Team Sneed.
Oh, it's such a good Ember game. They have like not great lockdown on the Team Sneed side. They have like Burst Strike and they have Lift.
Yeah, they got Beam, Lift. They got a lockdown on 3 of their heroes. I think it's.
Look at the cores though on Edgar Davids fan club, like with the Inkswell. They have Mars, Troll, Ember. Like, yeah. Jesus.
Even Wind.
Yeah, even Wind as well is okay, because you can just like Wind run in if you can get away with it and be greedy. So I am really unsure what they pick here. I think this is...
I'm kind of thinking Team Sneed have been baited a little bit by the Wind Ranger, but Necro is a good pick here. I do like this.
Okay, they don't have great magical damage to deal with the Necro.
Exactly.
It's a good laning opponent against the Ember, which is good.
Yeah, you can just waste the Ember's life inside his ulti as well if you can get him to aggro onto you and then just pop that Ghost Shroud. It's quite pleasant. And it's a really good lane versus the Ember Spirit as well. He's just going to bully the ever-loving god out of Crayon.
Yes, very true. You can dodge the Death Pulse with Slight, I think, right?
Great.
If you time it well.
Yeah, you can. But unfortunately, you have to time it really well. Like, you have to time it. It has to be basically touching you by the time you use it, because otherwise it just kind of goes back towards where you came from.
Yes, yeah. But, I mean, if Crayon's a good enough player, he's like, above 7k, I think. So
he's all right, Crayon, yeah.
We haven't really seen too much from him so far, though. He's looked pretty, I expect
he's had some miserable lanes. He's had some really miserable lanes.
I expected big things from him coming into this, and we haven't really seen what he's capable of so far. Like, he played an okay Death Prophet last week for most of it. It's just his item choices were really poor, I felt like. So hopefully we can see better things from him today. I will say about the Team Sneed lineup, though, is that they have really good team fight. Like, they have not a team fight necessarily, but like a good lineup at just grouping up and going. Like, they have the heal save on the Undying. They have the Sand King that can like commit and just try and pick somebody off at the start of the fight. They have Luna that can stand at the front and has the sustain from the Necro and the Undying. Like, this Necro can just keep them alive by building Pipe Greaves or something if he needs to as well. Mm-hmm. I'll be really interested to see what the item build and the item progression is going to be from the Sand King and the Necro. I think it's going to dictate a lot about what this game's going to be about.
Yeah, I'm not convinced, but I think this Necro does a lot, but I'm still not convinced by Team Sneed, unfortunately. I think just like all the matchups just look so favored towards... But that is scary. I mean, that 25 is scary. 1,442 wins as Sand King over his lifetime. I mean, that's a lot of Sand King being played.
This guy's definitely got more games than that as well. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's got about 3,000 altogether.
Blimey. So that was his wins, not his old total games. But yeah, my man's has been playing a lot of Sand King, a lot of love for the little Scorpion. Here's me saying we didn't have many hero spammers in this game. We got 2 25s. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, we did identify both the Sand King and the Wind Ranger. But yeah, Glee on Wind Ranger, even as a position 4, is still going to be something to be terrified about.
I wonder how they decide to play this bot lane as well, because I feel like this Undying should be able to bully them out, because I mean, Wind Ranger hasn't gone boots first, and this Mars can get bullied by the Undying pretty hard. So this Luna might have an okay time, to be honest.
These guys just like decided they don't care about because they get penalized for every time they use all chat, right?
Only if it's like flame and stuff, I think. I'm not actually sure.
Okay,
But...
okay. I'm not sure how strict they're being on this rule.
30 seconds to battle.
You got to be able to have a bit of a laugh, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a UK Dota to all Crayon. He's discovered it. He's done a little bit of investigating. He's got his Sherlock Holmes hat on, and he has gotten to the bottom of this mystery. So you should deal with that later on in the game. Meanwhile, Gleet's being chased away here. Mars coming in from behind, but you don't really want to fight level 1 into an Undying particularly.
The battle begins.
Is he going to spear?
He could spear, yeah. The spear's Luna away and is able to... Nope, Amos gets it. Grabs that bounty rune. And Corey taking a ton of damage for this one as well. And the two-man... Ooh, decay as well. Corey getting low. Not quite low enough, but look at the damage they're doing to Gleet here. Gleet actually having to pop the wind run to get back as this Undying just destroys him. Level 1. This should be expected, to be fair. You go for a level 1 fight versus a Undying and... Goodness gracious, that's just generally not the top 10 idea.
Yeah, he has plus 11 damage from the Lunar Aura as well. So this guy is kind of absolutely chunky. Like, this is what I mean, though. Like, I don't know why they've decided to just try and play the lane early on. Like, I feel like you have to go boots first as this pos 4 against the Undying. Otherwise, this is what he does. He just starts clicking your core. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's painful, but that's a freebie as well for Amos here. He's just bullying poor old Corey. Corey definitely not in the vibe chamber right now. He's feeling very bad about himself, but Amos taking some return hits here pretty heavily, but he's got another decay if he needs that extra bit of strength to come in. Meanwhile, over on the middle lane, we've got ourselves Necrophos versus the Ember Spirit, currently 5-0 versus 4-0, but Crayon, this lane is going to get increasingly harder for him as time moves on.
Yeah, the lane's difficult at the start because if you pop Flame Guard like this, it gets taken off by 1 Death Pulse. So when you get to level 3 and you have the level 2 Flame Guard, it doesn't die to just 1. So the lane gets a little bit easier. But
yeah,
even
so it's kind of got ebbs and flows, but yeah, I mean, generally the Necrophos should win the battle of attrition here into the middle lane and put Ember Spirit into the bin.
Into the bin, indeed, yeah.
Poor old Crayon. One day he'll get a good lane, but it is not this day. I'm sure he got destroyed by a Necrophos in another game as well. I think that was worth his Sparkling Water.
No, he played Necro against a Razor, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yes, that was it, yeah.
It was absolutely horrendous.
Yes, he did not do
dominated, well. So, yeah, we shall see.
One day, my friend, one day, but it doesn't look like it's this day as it's currently 12-2 versus 8-0. Meanwhile, up at top, DNC getting a little bit low here to positivity. That constant axe spam. He doesn't have a wand. Does DNC have a wand?
I assume not.
Sanking, he does. I always like bringing one to a lane versus a Sanking as well. Against a Sanking, against a troll warlord. Yeah.
Right, okay.
The amount of axes he throws out always makes it value.
This Luna does not have as much CS as I thought the Luna should at this point in the game. I feel like she got a completely free first, like, 1 or 2 waves.
Oh, positivity is going to go down for you. First blood in the top lane, though. A nice Inkswell going to help out, but unfortunately not turn things in Edgar David's favour. And they don't get the return kill either. The Ruby just runs himself away. That's going to be just a straight-up kill, not even a trade.
What's happened in these side lanes for CS?
People are struggling to click on creeps.
Yeah, that's interesting. Especially this
I can kind
Mars
of
and
understand
Troll.
it in Luna, because Luna has got terrible level 1 stats.
But you get the extra damage from the aura as well, right? So it's not like horrendous.
True. I don't know what's going on here. They've just been fighting. They're just vibing. These just, a bunch of UK lads, it's like Yates at the end of a night. It's just getting a bit sloppy is all. Floor's getting a bit sticky.
He takes a lot of damage from the burst potential. But now the headdress has more value. It's great.
True. They're playing themselves here. They do get back, and the God's Rebuke coming through into Amos as well. Amos is losing his health. He might lose his life as well. The right clicks come through, and they will bring him down, and no return coming in either, as they will keep Corey alive. Undying, just straight up dying.
That's not very...
It's not on brand, is it?
No.
No.
Come on. He has 8 denies on the try, actually. So he's doing okay. Since that
they're starting to get together again. It's a lockdown. What's stir crazy is what they call it, isn't it?
Right. Okay. Oh, Necro's going to get haste through here. Crayon has to be really careful.
Haste.
Look at River. He's just immediately just like,
hello,
trying to see if Crayon will stick his head forwards. Hello, sir. My name is Necrophos. Let me tell you about the god of death, pestilence, and plague. Crown's like, no, want none of it, mate. Just gonna sit under here.
This is, yeah, it's getting to the point in the lane now where it is very difficult for the Ember. He's probably just going to have to go back to the jungle and just use that medium camp a lot.
Yeah, I think so. Abuse it where he can, but overall it's a pretty... Well, it's not an even laning phase, but although the mid lane is an even laning phase, I think this Luna's doing a little bit better than the Troll.
And the Troll also died top, remember, as well, so I think that has to be
true.
Put into effect.
See, you gotta affect the old...
I think the biggest change, the biggest change for me about Sankey in the laning stage was not being able to get rid of sentries with quelling anymore.
Yeah,
I feel like he was the hero that got hit the worst by that.
No, you're absolutely right there. That was that's very annoying for him in his sandstorm. Hitting it from a distance, not really making much of a difference to him either. Is continuing just to be super duper annoying into this Luna. Meanwhile, up at top, they're going again here. Positivity comes forwards, but they're really afraid to unleash onto Icky. Even though Icky has no mana, I think he's got himself a mango, and DNC just standing guard like this. Really tricky for EDFC to get the confidence to go forwards onto this Rubik.
Yeah, they really want to use this Inkswell combination to find pickoffs, but problem is, like, normally with a hero like Jugger, it'd be fine, right, because you can spin, but you just lift them away, like whoever's Inkswelled, and they can't get this kill potential that they really want. So it's a little bit annoying. They also are losing the Sentry War at the moment. That one from the Radiant, meaning the Sanking is completely safe for now.
Frustration starting to show here from Gadavids as they just continue to throw and pepper DNC. But meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, Amos does end up going down to Gleet. The Wind Ranger able to find herself a kill with the help of Corey. I imagine that was another spear play.
It's the spear into power shot into rebuke. Like there's not many heroes that are going to survive that one, unfortunately.
No, it's a lot of DMGs. But Inks, she's still farming as a thing on this Luna. She's the Luna's still farming fairly decently.
Why didn't they put the Troll mid against the Necro, actually, and then put the Ember in the safe lane?
Yeah, that would have been good. I would like that a lot. I don't know how Ember measures into Sanking, though.
I mean, it's not great, but Troll's not amazing either, right? Like, Sanking's going to farm against either of them, but at least the Troll will be able to lane mid a little bit better.
Sometimes it just comes down to the comfort calls, you know, especially in these official games where you've perhaps kind of galaxy brained your team in the past, and yeah, Misty's in some trouble here. Down comes the Sandstorm. He certainly is. He's going to get dropped. The Fadebot comes in, sneaky around the side from Icky, and they kill off that Grimstroke. Positivity all of a sudden finds himself all alone up in that top lane. Meanwhile, Corey getting low. Ink's trying to chase him down, has got the Lucent Beam and will be able to get the kill. Corey gets killed off. Meanwhile, Amos sitting pretty low here, but Lee can't really do anything to punish this.
I think that was pretty bad pathing by Corey. I think if he goes up towards the tower and goes left, he might be able to fog the Luna there, but didn't respect the beam.
Gotta respect the beam. I'm playing a dangerous game with Glee as well, but in the end ends up getting enough health to survive the possibility of a power shot. Well, I think that was Fight actually breaking out at the top, no?
He's just
fighting over the stacks, yeah.
Yeah, this is really important. Like, Crayon has to get these runes every single time. I assume he has a bottle, yeah. Like, if he doesn't get the active runes every time on Ember, he's really going to struggle.
He's slowly coming up top here, and they're slowing DNC down a little bit here, and a beautiful net timing there from Positivity. They try to stay on top of him, but Icky comes back, throws back Crayon, but they should still have him locked down. They do have the detection. They've got the ultimate from Positivity as well, so they'll be able to take down DNC after all.
Yeah, Icky accidentally lifting the wrong hero there. Needs to lift the one that's Inkswelled, I think, for DNC to have a chance of getting out at least.
Yeah, I thought it was safe to assume that it was Crayon, but twas not. Wasn't really looking in the right place right time. But in the meantime, Rabbit will take down that middle tier 1 tower, which is a pretty big deal, I think.
Yeah, without the catapult as well, actually. I mean, I assume he did most of his damage when that wave came out, but yeah, with Ember leaving the lane, he's done very well. He picks up an Urn on Ember as well, going towards that Vessel, which is obviously going to be very much needed against the Necro. I think that's the right choice.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Didn't unfortunately have the last kill. Meanwhile, Positivity getting jumped upon here up at the top. They pop the Inkswell on him though, and that's going to be enough to force back Sneed for the time being.
Mist is going to be so sad, by the way. He's having to buy so many sentries and dusts and things.
Yeah, yeah, it's very annoying.
Going to be a little bit salty, I think. Don't worry, 460 gold till boost. He's almost there. I don't like this play by Necro. I think you have to wait until the catapult wave to make this happen. Like, 'cause the thing is, like, yeah, maybe you kill the troll, but most likely not. But if he comes at like the 10-minute mark when the catapult's there,
oh, nice spear. They got him locked down. They certainly do. Down he goes.
Yeah, I think if the Necro goes with the catapult wave, even if they don't kill the troll, it doesn't matter.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Luna TP's mid in a very quick rotation in the worry that she's getting ganked by 3 heroes.
Yeah, a wise decision, I believe. I'm looking to put some pressure on. That 10-minute mark, can we have a look over at net worth, please, Roberto? And see Necrophos very thoroughly on top. Great lane, great presence, just been annoying throughout the map right now. Crown trying to find something onto Inks here, and we'll be able to get those chains up. There's a TP coming on over from the Rubik, and with the power shot missing, Inks could be in some real trouble here. Lift comes out, but they don't have the lockdown. Meanwhile, somehow that shackle didn't land onto Icky. It looked like it should have connected to the Luna there, but didn't do so. Therefore, Luna will be perfectly safe, and Ember left empty-handed once again.
I assume this Wind Ranger maxes shackle after the power shot. I think would be my assumption, at least. I think you kind of have to rely on just having 1 point in win run, because especially when you've got the Grimstroke, you've got twice as likely of a chance to hit a shackle, right? Yeah, you've got to level that ability up, especially when their team lacks a little bit of catch, I would say.
Would it be cheating to DM Gleat and ask?
Yeah, I'll ask him just to get the heads up.
The important information. Uh-oh. Inks might finally be in some trouble here. Crown just trying to be as annoying as possible. The ulti going to come out, but unfortunately, I don't think it makes much of a difference. It's not doing any damage.
I mean, he has Flame Guard up. You're not going to kill him.
Yeah.
And that Eclipse has such a long cooldown as well. Is it like, I think it's 140 seconds?
Yeah, and using it when you don't have the max point and Lucent Beam, it's just basically like 25% of the damage gone. Yeah. I know, she thought she could scare them off. She thought she could survive it. You can see why you would use it, but unfortunately it didn't work out. Didn't really do anything. Looked underwhelming, and that's pretty much Luna all over right now. Looked underwhelming.
So this is the problem with Necro, though, in comparison to Ember. Like, even though Necro has a much better time in the laning stage, he doesn't rotate across the map very well.
Oh, they're on top of the Sand King this time around. 3 TPs immediately coming through, and a 3-man stun from DNC, holding them down. This might be the time to turn this one around, but unfortunately the Ember Spirit's already gone. Positivity TPing away in the trees as well. They won't find anybody. Everybody just scatters immediately. Delta splits, and no one will be killed off.
Oh, that's the thing. This is, again, my point. Like, they're so immobile as a lineup. Like, Necro especially, they don't really get involved with these fights, and they have Power Shot and Stroke of Fate to clear waves.
Yeah. So, like, the Necro's TPing. Whatever will she do? Walk away? Oh, yeah, we can do that, can't we? That's absolutely a possibility.
They need to get to the point where Sand King has Blink so they can actually make moves.
And then comes Rubik. Icky trying to find a pick-off, trying to look for a lift, but unfortunately finds his own demise instead. Ironic.
I'd really like to see Corey try and make a play. Is he going Blink first on the Mars, or is he going Vlad's? Do we know? Roberto? Is he?
Looks like he's going for a pipe.
Okay, it's not too bad. I guess they have the Ember that can initiate as well. They have Soulbind and things. It's a really good pipe game. You know, Sand King, Luna, Necro. I kind of get it. I mean, I do get it, but. Oh, nice 13-minute
roll on the camera, of course. You keep calling him Roberto, which is kind of unfair when we haven't even mentioned his real name yet. But
yeah. Is that your pet name?
I'm sure many people know. Yeah, that's our lockdown nickname.
I like the Max. What's the Q called on Troll? Berserker's something, I think.
Whirling Axes?
No, Berserker's Rage.
Berserker's Rage.
I think maxing out those it's really good at the moment. You get 10 extra movement speed every level. Like, you have a much better chance of netting.
Yeah, I think it depends on the game, but this game definitely, like, it opens up a lot of kill potential on a lot of these heroes. Yeah, 20%. And I think when that scales with the duration, it just completely
Radiant's top tower is under
level 4 is so different to level 1 on that spell. Crayon, tries to time it right, but not quite able to do so onto Icky, and Icky gets the get out of jail free card.
He missed the chains. That was the thing about that.
Now looking forward onto Icky here, but unfortunately with the TPs coming on over, not much they can do. I mean, it's an ulti pop from Undying, but that's not really a cooldown anybody's worried about.
Rubik's still sleight of fist though, which can be pretty cute. You know, using the slight into lift or fade bolt. It's very nice. You can do it in the same way as you slight chains. You just slight lift instead.
Cute. Meanwhile, another day, another arena coming down to the bottom lane. DNC getting controlled up, but this guy is so tanky. Look at him. He's surviving through everything and turns it around with a 2-man burrow strike, bringing down Glee. Corey can't do much. Crayon's going to come on over and throw down the chains. Amo's still sitting with that ultimate form from previously. They're trying to bring him down now. Will turn back into small Undying, and a nice spear going to catch him out, but unfortunately, it's Yema who's in trouble, or is he? Jumping forwards, Icky playing tic-tac-toe, but the Gods of Greed going to get him caught out as DNC still alive through his entire damn thing. They do not have enough damage to bring down the Sand King, but they will kill everybody else around him instead.
Sand King's the one hero you can't go on there because, and maybe the Necro as well, I guess.
Well,
but
I mean, it works out well for them anyway, but
yeah, these hoods make them so tanky, the pair, and they've got a Nether Shawl as well, which is going to be even better. Like just to increase their magic resistance, it's going to be really horrible to play against. Oh, Rab 8. I also think that Icky held on to the Fire Remnants a little bit too long there. They might have been able to kill Crayon if he used it a little bit earlier. There's no shackle target.
It's a slow burner, this kill, and it might not be a kill at all, in fact, as the Necrophos is just too damn tanky. So, yeah, Necro went for the pipe. Does that mean it's just a casual hood for the Sand King?
I would assume so, but this is what I meant about their item choices. They have to make sure, they have to be really careful that they're not treading toes on top of each other.
Yeah,
because
especially games like this.
There is potential that they might go double pipe by accident because they're not talking to each other.
Yeah, can we... Oh, no, mind. Positivity. Interesting
Icky,
lift.
Yeah, he lifted him the wrong way there, Icky.
Had to change a heart halfway through.
Yeah. A Ring of Aquila for the Luna's really nice. I mean, this Luna's farming really well.
Yeah, yeah. As I said, I want to see her an item above the Troll, and so far she is on course to be doing that. Troll, very, very poor in this game.
And it has to be said that I think the buff to Mask of Madness definitely helped her as well.
Sure. So what is our Sand King building right now? Roberto could enlighten us, would you please? Yeah, so he's going for the Blink next. Hopefully, after the Blink, we see something else, maybe like a Crimson or something. We'll keep an eye out.
I mean, it's a really good Crimson game, to be fair.
It is. Like, it helps so much against God's Rebuke as well. Like that's one of the huge huge things against Mars, which I mean, it's not huge at all, but it's a nice little thing which we don't see enough of, I say.
Yeah, and I also think against like Troll, Ember, Wind Ranger, like even Mars as well, like you say.
Oh yeah.
Like it's all physical damage,
yeah,
right?
the small quick damage, right, is a big one from the Troll and the Wind, and now they jump forwards. Once again, trying to go onto DNC. They really think they can kill this guy, and they might be wrong. In fact, they might even lose their life. Glee just getting beaten on down. See you later, Wind. Nice gank, says DNC.
This is my problem with the Wind Ranger 4, right? It's so... You're so reliant on having your team be able to do follow-up damage that it feels really underwhelming, like if you don't get a good start to the game. I think you have to be a little bit greedy with your item build, and the hero needs farm, even as a 4, to be functional. And so Glee at the moment is playing, a little bit sacrificial, I would say. They've had an okay time start to the game, but they have to be playing around this Inkswell more. And as you see, they get the kill.
Yeah, it's a pretty free kill onto the Undying, catch him warding, and that's going to be Amos dropping.
I assume Miss has maxed Inkswell this game on the Grimstroke. I think that's a massive mistake.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there.
I feel like when you've got 3 cores that all use the Inkswell really well, like maxing Stroke feels really good because the skill in itself is really strong, but Inkswell is what makes that hero, especially in this game.
Stroke along the past few weeks, Mo. Smoke up from Sneed.
Oh god.
They're going to take a journey into the enemy jungle. Will they be fine? I mean, this is an interesting smoke from two heroes, but honestly, like with the power behind DNC right now, I'm not against this at all. Unfortunately, if they do run into a lot of heroes, this could be big, but they seem to know. Rabate, he's baiting beautifully. Look at that, 3-man stun in from DNC. They're immediately trying to bring down Crown. Won't be able to do so though. Icky a little bit late with the engagement. They needed his fire blast there. Instead, Icky's going to lose his life instead. And it looks DNC is going to be heading the same way. This time, they have the damage. This time, they have the smackdown, and they're going to get the Necrophos on top of this as well. 3 heroes dead up in the top lane for the Edgar Davids. Team Sneed did not bring the heroes. They didn't have their Undying. I can accept the Luna not being there, but Undying needed to be there for that one, but they just didn't expect Edgar Davids to be there in force, ready to go for that one, but they should have. And now they're going to pay the price, and now EDSC comes charging into this Roshan pit.
I don't know if you saw what happened as well. I think he did it because I saw it locked. Corey locked the hood before he turned it into a pipe, so he effectively had the double effectiveness for the one usage.
Yeah.
Which you saw the Necro dropped Scythe on him and everything, but it did nothing because he had so much magic resistance from the hood into pipe usages.
Naughty. Sometimes feel like that one shouldn't be a thing, but the fact that it is,
true.
Corey takes full advantage of it, and it's been there long enough. Amos just comes wandering in towards the Roche pit, gaily, like a little lamb to the slaughterhouse, just comes... Oh, all my friends went here. Oh, it's a big bait, though, actually. Look at the damage coming through, but it's going to be enough. It is not for now. Amos going to lose his life, but, well, Icky comes taking one step forward. Necro in the middle of everything, but unfortunately, it looks like he's just adding more meat to the pile right now. Luna trying to come in from the side, but realizing this probably is not a good idea. They will take the Aegis, but that's about it. And meanwhile, everyone on the side of EDFC, they're just kind of gathering up, wanting to make sure Crown gets out okay, but not really make anything more happen from this fight. Throwing some chains away off DNC and Icky, but yeah, not much follow-up here. Icky, sorry, yeah. Well,
I mean, my problem for the Radiant side is their supporters feel like they're doing absolutely nothing. Like, Rubik and Undying in these fights are, like, so underwhelming. Like, this is the problem with Undying as a hero overall, right? Where after the laning stage, it feels... really bad. It just doesn't really do anything apart from some heals every now and then trying to turn a fight. Tombstone's nice. Yeah, Tombstone's nice, but it's not amazing, especially when you let it die straight away at the start of the fight.
Give a bunch of money over.
Icky's felt really underwhelming this game as well. Like he's not really achieving too much. Like he's stealing skills, and it feels like he's being a little bit slow. And I know he's like we've all both seen his Rubik plays before, and he's really good at this hero. It just feels like he's a little bit off the beat this game.
A little bit, yeah. Hopefully they can pull it together.
Not sure I like this Solar Crest that Glee's going for.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Is this to buff up teammates or debuff enemies?
I mean, I think it's to debuff enemies.
Luna, right?
Well, like, if you put it on the Luna, it's nice.
It's very nice, actually.
Like it has no defensive usages either, right?
No.
Which I feel like if you're picking up that item, I don't know. It feels
well,
like...
it's going to speed up your troll, right? Which is always a good thing. So either using it on the troll or on the Luna, I think it's a really good idea, especially inside the troll's ulti. I think Solar Crest onto an ulting troll is a very underrated combination. Crayon could be in some trouble here, but he gets himself out, senses something's off, and will live. They also have a ward there, by the way, so they knew exactly what was going on. TP's down to the bottom lane. They're looking for positivity here. Are they going to find DNC? Look at that, just queuing up the ultimate, jumping straight forwards onto this troll, but only bringing him down to about half HP. Could still get off the ulti, still will be throw it out, and now getting straight on top of the Sand King. But meanwhile, the backlines, they're taking down Amos, but with the Reaper side coming down, they will be able to finish off positivity here. Ink's now chasing forward with the ultimate, trying to scare them back with that Eclipse. Is it going to work though? Not sure it is, but Nice Fish are going to come on through. And in comes a God Rebuke from Corey as well. Nice Shackle coming out onto 2. Can they finally bring down DNC? Still struggling to do so. The Crab, which cannot die, and now turns around and gets himself a kill onto Miss. The right clicks, the God Rebuke will finally be enough to kill off DNC. Meanwhile, though, Ink's getting low. Oh, the spear. It's close, but unfortunately not strong enough. A Herculean effort from Corey here, but unfortunately might be losing his life. Going for the TP out, and there's nothing they can do about that. Eki a little bit off the mark there with that God's Rebuke. Stealing the chains, trying to run forwards onto Crayon here, but I think Crayon is going to survive this engagement. So a long fight, and honestly, not that much happening in it.
I think that's a really stupid fight for the Dire to take, though, when Troll's just about to pick up his BKB. Like, there's no reason to do that. they saw 3 heroes top try and go on the Ember before, but then they saw them TPing away. So you know they're coming in.
Yeah.
And I think Troll was like just under 1,000 gold off BKB. Yeah, like there was absolutely no point in him being the one just dangling out in the front. Because he will die to this magic damage if you don't have that protection.
It's a huge threat, and one which Edgar Davids don't seem to be cut out to deal with just yet. But they will have that BKB off the marks. Where are we with on the train towards BKB town?
It's like 400 gold off or something, or 200 now. Okay.
Yeah, cool. So we'll have it for the next engagement, unless Edgar Davids are really silly. Necrophil's now finished his second item, and that's going to be the Lotus Orb for him.
God, I mean, Nether Shawl on Necro, though, is so good. My worry is now that they're getting to the point in the game where when the BKBs come out from the Dire side, there's going to be so little damage coming out from the Radiant.
Yeah, a couple of pokes being jabbed the way of Corey here, but he's taking it on his stride. Not really threatened.
Coin for me.
What's our Luna on right now? Orb of Destruction is a huge pickup for her. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah. I mean, this is where you need your Luna to be. Still not feeling like a hero in these fights yet. BKB should help out with that. Meanwhile, they've got the arena coming out up at top. Didn't quite connect onto Rabbit. Tries to push him back in, but still not able to do so. Corey desperately trying to fix his mistakes. And now a 4-man ulti coming out from DNC and burst straight through with the ultimate as well. Glee's taken care of, and down goes Rabbit as well. But with the trade, it is more than worth it right now. Positivity popping out BKB and trying to just get himself away. Crayon as well, trying to assist, but with the burst strike coming through, it looks like it's going to be another kill headed the way of Team Sneed. DNC making it happen on this Sand King. What a burrow strike to start that one off. My God.
I mean, my problem is that Troll just pops ult for no reason at the start.
Yeah.
Like, while the Necro's ghost shrouded as well. Like, they can kill him. But the Necro's the one, like, now Necro's the one hero in the game that you don't want to go on. Like, kill the Rubik, kill the Undying, like anybody, but this Necro's the one that's, like, sitting at the back with, he has Pipe, he has Lotus Orb, he has Nether Shawl for the extra magic resistance as well. He is so difficult to kill.
Yeah. It's rough. It's really, really hard for them to break down these big targets. I don't know why they keep going for them. It seems like a lack of initiative from Edgar Davids. Just smoke up and try and look for a different kill. They just want to take the bait, which is dangling in front of them in the lanes.
I wonder who takes that Titan Sliver for the Radiant side. Does Sankin keep it, or do they give it to the Necro instead?
I think the Necro takes it, but we'll see.
I mean, DNC really wants to keep the clumsy net because of the Ember, though.
Yeah, he has done. He sent it back to base. He's got spider legs now for himself as well, so I imagine he takes that over the... Oh, no, he sent that back as well.
I think Icky takes the spider legs, right?
Okay.
Well, they gave it to Amos. Okay, fair enough. But
fine.
I mean, Icky needs to get something. that would be very nice.
Awkward. But back to my original point, do you think that Edgar Davids need to be doing some smokes and finding some backlines targets rather than just taking the people who are hanging around in lanes?
I mean, they can, but the problem is, even if they smoke in, DNC's done a really good job at being the one that is like always at the right place at the right time.
Crayon losing his life here. Reaper's Scythe comes down and puts an end to this Ember Spirit's existence. Glee trying to run himself away, and a Shackle Shot will help out marvelously with that as well. Somehow prioritizing the creep, which is not supposed to prioritize heroes, but nonetheless, Glee now might find himself in a sticky pickle. They have got themselves a Yule's. DNC grabs that one out, and now with the lift, they'll have the damage to bring down Glee easily enough. 2 heroes lost from the side of Edgar Davids. Sneed running down this middle lane.
I mean, this Luna's finally got to the point in the game now where she's actually a hero. Like, she's had all this space in the world because they've kind of just left her alone for so long in the jungle. Yep. And if there's one thing Luna can do, it's hit buildings. And you're going to see in a minute when these racks get gone on, they will disappear so quickly.
Yeah. Hit buildings, more specifically hit barracks. Look at them go. The glaives bouncing around the base. Nothing to be done about this, I'm afraid. Edgar Davids, you've made one too many mistakes and been caught out one too many times by Sneed's excellent responses. And now you pay the price of a middle lane of barracks. This is the ultimate test for them, Edgar Davids.
I'm going to go back to, I think this Solar Crystal win range is completely useless as well. I don't really understand what it's supposed to achieve this game.
Yeah, like, hard to criticize when we haven't really seen a fight go well for Edgar Davids in a while now, but yeah, I'll try and keep an eye and see what she's actually trying to do with this one. I imagine you just plonk it onto the Luna and hope for the best, but... Roche going to be the next big objective, respawning in 50 seconds. I don't really know what Edgar Davids do at this stage. I mean, obviously you play around Roche. I'm concerned about their ability to actually take a fight off this Luna now. She's so big.
Yeah, I mean, the positivity on this Charles made like just too many mistakes in the last couple of fights. And now he's so far behind the Luna, because when it gets to this point in the game and you make a mistake like that, it's not just your death, but it's the time you could have spent farming as well, and you just fall further and further behind. Titan Sever on the Rubik, by the way. Nice.
Yep. Team Sneed. They Sneed this Roshan.
Can I...
It's been a long quarantine, guys. I'm sorry. Sneed, they're looking. They're chasing forwards.
Yeah. Luna's going to have Satanic soon. I actually don't know how she dies after that. It's going to be... Like, they need to crumble really hard on the Radiant side for this Luna to die now anymore. Because the thing is, like, it's only a 4k net worth advantage, right? It says on paper. But a lot of that is the difference between the supports. Is why the Dire is so in it still. Like, if you just look at the 3 cores on either side, this Luna is so far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, look at that net worth chart. It's just been growing this entire game. Inks has been farming like a monster.
But my point is, like, if you take out the comparison in the supports, the Radiant are so far ahead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The core net worth means, you know, a lot more this game.
Yeah, if they can somehow take down this Luna, then they'll be missing a large part of their net worth advantage, but... In they go, Shackle onto Luna, losing a lot of health to immediately start this one. They've thrown down the Lotus Orb right on top of Luna to start with, though. She's down to about half HP, but gets off the BKB, gets off the ultimate, tries to turn around. Positivity coming in, just chopping away at the Necrophos. Necrophos is going to lose his life, but it looks like the Mars going to be traded for it. And meanwhile, Positivity just trying to fight up into DNC, but they've actually found Crayon on the sidelines. Can they kill the Ember? They've got the net to hold him still, but Luna on the side, she's losing her life. Can they kill her off in time? The heal's out from Amo. They're keeping her alive. Inks, she needs to die, but she's not gonna. They're defending her. Finally drops to a power stroke coming on through. Positivity gets a kill, but they trade Crayon for it. Icky will die, however. It's good Davids holding a line here. I don't think they need to be this scared of them right now. It's only DNC and Amos, and Positivity, well, he's realizing this, but he's getting used up by DNC, sitting inside that Sandstorm, keeping himself nice and safe. But in comes a Shackle, but now comes DNC. Another nice 2-man stun coming on through, and Miss should lose his life for this one. Can they get the trade? Positivity needs to find the damage here before DNC can get up that stun, and will just about killing up in time, but that was a little bit too close for comfort. But they will get the full 5-man team wipe. Edgar Davids, they bring down everybody. Are they heading for Roche? They have enough health.
I mean, they can try, but Troll has no lifesteal, so
yeah.
I mean, if the Wind Ranger can tank with Wind Run... Oh, they have the Solar Crest. See, this is it.
Yeah, what
this was the big brain play.
What a picker. Glee's so smart. Anybody who doubted the Solar Crests must look like a right idiot right now. But
oh no, here comes the net crash.
Coming on over. This could be... Has he got Reapers?
Oh no. Oh, that's 1,000 gold for the Necro.
Ooh.
Oh dear. How far away is Luna from Satanic, by the way?
Christ, I don't talk over this.
Do you remember?
I think this needs a little bit more time to sink in. But,
I was going to say, do you remember when I flamed the... Well, not flamed, but I talked about the Troll bottom. They'd taken a fight before we got BKB. It was exactly the same again for the Luna. If they wait until the Luna has Satanic before that top fight, she absolutely rips them to shreds. But they were just got a little bit too impatient.
What a bounty!
You know, hitting these item timings on your big cores is so key.
You can tell the conversation as well, which happened. Guys, can we push top? Yeah, sure, I'm nearly at my Satanic. All right, guys, let's gather at top. And then Luna's kind of just like, Satan. Oh, okay, guess we're going.
Like, as you saw how she got to like half HP before she could even do anything in the fight, right? And if she gets this Aegis, I don't know.
You need to
Satanic plus Aegis.
You need to fight this, Edgar Davids. You can't let Satanic Aegis Luna just win the game now. That's not Dota. Oh, well, they're going to try for it. No response from Edgar Davids. They're just letting them get this.
I think this Luna really needs MKB as well, because the Troll axes are really hurting her. And there's a Solar Crest as well on the Wind Ranger.
Especially with the Satanic. If you get a couple of bad misses at opportune times, then yeah, that sucks.
Like the Skadi's really nice, but you need that like extra bit of oomph coming through from the damage.
Look at there's a lot of mangoes on this Undying, by the way. He's got himself 12 mangoes ready to go.
Nice. I assume they have a mango tree in base, and he's just decided to pick them all up at once.
Yeah,
You're
absolutely right. Spot on there, Mo Farah, spot on. Oh yeah, I forgot my, my mango tree analysis from like, was it even a game ago? I can't remember, but 3 types of mango tree. Defensive placement, my second favourite, I would say. Aggressive placement, which we never see, but is actually brilliant. Giving flying vision through trees is so valuable, especially later on in the game when you're looking for heroes on the side. And of course the base tree, which, you know, not going to go down, but mango trees don't really have much effectiveness this late into the game, unless you're Undying carrying around.
Oh my god,
mangoes.
Jesus. Careful about running into those glaives.
Relax, brother. Meanwhile, they're going to throw it down. They're going for the double shackle shot here, but with the double BKBs coming out, this shackle shot is doing absolutely nothing. The arena comes down as well, but everyone's just happy to fight up into this one. Rabbit will lose his life, and Positivity fighting into the Luna. Luna, though, turning it around, and now in comes the DNC with the epicenter. Is it enough? Positivity still trying to fight it up into this Luna. She's going to lose her first life. Positivity, he is the stronger carry. How? Because Luna is garbage. Now they turn around and kill off Icky Inks, trying to fight up into everybody right now. Might be able to take a life off Positivity. Possibly, not likely. They're going to be able to bring him down, and that is going to be a full team wipe. Edgar Davids defend their high grounds, defend their second lane of barracks, and keep themselves in this game, and then some.
Yeah, really well played by Positivity and Corey, just jumping straight away. They managed to blow up the Necro instantly, and then Luna popped Satanic, but because she doesn't have MKB, she couldn't heal anything because she wasn't able to hit the troll. And,
MKB is long overdue at this stage.
You can't. I don't know. I really hope she's changed her quick buy on Luna, because she needs to realise very quickly how important this True Strike is. Not True Strike, but you know,
dude,
almost.
You got a rapier at this stage.
Yeah, I think you do, honestly. Because if you get Rapier, like, what do, right?
Yeah, they can't take these fights anymore. Like, the problem is that Luna isn't a hero, right? Like, she's missing both the wind and the troll. Like, they're happy to play around this, and they're turning every fight because of it. Not to mention the fact that they've, you know... Well, actually, I don't even sort of say they want to have that good spell usage. I mean, they managed to... I don't know if you call it bait out 2 BKBs with the Grimstroke ulti and with the shackle shots. Was it, what's Grimstroke's ulti called again? Soulbind.
Soulbind, yeah. But again, like, the Rubik and the Undying felt like they did next to nothing in the last fight. Like, they just don't scale and have the same team fight capability as the Grimstroke does. And like, this win range has so much farm because she scaled really well. What does Gleet have Admiral win range now, actually? Can we check? Roberto? He doesn't want to know. He's not listening to me.
Well, you said his name, but you said what you wanted from him before you said his name. Therefore,
okay. Can we look at the win ranger, please, Roberto? Oh, so he went. Okay, I think the blink's fine. I think that there's like a follow-up item.
What's next though? 2.6k.
I think you probably go Hex, right?
That would be nice,
especially with the Grimstroke, right?
Yeah. True. Get double the.
Okay. They need to pick off this Grimstroke at the start, or the Wind Ranger at the start of the fight. They have to die first because they're so squishy in comparison to like what they do in the fights.
Yeah, Mist. Have they seen him? They have. Oh no, Mist, run, my boy.
Career.
He's actually gonna make it out. Now they know exactly where they are, and Edgar David say they've got the knowledge advantage.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
There is an Axe on Sand King, by the way, so the initiation range is pretty bonkers.
Bash on the troll as well, going for that abyssal.
Although Troll made some mistakes early on, I actually think his item build has been really good this game. I think it's exactly what he needs at every single point.
Agreed, and he's been playing these fights beautifully, using the axes, as you say, taking advantage of the Luna's mistakes and just completely capitalizing upon them. You know, a mistake is only a mistake if your enemy can turn it into one, and that's exactly what Edgar David's been doing.
Corey's in by himself here.
He's vibing. He is vibing.
This tombstone is on the low ground, by the way. I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, well, they're going to jump forwards. Arena comes out, but he's actually forced the Necro out of the arena. But Corey just doing his best to kind of zone everybody else out whilst they go for different kills. Looking for the backlines. DNC, he gets his jump forwards here, but not really finding any targets. Positivity popping the ultimate, might be able to take down Icky. Turning onto Rabbit. Rabbit has got the ghost round. Meanwhile, Ink's coming back forward here. They're actually looking to fight this one, but Inks, I'm not sure that's a good idea. Turning into Positivity, but the axe is just coming straight back out onto him, and with the vessel coming down as well, the Reaper's side not doing enough. Positivity is still surviving.
Oh, what a
There's
stun.
a 3-man stun from DNC. It's enough to turn it around. They'll take down Positivity, but they will get the Luna in response. Both carries dead. Rabbit comes forward. My time to shun, baby, but can he actually find himself a target? Another stun comes ripping on through. Corey might lose his life, but does take it just to the tree line here. Looks like both of them are gonna get out, and somehow Edgar Davids actually only lose one hero.
They have massive damage issues on the Radiant now. This Necro's item build has just not allowed him to do any damage, especially through all the BKBs at the moment as well. Like, he's really tanky and he's really annoying to deal with, but he's not really doing anything in the fights. They're kind of just ignoring him and going for the Luna every time instead, which is the right play. But the BKBs are starting to get lower on the Dire side, which I think is when, this Sankey and Necro really, come back into their own again. They're just so reliant on this Luna being the one that does the right clicking. I think that's a gem on the Dire side. I'm pretty sure.
Every coin
helps. For the Wind Ranger.
That's good. Help you take control of the map. Great for dewarding as well, as things have appeared to have frozen for me. We've got a pause, do we? Oh yeah. The trolls DC'd. I was very confused for a minute. Rob wasn't moving, the map wasn't moving, the time wasn't moving. I was like, oh god.
No, that's fine. We're all good. All of a sudden now, by the way, the Solar Crest makes more sense if the Luna's not buying True Strike, because she can't man fight anymore. like this Troll's doing damage, the Wind Ranger's doing damage, Ember's doing damage as well. Long physical damage throughout a whole fight. And the Necro and the Sanking are nice, but they don't do anything, right? They offer control and nice sustain and things, but if it's just the Luna by herself, they understand that if she dies, then they don't do anything on the Radiant side. They can't push, they can't take objectives without her.
Yeah, it becomes an issue for sure. Is she going for Rapier or is she going for the MKB still? MKB. Sad. But hopefully we see a change of heart.
I also think she has to buy out instead of saving for buyback. Because if she doesn't have some kind of way of hitting through the evasion, then she's just going to not do anything in a fight anyway. So
There's
she needs
no
to buy out
for the team to win fights if she doesn't buy some damage soon.
Yeah, exactly. So she might as well just buy out anyway.
Yeah. What about Edgar Davids? So they need a way to hammer this game home. Obviously, Troll's been doing a lot on the front lines. What is there any adjustments to their team fight to be able to swing this one home a little bit tighter? They were so close to losing that last fight, honestly.
Yeah, they were. I think they're playing the fights okay at the moment. The Mars is the one that's going first every single time, which is really important. I think the Luna needs to be holding Eclipse as well. I think it's the most important thing, because I feel like she's using it on the BKBs every single time.
Alrighty, well, we are unpaused. Let's get into it. So better BKB usage, bigger items, and hopefully we can see Team Sneed take the next fight off Edgar Davids. Otherwise, Edgar Davids are going to find themselves strolling towards this late game win. And look at Crown as well. He's going for the Daedalus into the Rapier. That's his plan.
I think he might go Rapier first.
I think so as well, considering he's got 4k in the bank right now and hasn't bought the Daedalus just yet. Although admittedly probably saving for buyback first, but we'll see. You know the man better than me.
I think he's... he pushes heroes to their limits, and why not? It's the thing, because they don't as long as he dances around the backlines, they can't really get on top of him. Sanking's the only one, and there's a leveler for the Troll. Jesus, I mean, that's about as good as it gets at this point.
That's a fantastic item for him.
Illusion.
Although,
Timeless Relic for the Wind Ranger. Extra shackle duration.
I mean, that or Mist, either one of them is fantastic. But yeah, definitely looking good on Gleet.
He's passed over the telescope to Mist, so I don't mind it going onto the Wind Ranger.
And then a Flicker. Well, someone's got to get one, I guess.
It's so sad when you don't get a good balance of neutral items, right? Because like they have Telescope and Timeless Relic, so they're sorted on their supports, right? And then they get a Flicker and they're like, oh, okay, well, never mind.
I want to see Corey pick up the Flicker. The debuff sounds pretty decent.
What does he have?
Although, Dragon Scale?
Yeah, I think you just
Flicker's
pick it
better
up.
than that. Movement speed and debuff every 4 seconds. It's pretty poggy woggies.
Okay.
Oh, and there you go, Ninja Gear and also a Flicker.
Yeah, I think the Ninja Gear is probably, I was going to say, better than the Orbital Destruction on the Luna. I think it's the movement speed's really nice as well. Like, she's super fast now.
Yeah, I'm surprised DNC didn't claim the Ninja Gear, but yeah, I think he really would have liked the smoke component. But I mean, they're just the stats are really good for the Luna.
And he has Magic Lamp as well, which is really good for him. So.
Yeah.
That Witless, by the way, on the Necro is going to be crazy. How tanky is the Necro now? How much HP does he have? Yeah, like, it's bonkers.
Yeah, decent amount. I'm not sure I'd quite go into bonkers territory, but it's not bad.
But like in comparison to because he doesn't have mana problems, right? He'll be fine. But
yeah,
1200 HP on a hero that's built a lot of like effective HP is really strong.
Yep, we agree there. And Flicker on Undying, I like it.
Radiant are scanning.
At least someone's using Flicker. Did any of them pick up the Flicker?
I doubt it. No
one doing any flicking over on that side. I still think Mars should take it, but
they didn't use the leveler on anybody. He's stuck with Vampire Fangs on Troll, which is interesting. He's just kept it in his backpack.
He's got it. Yeah, he's switching it in.
Okay.
Wanted the Vampire Fangs for farming in case he, got low fighting creeps.
He's going to rip through buildings as well now if he ever gets the chance.
He certainly shall, my good sir.
Look at the couriers in the pit, by the way. There's one for both teams.
They're dancing around each other. DSC, no! He disturbs the peace. He kills the enemy courier. Oh, goodness.
I don't think that's the courier you want in the pit either.
Now they jump forward, but the stun comes out immediately in response, setting up both the cores from EDFC, but they're immediately looking forward. Positivity trying to chase Inks, but just gets dragged around the side of the fight, so really wasting a lot of his timings right now. Meanwhile, Corey still got that BKB ready. Will throw it out as they jump forwards and kill off Amos. It's going to be the first casualty of this fight, but Corey dropping so low here. It's going to lose his life, and with the Reaper side coming down, Positivity dead as well. Buyback's coming out thick and fast from EDFC, but Miss is going to die on the sidelines, killed off by Team Sneed, making it 3 with 2 buybacks, though. Doesn't mean that much just yet. This Roche fight is still anybody's game, but definitely looking good for Team Sneed. With those buybacks in their favor, they can now run into this pit with confidence.
Troll completely wasted his ult.
3 seconds left.
Yeah, Troll completely wasted his ult trying to catch the Luna there, and she didn't even have True Strike for that fight. And now that she's got the MKB, I actually think she's like completely, almost untouchable, I think.
Yeah, I don't know about that. There's still a lot of damage, especially now that the BKB timings are shorter. Satanic only does so much, but yeah, we'll see. Ember trying to get some vision here.
Come on, Curry, come close.
He can see
for the glaives.
Yeah, it's too big a risk, I think. Ember, he's TPing in here.
Is it an axe or a refresher on the Roche?
It was indeed a refresher
on the Sand King. Jesus. I mean, this, like, any double stun that he can get onto the Troll, for example, is gonna, like, basically make him, like, completely...
Oh yeah, your ulti means nothing. Your ulti means absolutely nothing. It's all about the double
it's all about
strike.
The BKB durations, I think, at this point, to be honest.
Waiting on the high ground, jumping down, throwing the arena down onto 3, trying to immediately start this fight with a big bang, but unfortunately they can't seem to bring anybody down. Amos might be losing his life, making it a 5 versus 4, and they're also getting the Sand King really low. They've got to kill him. They've got to kill him. They've got to kill him. They do get him down, but it looks like Positivity might be losing his life trying to fight into this one, but he's dead. No buyback on the Troll. I think EDFC, they're running out of options, but they need to find a way to take this fight right now, because otherwise they're going to lose their base. In they come, DNC jumping on forwards with that buyback, looking for more here. Crayon trying to run one way, missed, using that invis just as he comes down the hill. Nice job.
I think he's in trouble.
High ground. Oh dear. Miss gonna lose his life as well. Only 3 heroes left. Tis a tragic tale, the story of Edgar David's fan club, but unfortunately I'm not sure how much left they've got in the tank. They're sending the courier out trying to get this rapier on their Ember, but I don't think it's going to arrive nearly in time with the Reaper Scythe coming down onto the wing. She has got buyback. That's a waste off the and they're actually just throwing down the arena. I don't think that's that bad because they're buying more time for this Rapier to come in for the Ember, but he hasn't bought it yet. He doesn't have enough money for it. Oh no, and Corey's going to lose his life. 1, 2 heroes remaining, 1 ancient remaining. Crayon just running at them as fast as he can. They might take down 1. They do so, but it looks like Crayon's going to fall, jumping back to the base. But the ancient, it's running out of HP. 1 quarter, and down it shall fall. Finally, Team Sneed, they take the victory. 47 minutes in. We wanted a close game, and we got a close game. Tosses and turns, but finally, in the end, Team Sneed do come out victorious, taking the victory. Luna, is she a hero though?
I think, well, when she finally got the MKB, she could fight. Took a while, but I mean, it looked really good for a while when she picked up the butterfly and they didn't have any MKBs, right? Then the troll gets an MKB, true. Then all of a sudden it swings in the troll's favor, and then Luna gets satanic, and it's still not enough to keep her alive because she can't hit people in the fights. Eventually, when she gets the MKB though, she's completely maxed out. She's slotted out, so. It's always going to be very difficult to fight her. I think Positivity, like, although he built his items really well this game, there was just a few too many fights where he just misplayed them, unfortunately. You know, a couple of like bad ults maybe, but it's really unfortunate for Akadaver's fan club because this is the closest they've got to a win. I think maybe last time as well, but they still haven't quite got there. But I think DNC played really well on this Sanking this game. He did so much.
Yeah, he did. DNC really put in the best Sanking performance I've seen in a very long time. It really just lining up the big multiple man stuns and being an absolute menace in these team fights against the enemy. And had a bit of a lull in the mid game, I think, but early and late, DNC was just like, absolute top tier player for Team Sneed. Look at that one. It's just absolutely teeing them off perfectly. And the Luna does work out in the end. EDFC coming very, very close to a victory, but weren't able to finish the job and close out the deal. But that's got to really hurt them. I mean, this team's mentality coming through the next one of the. I mean, they've got like 2 games left to play. Probably not much of a chance of qualifying anymore. How's that feel for them?
Yeah, it's going to feel pretty bad. I think they knew coming into this though that they weren't the favourites to win. They just wanted to come and enjoy themselves, have a good time, try and win some games. But it's been a rough couple of weeks for them, I think, in the last 2, because they've been so close to winning both times. But these mistakes that when you play against other good teams as well, every time you make a mistake, they punish you really hard for it. And we definitely saw that today.
Certainly did. And just looking at some of these highlights
like
here. This one hurts. Yeah, the troll going down, and then the fight up at top. We saw the one which Akadaver's actually managed to win, the glimmer of hope, as they managed to take Sneed down going to this high ground. But I mean, as you said, this is before the evasion came in, and that was a big problem.
Yeah, like this is what I mean. Luna pops satanic here, right? But look, she just keeps missing, and so she just dies. Like it's when you have that true strike, it's completely different. And again, those last couple of fights, just EDFC kind of not really going their way because of like misspell usages or kind of bad spell usage coming out in general. Unfortunately, that's the price you pay. But this is what I mean. Like Luna pops Eclipse here, and it felt like she was using it every time people pop BKBs. It felt completely wasted. I feel like if you're the Luna this game, you have to be a lot more patient.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's definitely a factor in this game. As well, though, it's. I don't know, wouldn't an earlier MKB would have won this game, right? Like earlier?
Possibly, but at the same time, like Luna needs so much, right? Like she needs the butterfly to help against all this physical damage coming through from like the Ember, the Troll. Like there was so much that eventually, when she gets all her items, because she farms so quickly, she's going to be, an absolute monster. But until then, it feels really good sometimes, but like it's not the finished product. And this was the one, like they hit this really big 3-man arena, but like the Troll's hitting the Necro the whole time, and the Necro's not the hero you want to be going on. Like this Luna all of a sudden is just freely right-clicking people. And if the Luna goes untouched in the fight, then she's going to tear you to shreds.
I mean, it was a close one, though. Like, they nearly killed off the Necrolite, Necrophos. It came excruciatingly close for them to getting that kill. And who knows how things would have gone, but then again, it probably would have just been a Necrophos buyback, coming straight back into the fight. Like, it really was a Hail Mary there, for sure. And yeah, Crayon actually quite a way off his divine rapier at the end. I thought he was closer, but he actually went for the full Daedalus instead.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with it, but I mean, it's the safer play. That's the thing, right? Because at the time when he bought the Daedalus, it was just before that fight where he looked like, you know, he didn't need the rapier at that point in time because they were doing okay. But then all of a sudden, the Luna picks up evasion, and they're probably thinking, okay, we could have really used like the extra punch now, but you know, it's too late at that point. You've already committed for the Daedalus, so.
Alrighty, well, we do have our player of the match available to vote for over on Twitter, so head over to @ESLUK and you can choose between 3 players to pick for your MVP, and those options are DNC, Icky, and Corey. Who would you give it to, Mo?
I would give it to DNC. I think he played really well on that Sun King, but when you played as many games on that hero as he has, I think it should have been expected. I don't want to be rude,
but why is Corey there?
Don't know. Controversy pick.
The vibe pick.
The vibe pick. Yeah.
Yeah. Most vibe player. That's what they think it means. So yeah, Corey would for sure win most vibe player. But yeah, I reckon DNC is going to win this by a landslide, to be honest, and I think that would be fair by my honest opinion. But guys, if you have a different opinion, then go ahead and head over there and vote. I think it's definitely a close one. I've been informed that the reason for Corey's choice was some really good arenas in the mid game. Is the reasoning for fair enough.
They were pretty good. Yeah, I get it.
Sure.
I just
hard spell to hit.
DNC
very small AoE.
I'm so surprised DNC got given that Sun King though, even through the first stage of the draft. Like he's too good on. He's played so many games on it that you're giving him a hero that he's too comfortable with. Like, yeah. Maybe they felt like they could play against it and it wasn't a problem, but he's proven them wrong.
He sure has, my fam. He sure has. And it's a mistake they won't be making again because they won't have a chance to make it again because they're not going to be able to play this team again because it doesn't look like they're going to be qualifying, unfortunately. Yeah, good habits. They've still got 2 more games to play. Maybe they can take a win. Who have they got to play still?
So it's not either of the top 2 teams. I think it's Warriors of the World.
It'll be Warriors of the World and Cheeky Chums then, won't it?
There's 1 game left after this.
Oh, is it just 1 after today?
1 after.
Oh, so yeah, because it's 6 teams, so therefore 5 games, right?
Yeah.
Each, right.
So I think they've got Warriors of the... I'm pretty sure it's Warriors of the World, yeah. Which, again, they could win, but the fact they can't make the playoffs now is, they're going to be gutted about that. Because they would have thought coming into this that top 4 was a reasonable expectation for them. But they've just been... It feels like, not hitting the standards that they could have in a lot of their games so far. And... yeah, that's, again, I hate to say it, that's the price they pay.
Alrighty, well, we praised him a lot, and now we get to talk to the man himself, the Sand King Master, DNC. Should be on the line for us in just a second. How's it going, DNC?
It's going good. Easy W.
Yeah.
Prove the haters wrong.
How do you feel your performance went, DNC? Because, we've been bigging you up. Oh, we can't hear him.
Well...
Oh, no.
Hear him. Is it...
Oh, I can't hear him.
Hello? Testing?
Oh, what disaster. Hang on.
Have you got the guy muted in
I've got. Hang
Discord?
on. Yeah. Okay, right. There you go. I've sorted it.
Damn fool, Mo Farah. We're sorry about this, DNC. We got a bit of amateur hour from my co-caster here, who is not Nomad's cast, despite what the screen is telling you. But yeah, DNC. Obviously happy about that victory, as Mo Farah asked. How do you feel like your performance was that game?
I think I solo carried the game, even though my whole team were trying to grieve. To be honest. I was telling these guys, whole game, don't TP bot, and then 2 seconds later, there's 4 TPs bot. So, I wasn't too happy, but, we'll get it sorted out, I'm sure.
Was there any calls for the Luna to buy an MKB earlier on in this game, or was it something which only came up later on?
I mean, to be honest, I couldn't hear anything. It was just these idiots screaming about mangoes and stuff all game. It's just things walking around the jungle, Amos, come bring me 7 mangoes. I need to jungle faster and stuff like that. It's just unbelievable. But I don't think... I think the item build was fine. I think we just needed to peel from our Luna a bit better. His damage was fine. I think it's fine.
Alrighty, Mo, got any questions?
Yeah, so obviously you're 2-2 now. Coming into this, you were 0-2 after your first 2 games, which must have felt a little bit rough, right? But you've recovered it the last 2 weeks. You've played a lot better. So are you feeling confident now that you're getting better as a team as time goes on throughout this?
I mean, to be honest, no disrespect, but I think we played against worse teams these past 2 weeks as well. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's mostly like a drafting thing. I think week 1 we played against like some MTD Ursa, and he has like 4,000 games on that hero, so it's just rough. And then who did we play against week 2? Like the Nerd Rage or whatever, and they're too good, right? So I think it's fine, but I don't think we're playing that much better, to be honest. It's just drafting, and I muted Icky in Discord, so it's much easier now actually.
Why did you mute Icky on Discord?
I mean, it's like a mental mute, right? Because this guy's just like, I don't know, he just doesn't want to do what I tell him to do. He just does the opposite, just to fuck with me or something. I don't get it.
Alrighty then. Final question from me. What have you got planned? You know, I don't want to tell you exactly what it's got, but what are you guys trying to angle for in terms of mentality for your next few games? Try and break out and secure your spot in the playoffs.
I mean, mostly we're just trying to practice some more heroes, right? Because I think some of us don't really play that many heroes, and it's just mostly like practicing drafts and stuff like that. But you know, we've all got champions mentality. This Inks guy will break his table in half if we don't qualify. So you know, the motivation's there.
The motivation to save Inks' table. Alrighty, Mo, any last questions?
No, that was fine.
Alrighty. Brilliant interview. Thank you very much, DNC. Thanks for coming to talk to us, and congratulations on getting the win. See you soon.
Yeah, big thanks.
Alrighty, and that is gonna do it for our interview with DNC and for this second series. So let's look forward to our final series of the day, and that is going to be Nerd Rage versus Warriors of the World. Mo, you know, I'm asking it every time. What's your prediction for this one?
I think Warriors of the World have looked a little bit suspect, but I think they're a better team than the stats let on. But I think Nerd Rage, obviously unbeaten so far, they're a very strong team, and I think you have to make them favourites.
They are ready to slap, but we'll see if Warriors of the World can slap back in game number 3 coming up after the short break.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
That's why you don't with the big dog. Now listen here, you.
Tired of spanking your mates week in, week out? Come on! This sad little loser online from Albuquerque, New Mexico, without any rewards other than glory? Try Stakester now. Start using your legendary skills and making some real motherfucking money. Go on. Press it.
Parsec lets you play your entire library of games on any device, anywhere, with anyone, at any time. It's easy. Install Parsec and boom, your PC game library is at your fingertips. Are you bored playing solo? Share a link with anyone and go multiplayer. No friends online? Jump into Parsec's arcade and play with people from all around the world. Parsec's available for most things with screens. Download now.
the drums in. Poetics, bring the drums in.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Premiership. My name is Nomad and joining me is my Farah as we get through into the final game of the day, and this one is gonna be a stomp. No, it probably gonna be.
Whoa!
it's probably gonna be a stomp. But you know, we have faith, don't we, in Warriors of the World to take down Nerd Rage, the unstoppable mashing machine.
I mean, we have said that we haven't seen any of the Sparkling Water or Nerd Rage teams, any of the other four, give those two a game.
Yes.
So this could be the first one, though.
Oh, I'm excited. Warriors of the World, I'm sure they nearly took down, like they didn't nearly, but they kind of took a couple of fights off Sparkling Water in one of the games. So
yeah, they did, but they never looked like winning in the game. So they like it's okay to win fights, but if you never look like winning, then you're kind of just waiting to lose, really, right?
Okay, fair enough.
You know, we haven't. I'd like to see Warriors of the World do well here because I think they have the capability to. They have good players, but they've had a rough couple of last weeks, I think. They lost to Sparkling Water, and then I think they beat somebody. I can't remember who it was, but they've lost 2 games since, and I just think they have it in them to do better, but we haven't really seen what they're capable of yet. So I'm hoping that we can see them kind of push forward a bit today, because if they go 1-3 before the last week, then things are going to start to look really rough for them.
Yeah, that's true. But they're kind of especially with who's it who just played? It's Sneed just getting a win here as well, so that's going to put them at 2-2. So yeah, if they get down to or 2-3, is it 2-2?
I'm pretty sure they're 1-2 at the moment before they've played their game.
No, but Sneed are 2-2, aren't they?
Sneed are 2-2, yeah. So they really need the win here, because there's the teams in third and fourth are both 2-2. So if they lose here and go 1-3, then you're relying on somebody else losing next week. Which
they need to bring home the dub.
You want to put it in your own hands, right? Your own fate. So this is a big game for them. And although Nerd Rage are favourites, if Warriors of the World really want to progress into the playoffs at least, then they've got to go all out today.
Do you like the term "bring home the dub"? Is that one? Do you use the term dub?
No, never. That's
good. I only use it ironically, as I hope you can tell. We do have a Twitter poll, of course. Head over to Twitter to see what is going on at ESL UK, and we can tell us, or you've already told us, who you think is going to win. And it is so close. So close, 68.8% for.
You can round, don't worry.
And can we? Yeah. Warriors of the World at 31.2, very close. But
I would say that's probably about right. I think. I would probably say 80-20, 75-25, that kind of area. But I think Nerd Rage, their core players.
No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, Nerd Rage's core players have looked really good. I mean, we talk about it every single week. We watch them play. They're the guys that are going to win them the games, and they play so well in all of them that we've seen so far, and I don't think that's going to change this week.
Yeah, it's I think it's not looking likely for Warriors of the World, but we can hope, we can pray, we can see if they can pull out some plays. You never know if they might have some cheese picks up their sleeves, maybe some slam down, some private Meepo games in some scrim lobbies. Who knows?
I hope so. That'd be nice, wouldn't
that'd
it?
be exciting, wouldn't it?
A 20-minute Meepo game. I love those. Wow.
Yeah,
really
very exciting stuff. Love casting those bad boys. What's the worst kind of game to cast, though?
The worst kind of game to cast is one that you think is going to be absolutely amazing, and then it's a one-way stomp and the game ends in 20 minutes.
Yeah, if someone loses the laning phase when they really, really shouldn't, that's one of the worst ones for me, because you're just kind of like, well, this is completely unprovoked, completely unpredictable. No one's come out a winner from this. At least if you say this game's going to be a crush and it's a crush, then you seem.
So I think in this matchup, though, between the two teams, I think that Hemispheres has to have a really good game on this clockwork, I think, for Warriors of the World, for them to have a chance of winning, because I think he has to be the one that controls the tempo of this game for them. We've seen him do really well on clock once so far this tournament, and I'd be very surprised if they let it through so that he gets it again, because I think that's when he's looked the most comfortable so far in all 4 games. Also, all 3 games.
Yeah, alrighty, well, we are into the game. We do have ourselves a draft, and we do have some heroes being banned out. And the first of those heroes is going to be the Lycan, the Death Prophet, the Timbersaw, and the Bat Rider.
So, Lone Druid's been banned out against Hemispheres every single time so far, and the Lycan as well, because they're his 2 best heroes by some margin. He's usually a carry player, I think, in a lot of his, or he used to be. So, I think you still ban it out just in case, but if not, it'll be interesting to see if they pick it up, even though he's still the offlaner.
Let's see.
I'm looking at this Grimstroke hero again already, though. I think it didn't, I thought it did well last game, even though it didn't win. But
10 seconds
I'm trying to think of other. Like Void Spirit's still in.
5 seconds.
Yeah, these bans are relatively consistent with the meta right now, with what we've been seeing at ESL LA.
Mars still in as well. I think at ESL LA we seem to have a few more like support bans though that are really strong. I feel like it's difficult to play them at a really high standard unless you're a really good player, like Chen, for example, or like Oracle. I think it's true. Some of the big, like Nyx as well, I think is sometimes first phase banned, but we don't really see it too much now here, I don't think. Whereas it tends to be more focused on the core picks, I think, a lot of the time.
Are you enjoying the meta?
I'm not minding it. I think it's okay at the moment. I can't play Lycan, so I'm trying to play carry at the moment, and I can't play Lycan. That's pretty
automatically
sad.
gimped. Oh, you're playing carry, are you?
I'm playing more WOD at the moment, yeah, because I've realised I don't actually have to be good at the game, just better than most people in my bracket.
True, true, yeah.
That's why I'm gaining again. Yeah, they do ban the lone druid. Okay, that is the right call.
Dire team.
What are they going to open with? I think it's probably not what I was expecting. Interesting. I mean, this hero is very strong, and I think if they hadn't have taken it, they probably would have taken it on Nerd Rage. So it'll be interesting to see how they decide to react to that now. I still like Grimstroke a lot against this hero. I think any kind of hero that relies on mobility, I know I keep bringing the hero up, but any hero that relies on mobility really does not enjoy being soulbound.
5 seconds.
No, that's for sure. Those leash mechanics are really, really strong against heroes like Void Spirit.
And especially when heroes like Puck feel so bad at the moment, having other heroes with leash is not necessarily a common occurrence.
Yeah, and of course Slark is actually quite bad against Void Spirit in general because Remnants can catch him inside his ulti. He can still do all of his damage, Void Spirit, inside of his ulti, so the Slark then generally doesn't have a great time versus the Void Spirit.
I mean, normally you would consider going Mars here, I think, with the Rubik, but Void Spirit, one of the better cores at dealing with Mars, because you can just get out of the arena so many different ways.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
You have to simulate, you have the Astral Step as well.
5 seconds remaining.
I'd be wondering whether they actually want to go for it or not.
They do go for it. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting that they went Rubik Mars instead of Phoenix Mars as well. I feel like Yuma really likes this Rubik hero. It's like his go-to, right? I'm pretty sure it's Yuma playing the 4. I am.
Mushroom and Yuma play.
Or is Ares the
4 and 5? No, Ares is a carry player.
Oh, Ares 1, Noob 2, Overlom 3. Yeah, okay. But yeah, Yuma is the 4. Because I remember him playing this being like their go-to hero for the 4 the last few times as well. If it's not been banned out. So.
But Mushroom Wyvern, remember that bad boy?
I do. And there's a Wisp still in the pool as well, which is really interesting.
Yeah, Mushroom likes that hero, but so far, hasn't happened.
The Dommy B Lich. Here we go. This has been his go-to as well, I would say. If you're not a support player and you want to start learning support, just pick Lich for the first few games. It's like such a standard hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he just does good things. He's just kind of solid.
He has a little bit of everything, right? Like he has good catch with the gaze. He has good damage reduction, kind of like a pseudo save with the shield. Oh, and they actually banned AM. Interesting. I mean, we saw them play that on Ares last time out when they beat Sparkling Water. So Warriors of the World would have been watching that one.
Yeah, definitely. That's a nice safe pick for Nerd Rage taking out the pool.
10 seconds.
But yeah, I'm happy with how Warriors of the World have taken things so far.
5 seconds.
That's for sure.
Remaining.
Yeah,
I think this is the next phase. This is the phase which really matters now.
I don't mind their opening at all. I think it's decent. But the thing is, even when they pick their 4 next to Warriors of the World, they're not giving away which lane the Void Spirit's going to be played in. So it's going to be really difficult for Nerd Rage to pick up their 4th pick.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, get rid of the troll, which suggests they want to go something along the lines. Oh, well, probably not.
I mean, Mushrooms played Wyvern. They've played Wisp before as well. They might want something which is just more of a little bit more of a lane winner, maybe. I mean, Disruptor's still in the pool, Bane's still in the pool, Nature's Prophet's still in the pool. If they can play that.
5 seconds remaining.
We shall see. A Grimstroke's still in the pool as well, which I think is a really good option. I'm surprised. Snapfire's still in the pool if they want to go for that as well, which isn't awful. There's quite a few different options. I mean, Oracle as well is decent against the Lich because you can purge off the shield. You have the nice save as well. I think they have so many different options here.
Yeah, just counting their chickens. They're like, what do we go for? And they're going to decide to go for the famous Mushroom Wyvern. Love to see it.
Yeah, I don't mind this too much. You have the curse that you can set up the arena for, and then you just spear them straight out of the curse.
Smack the mic arm with my drink. That's my
That
beat.
was not very smart, was it?
Yeah, that's what happens when coronavirus causes us to do things from home rather than being in a nice studio. I just smack my arm and
Can't
so
rely
it's
on
all
us.
a bit of a mess.
Cannot rely on us.
Remaining.
I wonder what they go for here now, though. The thing is, like that, the
Do you
troll
really
ban
like
doesn't.
Wyvern?
Sorry.
Do you really like Wyvern though? Like into Void Spirit Lich, it does seem a little bit poo. Like Void Spirit doesn't really care about Wyvern at all.
think
Lich doesn't care about Wyvern. Actually, works quite well against him with Frost Shield.
Yeah, they have a really good.
It's a bit poo.
Sorry, they're not good. They have a really greedy set of supports as well with Rubik and Wyvern, but they do have a lot of wave clear, which is nice. Like they have a decent team fight now with the Curse and the Arena, so I don't mind it too much. I just think it makes their laning stage a little bit weak. Ooh. Okay.
Morp.
So
Gotta come
Morphing
out.
up against the Wyvern as well is really good because you can steal
Yeah.
the Arctic Burn and you just pew pew people from far away. That's a technical term, by the way.
Yep, Sniper Morphling becomes a thing.
I'm really surprised they've picked the Morphling this early, though.
It is an early one, and you already have that Spirit Vessel builder on the Mars as well, so Nerd Rage not going to be super upset about this one, but definitely a threat on the board which they have to answer to now.
Like, I think if you just pick up your 4 hero there, and then just pick up the Morphling afterwards.
Yeah, it's not going to go anywhere. Is there anything which Nerd Rage can pick up to counter? Well, Ricky, definitely a good start. That Ghost Shroud is super annoying into Morphling.
Do you mean Smoke Cloud, not Ghost Shroud?
That's what I said. You weren't listening.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Ricky's the go-to against Morphling a lot of the time. I remember when Morphling was being played a lot and people were like theory crafting that Ricky was the big counter to the Morphling. And then Ricky started to gain more and more play very quickly after that. And I remember OG Seed were talking about it a lot when they were talking. I think it was the Summit a while ago.
Yeah, I think so. He's good, but he's not like... The one thing you have to remember is that he's never going to be able to kill a Morphling alone inside that smoke cloud. He needs some magic damage because Morphling, even if he's full agi, he's going to have a ton of armor, and Ricky can't get through armor very easily. Diffusal helps, but he needs a +1, and right now that's going to be the Rubik. Is it enough? I don't know. We'll find out. Meanwhile, Warriors of the World, they're going to smack down with an Earthshaker.
Don't know how much I like the Shaker.
No, I don't like it at all.
I feel like when you see the Wyvern, you understand
they're going for
gonna
more Shaker, but yeah.
Yeah, like I get it, but
dead combo.
It's not dead. It's still okay, but like I think relying on this Morphling when there's a Ricky in the game is pretty crazy. Like, why would you not just pick Shaker? I guess in case they were worried that Nerd Rage would pick the Morph, but if they pick the Shaker first, but I don't know. Like when you see that this Wyvern Ricky is a laning duo, I feel like you can bully them super hard.
Yeah.
But, it depends. If they want to play this Morph Shaker, we talked about them wanting to play something crazy up against Nerd Rage because, Nerd Rage are the big favourites. It's not cheese, Morph Shaker. Definitely not as like it used to be, at least, but it's still a strong combo.
So righty-tighty.
I assume in this Void Spirit's going to be mid as well. And the thing about the Shaker is, though, that it does give them a little bit of team fight, which they lack at the moment, I think. And a little bit of catch, which is also nice. I just think it makes their laning stage looks really weak to me at the moment.
Yeah, it ain't that hot. It ain't that hot. I don't know. I think it's risky to try and go for this. This kind of combo. You're kind of just shoving the Earthshaker into this draft to make it work with the Morphling when it doesn't really work with it. If this is just free Ricky food. This is free Mars food as well. These heroes love playing into heroes like Earthshaker.
5 seconds.
Yeah, but again, they need the initiation still from somebody, so I don't mind it too much. The thing is, Rubik's a decent hero against the Shaker though as well, because I feel like Rubik punishes him really hard, like with the Fisher Steel, and then you have the instant lift to lift him up just after he echoes as well, so there's no follow-up stun. I don't mind this too much. They don't have a great vessel build on Nerd Rage though, it has to be said.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Mars is okay, Rubik's okay, but neither of them really want to build it. They ban the Huskar. Okay. I think it's a really good Meepo game for Nerd Rage at the moment. It's not amazing, but I think it's good.
Into Shaker and Void Spirit.
Yeah, it's not awful.
And Lich, Chain Frost, Echo Slam.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's not great, but it's not awful.
Okay.
5 seconds.
Like, it's really good at dealing with both the cores is the main thing, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And usually, you know, when you're looking at Meepo, ultis sometimes aren't that big of a deal because you need the consistent lockdown to keep him held still in a fight so that he can't heal up with Ransack. Yeah.
But you have to remember that there's a Wyvern behind as well, right? So even if Meepo ever commits in and they go on him, like there is this kind of like they
Miles
can
as well,
counter-initiate
very
with the
helpful
curse,
with,
right?
with Meepo on that one. I don't know. But we'll see. I think that's let's leave that one to the win for now, and it's going to be Underlord, the final pickup for Warrior of the World.
Never mind.
Does this tie things together?
Yeah, it's okay. It's really good against the Ricky with the pit. Makes Ricky's game pretty hard. I actually don't mind their draft with the Underlord as well. Kind of makes things a little bit easier. No, and the thing is, Underlord's one of these heroes that doesn't really need too much help in lane. Like Shaker could just pull waves for him. Like Underlord's going to do okay up against this Ricky Wyvern, I would assume.
Plus, when Morph gets his act, he can turn to the Underlord, take Atrophy Aura, get loads of No, I'm just kidding. Well, he can do that, but it's not very good.
Can, yeah. I think I don't know. I think he has to turn his Shaker every time, right? Or the Wyvern before he gets Ags, I would assume. He doesn't even have to go Ags this game is the thing, right? Because he has the Wyvern to turn into.
You may now select your heroes.
Okay. It's not an amazing puck game, but it's good. Like, they have Shaker to instantly stun him. They have Underlord with the pit as well.
I think it's a really nice puck pick because it gives them the leash mechanic, which they need to hold still this Void Spirit and the Morphling. Like, yeah, they don't really have like a hard carry as such, but Ricky can do this. It's going to be high tempo from Nerd Rage, but I think that's how they want to play anyway. So yeah, I like this puck pick quite a lot. I think this leash mechanic is going to do them a lot of favors against Morphling and Void.
What I mean is, like, sometimes when you see this last pick puck, you're like, it's a free puck game. Like, this guy's going to own, right? And the puck's really good aggressively this game, like you say, because of the leash against these two maneuverable cores. But at the same time, they have ways of killing puck, right? So it's not like a free puck game. He is going to have to outplay them, which, you know, we've seen Noob play so far this tournament. He is very good. I don't know what rank he is at the moment, but he's a very, very high MMR player, and he does have that potential to just outplay them.
Yeah, he's almost always top 100, isn't he?
I mean, I think he was ranked 13 at the start of the event, so we shall see.
Did you hear that?
No?
Oh, good. Directional mic coming in handy. Nothing was happening, guys. That's all you need to know. Yeah. Noob, of course, a very high skill player. And Ares as well. I don't know what MMR he is, but every single time I've seen him play, I've always thought, you know, you can just tell he's a good Dota player.
I'm pretty sure he was like ranked 200 or something at the start. I'm not 100% sure on that, but yeah, he was very high. I haven't been I'll be honest, I haven't been majorly impressed with Overlom so far though this event, because he played pretty well at Skirmish a lot of the time. But
yeah, he did.
But I was expecting more from him, but maybe that's just because, you know, their two core players have been playing so well that it kind of, you know, so much of the light shines on them.
Yeah. No, I think that's somewhat the case. But at the same time, you know, maybe he was just kind of knew that in Skirmish, to take the wins, you're not really in a team, so you kind of have to be the big playmaker in every team. If you want to win, you got to make the players happen. In this, you're playing in a team, therefore you can play as a space maker, you can play as the enabler, you can adjust and play in a team mentality, which I think he's doing very well on the off lane. But yeah, I was definitely underwhelmed by his some of his other performances on but then again, yeah, as I say, he's been making space. He's not been the big playmaker himself, so I'll let him off. He'll be pleased to hear.
I'm assuming Ricky's going to be building an Orb of Venom really quickly, because he's saved up some gold. Like, he's got Slippers queued up, but he does have 63 base damage with a Quelling Blade. So
yeah, he's good.
I wonder if he wants to buy this or if he saves for the Orb of Venom, because I think the Orb of Venom against the Underlord is going to help them a lot. If he can, like, get the bounty runes and then instantly but walk it out on his courier.
Yeah.
Who has a Bassi on the dire side? Is it Rubik?
It sure isn't.
No, it's the Wyvern. Okay. That's weird. I would have thought it would have been the other way around. And you put the headdress on the Wyvern and the Bassi on the Rubik. But
one thing I really like which Envy does, when he's playing with a hero which wants to spam stuff as a carry, he'll buy the Bazzi himself. and let his support just buy like loads of mangoes or something, and it just kind of means that you've just got like so many spells to deal with. It's a pain in the ass.
I think so many people rely on a Quelling Blade at the start of the game as well. I mean, I'm guilty of that. Like, it's such a nice item to have on a carry, but like if you're a good player, you don't necessarily need it to last it, right? Sometimes Rickies don't go for it because they have such high base damage as well, like Underlord as well.
Yeah. It's not 100% necessary, and yeah, it definitely opens up options that allow you to be a little bit more creative.
He did start Slippers as well, which is a shame.
What a coward. 66 damage. Really, you need 66 damage to last hit.
Against Underlord, 66 damage, to be fair.
True. Plus atrophy. All right, yeah, fair enough. We'll let him off.
Yeah, Quelling Blade doesn't work on denies. I used to play with some people that didn't know that, so if anybody doesn't know, yeah, Quelling Blade doesn't work on denies.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things where I've always just kind of assumed that's the case. Like, I don't think I know for certain.
Ooh. He wanted to. I think he might have seen the Void Spirit there. I'm not 100% sure, but
did Void Spirit start with? Well, he probably doesn't have anything leveled up right now, but did he? Yeah. So I mean, there could have been the option to drop the Remnant on the puck and make him take some more hits from the tower, but I don't think realistically you kill him there. But I think just by being there, it means you can't check the ward anymore because you'll see the Void Spirit, and then you'll know that he sees you. Therefore, it doesn't matter that you're sitting there. You can't actually check that ward. So.
Yes.
Excellent idea.
Very smart from the Void Spirit to start things off. Big brain plays for a big brain kind of guy. And look at Mushroom and Overlord. Have they got a sneaky plan here? They got a conniving
Oh, yeah, they saw them, though.
Yeah, they've been spotted out.
I wondered if they were going to block the wave there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I don't know what their game is. I can't figure them out. They're a riddle to me.
Why is Overlord blocking? Because the tower just goes under the Morph's tower, and now the wave goes towards you.
Yeah. Well, Izzor's blocking it as well. Everyone's blocking. I think it's Morph's just like, well, if I'm going to be alone down here for the start, then I want to try and mess up with the crew wave as much as possible. Let's try to go for the pull, but yeah, they're tri-laning into this Morph to start things off. Interesting from Nerd Rage.
That was...
still gets a deny. Painful.
That was pretty bad, I'll be honest. Yeah. The Morph got 3 last hits and he got the range creep deny as well, so really well played by the Radiant side in the bot lane.
You're not sad about that. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, 5 CS to the puck. Mushroom, is he right here? Still being chased down. He's going south as well. Izzle, though, he's on him. WB on top of him as well. He has got the Splinter Blast. Fisher does miss, but it doesn't really matter. The right clicks come through, and First Blood goes the way of Izzle. This is an amazing start for the Morphling in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, overall, it's mid. These guys have been skirmishing him up a little bit. Drawing even now. Puck was very far ahead, but that's because the creep wave hadn't quite pushed in. He just killed off the first one nice and quickly. I don't think he blocked or something. I guess Taz didn't block. But yeah, this feels like a Puck-favored lane, but then again it's Void Spirit. He tends to just randomly kill people by smashing his face onto the keyboard and pressing all his buttons at once, so...
Yeah, it's definitely a Puck-favored lane, and Noob's going to just carry on clicking him for quite a while here. Just make him use more vision on the
down the bottom, the right click's coming through, and it is going to be a kill going the way of this time of Dommy B, as they draw more blood in the bottom lane.
And this is the problem with the Dyer's lineup, with their supports that we talked about being so greedy. With the okay,
there you go. Face into keyboard, get yourself a kill, easy peasy. And I mean that's insane, right? That's Taz killing off Noob. Like Noob, easily the highest AMR player in the tournament. He's dead. He killed.
That's what I was talking about with the Void Spirit's third skill. Like he's just become so deceptively tanky because he tanks up so much physical damage.
Yeah, and I think the surprise level sometimes people don't expect the Remnant, or they don't plan for the Remnant, and you can't really plan for the Remnant in every available opportunity. So you kind of just have to wait until you see it, and sometimes that can end up in a kill. It's the adaptability of the hero which makes him so strong in lane as well.
So they're going to leave the Ricky in a 1v1 against the Underlord to try lane down here. I don't know about this. I feel like all 3 lanes are going to go okay for the Radiant side now.
Yeah, it's kind of trying to like play damage limitation rather than trying to play for a 1 lane. But they're really not settling on this bottom lane going down, and now the damage starts coming through onto Overlord. 3-man stun from Tolera with that Fisher. You know, Frost Shield's out onto Izzler as well, but it is going to be the Dire trading up better in this situation.
Do they have a headdress on the Radiant side? Does Lich have one? Does he have mangoes?
Lich has mangoes. He's
pretty sad.
Mango Town.
He has no more HP regen on the Lich, so it's going to be really difficult for him to stay in this lane.
Yeah, meanwhile up in the top lane, it is the Underlord versus the Riki. Generally in solo lanes, the Underlord's going to have a fairly nice time, but so far it's been the Riki who's been ahead. And it looks like that's going to stay that way as these creeps come tumbling under the tower. But meanwhile, the Mars in some trouble. Isla chasing him down, turns around with the spear. Is it enough to slow out onto Dummy B as well? And Dummy B losing his health. Mushrooms closing the gap, turns around with a Frost Blast onto Yuma. Yuma losing his health and should be brought down, but not before he gets a kill onto Dummy B. Mushroom takes the credit for that one. Tolera brings down Yuma. A kill for a kill down at bottom as they trade evenly again. But still, I mean, this is the Mars forced off the lane, so more space for the Morphling, and every single time that happens, that is a huge advantage to Warriors of the World.
100%. I'm really surprised Hemisphere went for a point in pit, by the way. I feel like when you're playing this 1v1 scenario, getting more points in Atch for Aura is just too valuable.
Yeah, I would have thought so as well, but wants to have a cheeky bit of kill potential, I suppose, but I don't see where that will ever come in on your own.
I think his thought process might be that he really wants 4 points in pit as soon as possible against the Puck and the Riki. So he might just end up going 4-4-1.
Interesting. Meanwhile, Isla jumping on forwards, dodging out that spear, trying to close the gap onto Overlord, but a lift back and a throwback, and Tommy B in trouble again here. Tolera trying to close the doors, Tommy getting so low, but makes his way to the trees. The Lich will survive. Meanwhile, Isla just sitting on the front lines, dealing that right-click damage and chasing back the heroes off the Nerd Rage.
All bounty runes.
Tolera running in for it here. We'll grab that bounty rune. He's going to go for the other one as well. He's not going the right way if he is. Stun comes out, but I think Mushroom still makes it first. Yeah.
I don't know why he didn't just run up. That was weird.
Well, these are questions I don't have the answer to, my Farah.
My path leads to
all three lanes going okay for the Radiant, though, at the moment. I mean, this Morph has 13 denies in a tri-lane. He's absolutely loving life.
Spicy. And once again, the
it's this level 6 first.
Just unleashing onto Noob here. Noob, he might not have the health for this. He grabs him. Another kill for Taz in the middle lane. Mushroom, though, looking for revenge and might just be able to take him down with the right clicks, with the Arctic Burn. Is there going to be enough damage from him? There's not. Taz will survive again, getting the solo kill, getting out alive. This man and his Void Spirit doing absolute work in the middle lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point of when you get the first kill in that lane, though, before, like, you gain such a big level advantage that when you hit that level 6 first, your kill potential is just, so much higher than normal. Puck can't really do too much at level 5, especially when he's already used the orb to farm. Uh-oh.
Meanwhile, in the trees, a little bit of cat and mouse, and Courier's going to draw in Overlord here, but this might be a bait for his death as Isla comes jumping on forwards, a spear thrown back by Overlord, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Tommy B is going to claim that kill, and now jumping even really far forwards here. He's so far on the front lines, but can't really stay here any longer than that. They will clear out.
Dummy B tries to pull and accidentally gets one of the dire creeps instead. That was unfortunate.
Honestly, the laning phase could not have gone better for Warriors of the World. Like, they've dumpstered this bottom lane, they've dumpstered the mid lane. Top it has been the Riki sharp at top. Is Riki going to be able to do enough to turn this game for these guys? I don't know.
I mean, he has the potential to, but I think they need this Puck to have a good game. Like, they not necessarily in the laning stage, but he needs to be making the right rotations now because of the bad start that he's had. Like, I think if Puck makes a bad rotation with his first ult, I think his game's going to be really difficult. More difficult than it already is.
Yeah. We talked about the power of the leash into the Void Spirit and into the Morphling. The silence as well could be useful, but I feel like he needs an active rune to make that happen.
But the thing is, even if he leashes the Void Spirit or the Morph, neither of his supports do enough damage at this point in the game to help him get kills. So, like, even if somebody rotates in mid, they don't really kill the Void Spirit.
Hemisphere's interesting up top. What did Hemispheres end up leveling? No, just a single casual point in pit.
Yeah, don't know about that. If you go 4-4-1, then I get it, but...
Radiant's middle tower.
Does seem unusual. No, Ricky certainly did appreciate that point in pit because it's not really done that much. Maybe making the Ricky take a little bit more damage before he jumps out off the firestorm, but not that big a deal. Meanwhile, Overlord being drawn up once again here, turns around with the spear, throwing Isla back, doesn't connect though. Domi B still chasing. Is he going to be able to bring him down the slow? It's out. The frost shield onto Isla as well should result in Overlord dead, but no, they don't have the way forward. The Mars going to be okay.
It was only on cooldown for a few
King's out
seconds.
middle lane, they're going for this one. The leash has come down onto the Void Spirit. Void Spirit trying to run around in circles, but unfortunately they've got too much damage to throw on down onto that puck and get that kill.
That's really nice by Ares, because I said that they didn't have enough from one of their supports. So if the Ricky rotates in and he's the one that makes the movement, they definitely have the damage between them. So really good heads-up play by them. They understand that how much of a threat this Void Spirit's becoming, and they have to try and put him down a little bit.
Yeah, they've put out one of the well, they've started to put out one of the fires, but another fire raging in the bottom lane. In fact, a fire made of water, as Morphling claims himself another kill onto the Wyvern and just keeps on farming up.
I would say they put out the Void Spirit fire. They've kind of like...
they haven't.
Put the tap on for half a second.
Thrown a glass of water into a roaring building is what's happened here, and now he's finding another kill up in the top lane area. He's losing his life. He has got a blink strike, but nothing to jump to just yet. But running through the trees, they don't seem to have the vision for him.
Yeah, dust run out.
Just juke them. Yeah.
But the thing is, like, he's so tanky because of like naturally high HP region. He has like 11 armor as well. So
yeah, pretty sick.
What are you gonna do?
No, just blink striking forward for creeps even now. Void Spirit's no longer there as he's taking the outpost instead. And with WB securing bottom outpost, they should get both of them here. Very nicely done. No XP for you, Dire.
Yeah, especially considering how poor the Dire supports have been in terms of XP this game. Like, because they've had to tri-lane bot. What level's the Wyvern and the Rubik at 10 minutes into the game? Like, they must be like
Not
level 4,
very
right?
high.
Yeah, this is really sad because only one of them's going to be able to take the tome.
Nope. Turning around, uses that ultimate to hold still both the Void Spirit and the Shaker, but that is all it will do. Hold them still for a minute, and when they are free, they come straight back in. Meanwhile, Overlord in some trouble in the bottom lane. Once again, Isla and Domi B try to chase him down. They see him. The fear comes down. Nice reactions from Domi B, and they will get the kill onto that Mars. Meanwhile, Taz dropping low in the middle lane, but able to sink himself away into the jungle. Live to fight another day, and actually going for the Orchid as his first item. I like that quite a lot.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice, this game. You know, you're playing against Puck, playing against the Wyvern, like these squishy supports that you can kill off in the backline quickly as well.
Yep.
I don't like that he's maxing Aether Remnant last, though. I think it's too important to not level up this game.
Yeah, the extra lockdown seems really nice, but at the same time, you said they do need a bit of damage, especially when your carry is a Morphling. Early damage can be hard to come by, so I'm not as against it as you are.
I don't know, the cooldown reduction is really nice as well, because it means you'll be able to get 2 off in a fight instead of 1. I think it goes down from 19 to like 11, I think it is.
Yeah, I just think they need the damage.
What about the Q, Roberto? Are we coiled on the Void Spirit?
Yeah, I guess it does increase damage as well. Oh, the snap back and down he goes. Tolera comes in a little bit too late with the 3-man Fisher. Does have a slap but won't get it off. Mushroom nicely done with that Wyvern ulti. Does cancel out Chain Frost, but who really cares? Tolera will finally get it off, but unfortunately he might be docked. Yes, he is. Noob gets the kill and runs himself away, and Ares trying to chase down Hemispheres here. Hemispheres dropping low and the Blink Strike will finish the job. Down goes the Underlord. Dummy B will survive, but his teammates will not. And this is a fight which they've been searching for such a long time now. But it does come early. I mean, 12 minutes in, it's a great time to find a fight like this and put them back in a possibly commanding position for the rest of this game as this Ricky starts to take off. He's taking the first few rolls into the snowballing procedure.
He's doing really well. When he gets this defusal, we talked about it in the first series that we saw today, that when you get the defusal on Ricky, you're a completely different hero. Your damage output's massive. You tend to have Smoke Cloud leveled up by then as well, which he does.
Oh, Overlord, not again. This time the level 6 ultimate. Isla playing around with him, but Ares is coming in, taking some chunks. Trying to play around to Isla. Look at him. He's trying to bait him out so hard by taunting the Agi shift. He's like, yeah, smoke cloud me. Oh, no, might I go strength? Nope, I'm going Agi. Nope,
he knows that Ricky doesn't do damage when he doesn't hit you from behind, though. Right, and he has lifesteal as well on Morph, so just turn him out and hit him.
Yeah.
Don't let him get the free damage off onto you.
Just hit him, lol. Wise words from a wise man.
This 25 attack speed on Ricky's so good, by the way. Like, if you play it feels amazing. I'm wondering whether he goes for the smoke cloud talent this game, though, considering how useful it's going to be.
Yeah, it does seem good. It does seem very
the
good.
Morph, the Void Spirit.
Another thing I wanted to mention earlier as well, if the Morphling does get the opportunity to turn to a Riki, I think he will also choose that, because the smoke cloud against Noob and even Mars and even Riki, it sounds real good. And he's being baited here pretty hard. They're going to lift him up. He does get the strength morph off. Is it going to be enough? Chain Frost coming, sliding in from the side with the Frost Shield as well. There's way too much tankiness on this Morphling to stand a chance of fighting this one. Tolera coming in from the side, and they'll drop Ares. The big boy goes down as Void Spirit turns up to this fight. Warriors of the World, they're coming in. They're trying to bring down Yuma as well. Tolera trying to get on top of him right now, but all he's got to throw to this is an enchant totem, so can't really do it, but Taz is here. He's going to have the damage. Oh, never mind. Isla comes jumping over the cliff to claim that kill for himself. Warriors of the World, who is this team? And where have they been for the last 4 weeks?
It's a bit crazy, isn't it? I mean, this is what I mean, though. But when I was talking about them, that they have the potential to do really well, but we just haven't seen it from them so far. So it's really nice that they're actually feels like they're playing on a much better level this time.
They really are, yeah. Especially Taz as well. You know, this is he's struggling in the mid lanes. I think he's played DP, which is quite underwhelming. I think he had a Leshrat game as well. You know, there's been some strange heroes, if I'm remembering correctly, and. Yeah, some successes, but some underwhelming performances. But he is just nailing this game and nailing Noob as well. Gotta feel good to crush someone of that high a caliber player. Meanwhile, they're jumping forwards onto the Mars here, and Overlord once again will be losing his life. Maybe not. Going north, headed to the trees, cutting the tree down. Tolera still chasing Isla as well. He's got the waveform, should cut across, and now Overlord shall die a deserved death, but buys a little bit more time than perhaps he should have with that one.
Overlord is really struggling this game. I was hoping to see more from him this week, but it feels very much that he's the one that's kind of falling behind a little bit again.
Yeah, somewhat.
I mean, playing Morph into Mars isn't fun, but even so, feels like he's kind of not really been able to make any good rotations or anything this game either.
All things considered, very dominant performance from Warriors of the World so far. I mean, this is not the team we expected to be ahead of this stage in the game. When you look at these two teams on paper, and you look at these drafts, is this what you expected?
I thought the Radiant draft was better, but I didn't think they would be this far ahead at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Because I thought this Puck would be doing much better than he was. But, you know, those first couple of deaths really hurt him. That's to be pointed out, Yuma's playing Rubik into Underlord, which is like one of the best matchups. Because anything you steal from him is really good. Like the Pit gets extra duration because of the Arcane Supremacy. Firestorm's really good against the tanky Underlord himself. Because it's percentage HP as well.
Mm-hmm.
But the Pit's going to be really key if he can steal that this game.
Yeah, it's funny,
Spirit.
isn't it? Yeah, you've got Void Spirit, and basically every of the big cores in this game has like a really key mobility spell which they need to rely on in these team fights. I find it quite funny how valuable these leash mechanics and these hold your still mechanics are the roots as well. They're going to be this game. Yuma getting jumped, and he is going to be absolutely pounded here in the middle lane. Good night, sweet prince. Mushroom, he did have the curse available, but now they see him. There's that Atos coming up through, throws it down, but why? For what? Mushroom throws it to the wind, and there's going to be a tier 1 tower most certainly falling here for the side of Warriors of the World.
What item build's the Morph gone for? Is he going for Manta or is he going for E-Blade?
Yeah, he was going for Manta.
Manta, right, okay. So he's going to have that Manta now as well.
He does.
Jesus.
Noob coming in though, he's got a double damage, immediately leashing onto the two of them, but they don't bring down the Morphling in time. Their plan has been foiled, and down goes Noob. Oh my goodness, Riki going to be heading the same way as well. It looks like his Ares is being held still with the Echo with the damage, and they will get another one. Taz gets himself the double kill, and they might make it a triple as I see Yuma on the high ground. Yuma trying to make himself scarce, but unfortunately there are not enough trees on this planet to hide you from the wrath of Taz right now. Another one comes in their way. Taz gets the triple. This team is seriously woken up.
Yeah, it's completely night and day for both these teams though, and how they've been performing in the last few weeks or so.
Sure. I mean, sometimes you don't win the laning phase on a team which you really need to win the laning phase for. And you look at Riki, Puck, Mars as your 3 cores, and you do not want to have a rough early mid on this team. And unfortunately, that is exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah. But that's the thing, like both their tempo cores in the Puck and the Mars both had really rough laning stages, so they had nobody that could like dictate the tempo of the game. And so this Ricky's like had okay farm for the time, but there was nobody he could really fight with because they were both, you know, pretty far behind on the other two cores. And I assume Shaker has Blink soon as well, which I think is going to be a massive... Yeah, I think he's got coming out on the courier right now.
I know many Shakers, and no one runs towards base this quickly for a South. he's got a Blink coming.
This guy... If they can catch the Puck or the Ricky with the first Echo and try and catch them by surprise, I think and then all of a sudden it turns into a Roche possibly for the Morph as well. Could be a big game winner.
Look at these pings coming out, and that's from the Puck as well. That's from Noob saying we need to deal with this Morphling. And they're heading in towards the middle lane here. Ares and Noob leading the charge. They want to see if he comes for a second wave of creeps here, but that will not be the case.
The thing is, like, he has Blink now, so he really wants to kill the Morph with the silence, but he has a Manta on the Morph now.
Yeah.
So he's really difficult to kill unless you can get that smoke cloud on top of him, like on top of the coil.
It's the coil and the smoke cloud, yeah.
It has to be the two cores that play together, which is like really difficult because if they're both playing off map at the same time, like it's pretty obvious.
Well, they found someone at least, and this target is going to be the Void Spirit. Void Spirit trying to make its way away, but gets pinned to a tree. But Ninja's coming in from the side. Oh my god, the chain cross! It destroys them. They get taken down. Overlord Ares losing their life for this one. They will kill off Taz, and a beautiful curse comes in from Mushroom as well to kill off Tolera, making it somewhat of a trade.
Can he turn into the Wyvern here?
Kinda. Noob playing from behind here, trying to kill off the creep wave. Meanwhile, Mushroom going for an adventure, going for a little bit of a fly through the trees. Noob up top, Hemisphere sees him, but with the blink away, Noob will be safe enough.
He's going to try and cut the wave here, I think, as well, which is the right play.
Yeah, they've got two creeps alive, though.
You got to try and slow this push down as much as you can.
There's two creeps alive, and unless the Wyvern can do something about it, but... Well, he can do. They didn't do a very good job keeping them alive, I won't lie to you.
I don't know what that glyph was, but at least they kept the tower alive, which is the most important thing, because they've skipped the wave, so...
Yeah, I think they just wanted to save as much damage as possible on the tower, and Puck's also able to fund himself a couple of bounty runes here, and a regen rune. Great. 9 bottle charges, why not? Meanwhile, they're morphing a little bit, and Puck is making his way over as well. There's no mana left on Isla either. He's used all his strength, he's used all his mana. Oh, never mind, in comes Dommy B, giving it in the mangoes. Here you go, buddy. Here's some mana for you, and Tolera comes out with a big two-man slam, holding them still. The Ricky and the Mars, are they going to drop? You betcha. Mars taken out, and Ricky heading the same way as well. What a play from Dommy B, coming up onto the high ground as a Lich. They're looking for Mushroom as well. In comes the Arctic Burn with... Oh my god, that's dirty. That's dirty. That is disgusting. They are serving them up and taking them down, and Noob just doesn't know what to do. He's sitting in the trees with a regen rune, just wondering, where the hell is my team going? Why is everybody dead? What now? Well, keep on playing. Keep on trying. Yeah, Yuma going for the dodgy TP, and the Mars trying to follow in afterwards. Does get the nice 3-man arena off. Yuma in the middle of all of this. They might be looking towards... No, never mind. They can't because their puck just being held back on the back lines. They might have been able to finish off Isla. They had the puck, been able to get into that one, but Taz just goes and cuts him off at the back with that brand new shiny Orchid. But now they come in. They get the 2-man coil. But Yuma's just turning this one around. Yaz right on top of him. It does look like the Lich is going to lose his life. Tolera, they're trying to play him. Oh! What a...
He's still cursed, though.
Oh,
he's still cursed.
Mushroom. Well, that was interesting.
To be fair, the fountain regen almost saved him there. But unfortunately, there's a Morph on his team. So...
Damn you, Morph, and your crazy damage. Yeah, I'm actually surprised he died in base, but fountain regen wasn't enough to save him from the wrath of his 3 teammates.
Have we seen an arena yet this game?
Yeah, we just saw one at mid.
But, like, is that the first one? Is that the first one, though? Because I feel like we've hardly seen it at all this game, right?
I can't remember these things. Arena's not a spell I'm like, whoa, Arena's been used. It's kind of just there.
You're waiting for the echo, aren't you? I know.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
the second Blink Echo.
Radiant
yes. I'm waiting for the big 5-man.
It has to be a 5-man echo, yeah. Like,
is it an Echo Slam if you don't catch 5 heroes in it?
When I say the echo,
I see.
Anything apart from a 5-man echo does not count.
Fair. Morphling well on his way to Aglim City. Only 1,200 gold left on that item. And with his double damage rune, Roshan is going to get absolutely peeled like a fresh tangerine picked from a tree.
I assume his item build, he goes either into the BKB or the Satanic, depending on what he feels like he needs more. They don't really have a save, so the BKB might be really nice, especially since the puck's so poor, he can't really get an Ags at any decent rate.
Yeah. I'm still not super sure on this Ags, but fine. I know Shaker Ags is good, but I feel like when you're this slow and you're against this much cancel and kind of control, you could just find yourself jumping into a smoke cloud, and that could be a little bit funny. But
I don't know, blowing somebody up with 400% extra damage is always pretty fun.
Yeah, okay, fair. Also sounds good.
They have the Aegis here, and these two cores are still in the bot lane. Like, this tower's losing HP very quickly.
It really is, yeah. I mean, again, Warriors of the World, you know, entirely different team here, but they're just making the definitive plays early on.
They're losing their runs. Like, you have to make your play here, guys.
Knock, knock. Is anybody home? No. Okay, we're just going to take your tower and get ourselves out.
This is what I like in comparison to last game. They've got the Axe coming, so they back off. Last game, do you remember how we talked about the Troll almost had his BKB? You know, Luna almost had Satanic.
I mean, you say that, but they were definitely trying to poke for something there. Like, Warriors of the World weren't exactly playing carefully until that Axe came. Sure, I guess you can see it.
Noob's still smoked here, but it's just so hard to find an opening.
What's the turnaround mechanic for Nerd Rage?
Hope that all 5 of the Radiant heroes stand in a smoke cloud and don't move.
Okay, that would definitely work. In goes Taz, getting that big crit out onto the puck, starts to follow up as well. Huge reactions with that remnant, and Noob's unable to get away. He's just dropped.
Oh, they
and he's found the +1 mushroom. Hello, sir. This is not the neighborhood you should be in right now. He might drop the ultimate. No, he will not. Hemispheres chops it into with that big green axe of his. See you later, mushroom. See you later, noob. 2 heroes taken down, and now this middle tier 2 might be the next tower threatened. Actually, bottom tier 1's going to go down first because there's a big creep wave pushing in at mid for Nadaya.
You thought Void Spirit was bad enough normally when he picks up an arcane rune. Sweet Jesus, that is that is
face
some
on
catch.
keyboard gameplay.
He's going Axe next as well, which I think is definitely the right choice. They need somebody that can control the Wyvern in the backlines while the Morph goes on like the rest of the heroes, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god. They cliffed slightly too late so that the extra damage hit the tower. That's sad.
Top tower is under attack.
Oof, careful with the courier there. I'm sure I told you this, but oh, in comes the Echo Slam up in the top lane, and that is one dead Ricardo. Good night, sweet prince.
Our Observer's not dead. Hello?
Our Observer's very good catching that one.
Yeah.
Seeing him slam. Well, this Mars in a sticky little old pickle right now. See you later, Overlord. Although I say that, he's walking his way to safety, and that Chain Frost is not going where he wants. And Yuma's going to steal it, throw it right back. Not really doing much either, though. And Yuma is going to drop all the same. Isla now godlike on this Morphling, destroying everybody, just mowing fools down left, right, and center. Pew, pew, pew.
I have to put it out there. Isla's played really well this game.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, I've been majorly impressed by him. It's a very good Morph game, but you know the way the lane went as well. Like his spell usage has been really good this game.
Just as the hero knowledge seems to be there, you know, like knowing what to do in the right situations. You know, just small things like turning around and attacking the Ricky with the lifesteal and playing on the edge to knowing what to steal, the item build. It's all looking fantastic from Isla this game.
We have to remember they still have the Aegis as well on Morph. Like
for a little bit longer, yeah. They're going to make use of this. 45 seconds, in fact. Thanks, Roberto. Winter's Curse? Oh, because they're going on the back lines. They're trying to make a play here. Meanwhile, they'll throw down the arena on the front here. And will they kill off? But yes, Domi B goes down, so that's a significant save gone. And Hemisphere losing his life as well. This could be the fight they're looking for, but they're trying to dive in deep. Taz and Isla still looking to fight this one. They will bring down Yuma at the very least, but he's going to buy back. They're not done. And in comes a spear. He's inside the smoke cloud. He needs to get himself out, but Isla might not have that opportunity right now, but he has got that Aegis. 12 seconds left. Aries jumps his way over. Isla kind of either needs to die or survive.
They really want to kill him after the Aegis.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And they're waiting. They know exactly when this Aegis is going to disappear, and they've got him. Beautifully done from the side of Nerd Rage. That is exactly what they need. They're not back into this one yet, but that is a huge step in the right direction.
Yeah, the curse looked really awkward at first, but Morphling decided to fully strength morph just before the curse, so that when the curse finished, even though he had Aegis, so like when the curse finished, he wasn't doing any damage afterwards. Like he couldn't hit anybody because he wasn't actually morphed.
That was actually sick. Like as you say, like he reflexively, correctly, more strength. Oh, Ricky on the high ground. Is he right here? Might not be. He's getting beaten down pretty quickly. Aries though turns around with the BKB. Hello, who's jumping on who? Dommy B is the one to die. Hemispheres turns up to this one. They might try to unleash onto the Ricky, but he's got a BKB still running. And now another curse. I swear he just used this.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Heals out from the Void Spirit. Void still alive for the time being, actually going aggressive onto Yume here. This guy, he's got no chill. Finally will TP himself out, and Aries having to trick to the trade to get himself away. He might still die here.
He wants more.
So close. I mean, literally like 1 HP almost. Because the linger on the Firestorm. My God, Ricky, playing it on the line. Oh,
yeah, I just
died.
I think that if the Morphling had just stayed agi and just fought when he had the Aegis, like, I think they'd have been fine. Because even if he dies once, it doesn't matter, right? But yeah, there was a really good play by the Dire side, like using the curse to then let the puck go on the back line at the same time with the Ricky. It was exactly how they had to play the fight, and they recognised that, you know, considering they were, what, 14k behind at the time, I think? Yeah, and yeah. I think Morphling going BKB is the right choice. He had E-Blade queued up, and I was a little bit unsure. I think I said BKB or Satanic, and it's definitely the right choice.
Park, they've got him silenced, they've got him locked down, but they've also got the cold embrace out onto him as well, but it doesn't make a difference. Taz has the damage, and they will kill him off.
Morphling's going in.
Jesus, he is, isn't he? He is really deep, silenced up under the tier 4s. Sir, this is not where you want to be. Oh, Jesus, that is a little bit too deep, my friend.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Oh, God. It's getting to them. They're choking. But will they? No, Shake will not be able to get out. Dommy B turning it around, trying to make a play here, trying to salvage this absolutely awful series of events which they seem to be experiencing on Warrior of the World right now. Aries nearly getting low here, but actually popping that BKB and jumping back in, finishing off Dommy B. And now Hemispheres calls it. He says, it's time to get out, Taz. Let's get ourselves out of this one. And just about in time. I thought he nearly dodged it, but thankfully not.
Can they still dark? Well, they start Dark Rift. Can they go bot here? I feel like they should just Dark Rift bot and go.
It's a bit YOLO.
It's a bit risky, but I think you have to.
Don't mind if I do.
Like, keep doing risky plays, right? I guess if the Morph's going to dive your base, you don't have to. But that was interesting. Just getting a little bit ahead of himself. Like, all of a sudden, what was a 14k net worth advantage a few minutes ago is now 7k.
You know, there's some people in this world who can be very deterministic. People who just kind of see a series on paper and go, this one's going to be a stomp. This one's going to be a simple, straightforward game.
Did.
I don't recall, but this is one of those games which has proven those people wrong, proven out to be the short-sighted idiots which they really are. Meanwhile,
they cut them off.
Yeah, have they though? In comes the Fisher. Taz coming forwards onto the backlines, looking to bring down Yume here. He's got inside the Resonant Pulse, but once again being helped alive by Mushroom, who is just seemingly invisible. Never mind. They'll pick him off. Meanwhile, Overlom, he's really been left behind in this one. There's one Mars versus 3 heroes.
He's standing in the corner though. What? Just stay in the corner with Bulwark. You never die.
It's literally unkillable. Yeah, unfortunately, 'tis not the case, and 'twill be brought down. 'Twas his fate all along. No, wrong neighborhood, my friend. Silence out. Latos as well coming down onto him. Oh, that's just plain. Yeah. Good job, Ezra.
Right, okay. Can they play Dota without diving the base this time? Let's go.
Yeah, stay away from the
caught someone. I think they caught someone.
Kill Wyvern. It's alright. He knew Mushroom was safe until now. Perfectly done.
Okay, well, Wyvern did have half HP, but then Morph hit him. That's a shaker.
Feeling it right now. They just go tier 4s. Okay.
Well, they're playing Morph Shaker.
I think they can. 30 seconds.
I think it's a risky play.
Okay, they got the fortification. Maybe this isn't quite as easy as I thought. Let's see. Do they refocus? Everyone's pretty low as well. after the tier 4s.
I was going to say, Morph needs to hit the racks.
This is incredibly indecisive. This is the most indecisive display of Dota I've ever seen in my life. All right, we're going for barracks. We decided, everybody. We took one tier 4 and then move on to the barracks.
He hasn't stole pit on Rubik like all game, it feels like. He's got Firestorm every single time. Wow, they are going to be really safe not finishing off that range racks there. Really well played.
Yeah, for sure. And that's 2 lanes barracks taken down. Arranged barracks remain on top, but they're not done. They're looking for the side now.
It's the fake back.
Oh,
nice.
El Clasico, and then they jump onto the Ricky. They've got the slam, they've got the goal. The Cold Embrace comes down to try and keep him alive. Arena is responsible. Winter's Curse coming down just to keep the Earthshaker locked down amongst all things. Meanwhile, Isla trying to bring down the Rubik and will be able to do so. Mushroom and Rubik dead to start this one off. Meanwhile, Void Spirit so low. Ares will take him down, and Tommy Beast gets obliterated by the God's Rebuke. Now Hemispheres, Tolera, and Isla fighting up into Overlord, and Overlord will be the loser in that one. Ares, though, trying to take down the Morphes under those tier 4s once again, but has a managed to purge off the curse, and now, well, see you later, boys. I'm out of here. And in comes the Atos. There's a buyback on Overlord, a buyback on Taz as well. Both of them coming into this middle lane, but they back off. They say, hey, you know what? We don't have to take buildings inside their base. We can take an objective somewhere else, and that's going to be Roshan.
He gets a Titan Sliver as well on the Morph. The last 25-minute item at 34 minutes for the Radiant side. That's sometimes it just happens when you're fighting all the time.
Divine.
I'm surprised he's not kept the Paladin sword though. I feel like it's insanely good, or just because he has the BKB. I think if you go Satanic, you probably take the Titan Sliver, but
up to the high ground, BKB popped here. Isla fearing nothing, and they take down Mushroom on the backlines. That's a huge pick off from Taz. That's their team fight. That's their save out the window. They need to get out of here right now. Overlom, he's trying his hardest, but Isla's still chasing. Arena is even going to be thrown for this one, but they've got the Atos to keep him still, and Isla now just keeps on fighting, keeps on going. Meanwhile, Ares trying to bring down Tolera, but he's BKB's just about to run out. He's done. He times it perfectly. Tolera brings him down. Meanwhile, Overlom gets killed off by Isla, chasing him all the way to the steps of his base. Yuma's hanging around on the side here, but I think this might be it.
Ricky has buyback.
They've done.
He just got it.
That's true. That is true. It just comes back up. And Nuba now, Yuma might be able to pick off one of the backlines. Yeah, Tolera's dead.
It's a gem on the floor.
The buyback from the Ricky, the buyback from the Earthshaker. They want to try and do this right now. Isla trying to get back. Ares, though, chasing, but they're going to jump into the puck instead. Puck, he's silenced. He's walked down. He's dead. With that Dagon not doing much. Meanwhile, Yuma in some trouble now, but he's got that Astral. Oh, see you later.
Double Astral. Just, he's gone.
Yeah. Wanted nothing to do with that one. But unfortunately, their puck is dead for 17 seconds. Their Mars dead for 50. Ares, though, trying to unleash onto Isla. Has he got the strength morph? Yes, he does. And now he can turn it around onto that Ricky himself. The slam comes down, and Taz, he gets him. Ares gets killed off, and now the GGs have been called. Warriors off the well, the team nobody expected.
Jeez.
Underdogs and a half, but they come through and put in a sublime performance. I mean, every other team's going to be watching this going, what the hell? Warriors of the who? Where did these guys come from? But that was a smackdown. That was an absolute dismantling. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, really well played by them. All 3 lanes went well. So this is what I was talking about. Like, as soon as this Rubik comes bot to help the Wyvern, like, you can't match the tri-lane of the Shaker Lich Morph. And even if they did get a kill in that lane, they was only on the support. It's like this Morph, he died once or twice? Twice. Like, I don't know. I thought Hemispheres played really well on this Underlord as well. His item build was really good. Goes for this Atos first against the 2 mobile cores. Goes back for the 4 staff afterwards, which is really important against the Ricky. Has the pipe as well. Keep his team alive. I mean, they all played well on this Radiant side. There was a couple of, like, little bit of mistakes. You know, Morph diving high ground for no reason by himself.
Yeah,
maybe,
it happens. You feel it, you know, especially UK Dota, you know, it's like momentum-based gaming summed up.
So, Noob had a series just before this, though, with his other team, I'm pretty sure. So, I'm not... you know, maybe he's not feeling quite as fresh as he has been the other weeks, necessarily. You know, you could look at it the other way, that he's played some other games, so he's warmed up as well, but I don't know, he felt, you know, so... Like, he was reading the game well with his mid-game things, like, you know, split pushing waves and trying to get onto the backlines with coils and things, but his early start to the game, getting solo killed at level 3, meaning he then hits level 6 second so that the Void Spirit kills him again. And he kind of just got put under the bus almost.
Yeah,
by his tempo being slowed down.
Yeah, he completely controlled up, completely beaten down, and incredible performance from both Isla and Taz this game. I mean, when you look at this team, I think you got to look at the cores. I think Mushroom did a great job on the side of Nerd Rage, but most importantly, Isla and Taz just sublime team fight. This was a really good team fight from Nerd Rage though, when they were able to bait out. I mean, I thought that ultimate usage from Mushroom was incredibly smart to lock down the front lines, go for the back lines, and force the Morphling into a really awkward position in that fight. But in the end, it didn't really make a difference.
Why did we ever doubt the Morph Shaker? That's the real question.
We are fools. We are fools.
This was, yeah, I don't know. This was the fight though that Morphling just was on full strength the whole time. But, yeah. I thought Overlom had a really rough game though on this Mars. He really struggled to ever come online, I think.
Oh yeah, 100%. It always looks worse for the offlaner whenever you're getting stomped. Your offlaner always looks like the bad hero because he's supposed to be tanky, he's supposed to be frontlining, and you just get lost.
By the so
well timed. Who was that? Was a Shaker, right?
Yeah, Talera just used it just before he was about to die, just in case the BKB came off, and it did. Which was amazing timing. I don't know. I think Overlom, even in the bot lane, though, struggled really hard as well. Like even when it was a 2-on-2 as well. So I think he's going to look back at this game and be a little bit annoyed at himself that he feels like he probably could have done a little bit better. But I think the whole of the dire side will think that. And this Rubik Wyvern support duo just it feels really underwhelming. I don't know. The laning stage is so weak.
We've seen it plenty, but it's. Yeah, it just doesn't do enough, and you need to make up for that in your other picks. And I think if the Riki had a better lane, if the mid laner had a better lane, then we would have thought differently. But because they didn't, you then don't have anybody to enable those heroes. If they don't have a good lane, someone needs to help them out. You don't have anybody to play plays with. Rubik is not the best, and Wyvern is not the best. They're great team fighters. They're good in some ways, but unfortunately, in the end, it just didn't work out for them.
But that's the thing, right? Like, you can't pick these two support heroes that don't do well in the lane and then you not give either of your tempo cores a good enough start to the game, right? Like, it felt like they were kind of just wandering around a lot of the time, not really unsure what to do, because they couldn't go top to punish the Underlord in the lane because they don't do anything to him, right? If they go to the Underlord lane, the Shaker just goes there with the Lich as well, and then Morph gets the 1v1 and Mars, which is great. They can't really go bot because they can't pressure the Morph in the laning stage either. So it felt like they were kind of just headless chickens running around for a long time. Like, it hits 10 minutes into the game, one of them just hits level 4, one of them's level 4.5. Like, it's not enough.
No, it's certainly not. But who is your player of the match from that game?
I think... I thought they all played pretty well, to be fair, but I would personally give it to Hemispheres. I think it's easy to say the Void Spirit and the Mars because... the Void Spirit and the Morph, because they look good as well when they do that, and they're doing loads of damage, right? I think the Underlord's kind of like this silent guy in the background that is getting so much done at the same time. And I thought his item build was really good as well.
All right, fair enough. I think...
And they all played well, though.
Isla would have it if it weren't for the tier 4 dive. Because of that, I'm going to have to give it to Taz myself. But let us know what you guys think. Head over to Twitter. Let us know at ESL UK. And you can get involved with the voting there. And we'll be showing that at some point. And you can check those results from the other streams as well, from the other games today. And see who is winning those MVP votes. All right, I think it's time for a bit of retrospect. I think it's time to look back on the other results of the day, take a journey back through the games we have been through today, because we've had probably the best day so far in this tournament, I would say. I think we're getting closer to the playoffs, and the quality is going up and up and up. Cheeky Chums versus Sparkling Water. Sparkling Water did give Cheeky Chums an absolute serving, an absolute spanking, beating them down in a clean 25-minute game. But after that, we had Team Sneed versus Edgar Davids Fan Club, which went to about 49 minutes into that one, I believe. It was a brawl. Team Sneed did take up the victory there, but it was by no means close, and Edgar Davids will be very upset about that one, but still, a great victory from Team Sneed there as they managed to pull it out in the end. And of course, this series we just watched with the big upset, Warriors of the World take down Nerd Rage.
We have to remember that's a massive result for Warriors of the World, because they're now 2-2 as well, the same as Team Sneed and the same as Cheeky Chums. So these three teams are going to be battling for 2 playoff spots now. So one of them is going to be going home with the Edgar Davids Fan Club.
Yeah, and Warriors of the World as well. They've taken down the big boys as well. They've taken down their hardest opponents, and they've beaten down Nerd Rage. They got beaten by Sparkling Water, which means I can't remember exactly who their next opponent's going to be, but it's not going to be one of the top dogs.
I'm pretty sure Edgar Davis fan club are playing Warriors of the World. I'm not. Can we confirm that? I'm not 100% sure, but.
I'm sure we can. I'm sure we can get the standings up for next week very shortly. But on the screens right now, you can see the standings for the event so far. You have Nerd Rage at 3-1. We have Sparkling Water at 3-1. Looking pretty good for them to squeak through to the playoffs. Hard to see it going another way right now. But of course, if they do lose next week, then they will be at 3-2. And if someone else wins that week, then of course it's all going to get a little bit complicated. But then we have the middle of the pack: Team Sneed, Warriors of the World, Cheeky Chums, all 2 for 2. Who do you think is the best team out of those three?
The best team out of those three, I personally think the best team out of those three is Warriors of the World when they're on their game. And I would have said that before today as well.
Really? Okay.
I understand they have, but like all three of those teams are very similar, I think.
Yeah,
so
sure.
It's really difficult to call.
Alrighty, and then of course, poor old Edgar Davids fan club down at the bottom, 0-4, yet to pull off a win. Yeah. It happens. They've had some unlucky games. They've had some poorly played games, had some poorly drafted games. But in the end, in these best of ones, it can be very brutal. But at the same time, I don't think it's super unfair to put them down at 0-4, especially considering their performance in the first couple of weeks. I think it's been a bit spotty for them.
It just feels like they've been on a little bit of a level lower in terms of like execution in their team fights, especially. The drafting in the first 2 weeks was a big problem, but I think the week 3 and 4 they've shown that they're a little bit below in terms of like their execution. But the thing is, they can look back at these games and learn from them because they have had some good games, even though they haven't won. They've been really close the last 2 weeks, and it's not going to help them with getting the wins. But in terms of in the long term, hopefully they can improve from this.
Hopefully. Alrighty, Mo, I think that's all we got time for today, but it's been, as I said, probably one of the best weeks of the ESL Prem we've had so far. And of course, don't forget, guys, stay inside. We're going to try and make this lockdown as fun as possible for you. Keep watching ESL LA, keep watching ESL UK, keep inside where possible, and to all you key workers out there, thanks for doing a great job. And we'll see you next week, next Tuesday, as we get into plenty more action with the final week of the groups. It's all coming together now. Thanks for your support. We'll see you very shortly. Of course, a huge thank you to the sponsors, Staycaster, AOC Gaming, Intel, Parsec, Mercedes-Benz, and Razer for their huge support in this Premiership. They're making it all possible, so show a little love to those guys. We're going to close it up for today. Once again, thank you so much for watching, and we shall say goodbye.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is through
That's why you don't with the big dog. Now listen here, you.
Tired of spanking your mates week in, week out? Come on! This sad little loser online from Albuquerque, New Mexico, without any rewards other than glory? Try Stakester now. Start using your legendary skills and making some real motherfucking money. Go on. Press it.
Parsec lets you play your entire library of games on any device, anywhere, with anyone, at any time. It's easy. Install Parsec and boom, your PC game library is at your fingertips. Are you bored playing solo? Share a link with anyone and go multiplayer. No friends online? Jump into Parsec's arcade and play with people from all around the world. Parsec's available for most things with screens. Download now.